Prologue. He was out of the truck while dust around the tires was still rising. The ambulance's emergency lights sent pulsing shafts of color into the surrounding forest. The doors of the ambulance had been left open by the EMTs, who, he assumed, were already inside. His boots crunched in the gravel as he covered the distance to the porch in 3 long strides. He entered the house through the open front door, stepping into a wide foyer. His eyes swept the main room on his left. Nobody in it. Nothing apparently disturbed. 2 empty wine glasses were on the coffee table in front of a slip-covered sofa. Traces of lipstick were on one of the glasses, but not on the other. The sofa faced a stone fireplace, where a leafy fern had been placed in the grate for the summer. Rocking chair with woven cane seat. Patchwork quilt folded over the arm of an upholstered easy chair. Magazines and books in shelves and stacked on various tables. Reading lamps. It was as homey, cozy, and placid a setting as could possibly be. He registered it all within seconds. Beyond the living room was a dining area rimmed by a bay window, but he left off exploration when noises from above drew his gaze up to the gallery, which ran the width of the house. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, he rounded the landing, making sure not to touch the newel post, and proceeded up to the 2nd floor. He walked along the gallery that led him into a short hallway into an open bedroom door. Matching lamps on either side of an unmade queen-size bed cast discs of light onto the pale, peach-colored wall. A ceiling fan with blades made of palm leaves circulated overhead. There were 3 wide windows. Through the louvers of the shutters he could see the continued play of the colored emergency lights on upper tree branches. The EMTs were kneeling on either side of a prone figure, a man, judging by the bare feet and hairy legs, which was all of him that could be seen from this vantage point. Under the man, blood had soaked into the rug. One of the EMTs glanced over his shoulder and bobbed his head in greeting. "Hey, Ski, we've been expecting you." He walked into the room. "What have you got?" "Messy GSW to the lower left torso." "Is he gonna make it?" "Don't know yet." Until she spoke, Ski hadn't realized that the 2nd EMT was a woman. "A good sign, though," she said. "The lady said he was conscious right up till we got here." "Lady?" Ski asked. The 1st EMT nodded into an open doorway, which they were presently blocking. "She called in the 911. "Name?" "Hers? He was distracted by situating the IV bag. The name escaped him. The female EMT supplied it. "King." "Caroline King, the realtor?" Ski asked with surprise. "This is her house?" The woman EMT shrugged. "That's a name in our database. So who's the guy that got shot?" "Lady said his name is Ben Laughlin." "Are they the only 2 in the house?" "Appear to be. The front door was standing open when we got here. We followed her shouts upstairs, found him lying here as you see him. She was kneeling beside him, clutching his hand, crying. We haven't seen anybody else. She's shaken up pretty bad." "Did she shoot him?" "That's your job," the woman EMT replied. Satisfied that the shooting victim was stabilized enough to transport, the 2 competently placed him on the stretcher they'd carried up with them, affording Ski a better look at him. He appeared to be in his mid-30s. He had even features and the trim build of a runner or tennis player. No facial hair, visible tattoos or distinguishing scars. He was wearing nothing except a pair of gray knit underwear. It had been cut away on the left side, where there was now a large bandage. The woman EMT threw a blanket over him. The guy was out cold, but he groaned as they strapped him down. Hearing the clomping of footsteps, Ski turned just as another deputy barged into the room, then drew up short. "I got here as soon as I could," he huffed. His wide-eyed gaze moved past Ski to the dark, wet blood stain on the rug, then to the victim on the stretcher. He was younger than Ski by more than a decade, nearly a foot shorter, soft around the middle. His apple-cheeked face was flushed and he was out of breath. either from excitement or from running up the stairs. He was a rookie. This was his first shooting. To him, it must represent the big time. Ski said, "Give them a hand, will you, Andy? Getting that stretcher around the landing might be tricky. Don't touch anything in the process unless you put on gloves." "Right." "Hal's on his way to help secure the house. He's got some miles to cover." "And until he gets here," Ski said sternly, "it's up to you not to let anybody else inside, and that includes our own men. I'm counting on you. Got it?" "Got it." The younger deputy hiked up his slipping gun belt and accompanied the EMTs out. Ski crossed the room and went to the open door that had been blocked by the fallen victim. He looked into a bathroom where a woman was sitting on the rim of the tub, rocking back and forth, her elbows on her knees, her head in her hands. He had a bird's-eye view of the center part in her hair. Ski thought it might be auburn, but it was hard to tell because it was wet. It formed a heavy curtain on both sides of her face. A summer-weight cotton robe had been carelessly tied at her waist. The wide sleeves had fallen back to reveal slender arms sprinkled with pale freckles. The skirt of the robe had separated above her knees, leaving her legs bare. Her toes were curled into the deep pile of the bath mat. She wasn't Caroline King. Inside the bathtub, the porcelain was wet. 3 of the pewter rings holding the shower curtain had been detached from the rod, leaving the wet curtain hanging unevenly. A bottle of shampoo in the corner of the tub was uncapped. She must have been interrupted while taking a shower, which explained the damp patches where her robe was stuck to her skin. Lying on the floor a few inches from her feet, incongruous with the vulnerability of her pink bare toes, was a .38 revolver, a standard Saturday night special. The base of the commode would have kept it from being seen by the EMTs. Ski wondered if that had been deliberate. He removed a pair of latex gloves from the hip pocket of his jeans and worked his right hand into one of them, then cautiously walked forward and bent down to pick up the revolver by the trigger guard. He thumbed the latch, and the cylinder swung out. There was an unspent bullet in each of the 6 chambers. He sniffed the barrel. It hadn't been fired recently. As though only then realizing that he was there, the woman lowered her hands from her face and looked up at him. Her light brown eyes remained disconnected and vague. The whites of them were streaked with red from crying. Her skin was very pale, her lips practically colorless. She swallowed noisily. "Is he all right?" "Not really." Whimpering, she looked past Ski to the bloodstain just beyond the threshold. "Oh, God." She pressed trembling fingers against her lips. "I can't believe this happened." "What did happen?" "He's got to be all right. I should be with him. I must go." She tried to stand, but Ski placed his hand on her shoulder and pushed her back down. Not now. For the first time since he'd come into the room, she focused on him. "Are you? Who are you?" He unsnapped the leather wallet on his belt and opened it to show her his ID. "Deputy Ski Nyland, Merritt County." "I see." But Ski didn't believe she actually did. She'd barely glanced at his ID. Her watery gaze was imploring. "Please, tell me he's going to be okay." "What's your name?" She seemed to have to think about it. Then she hooked her wet hair behind her ears and answered in a husky voice. "Barry Malone." Ski noted that her last name wasn't the same as that of the man who'd been shot. Neither of them was named King. He said, "The wounded man, Ben Laughlin, is that right?" She gave an abrupt nod. "He's on his way to the ER." "He's not dead?" "Wasn't when they left with him." "He bled a lot." "He did, yeah." "He can't die." "Unfortunately, he can." She made a choking noise and whispered, "I must call his wife." "His wife?" She stared at Ski for several seconds, then covered her face with her hands and began to cry in loud, racking sobs. Ski planted his feet wider on the bathroom floor tiles. "What happened here tonight, Miss Malone?" She moaned into her hands and shook her head. "Is this your pistol? Did you shoot Laughlin with it?" He didn't believe she had, at least not using the pistol now in his possession, but he wanted to see what kind of reaction he'd get by asking. She dropped her hands from her face and gaped at him. "What? Did you?" "No!" She surged to her feet, reeled slightly, then steadied herself by placing a hand on the edge of the pedestal sink. "I didn't get out the pistol until after I'd called 911. "After you'd called 911. Her head bobbed in affirmation. She gulped a breath. "I was afraid he would come back." "Who?" Before she could answer, sounds of a commotion downstairs reached them. A door slammed. Voices were raised. Apparently, Barry Malone recognized the woman's voice, because suddenly she gave a sharp cry and slipped past Ski through the bathroom door. "Hey!" He was careful to hurdle the bloodstain on the rug as he chased after her. Midway across the bedroom, he made a grab for her arm, but came up with only a handful of cotton fabric. She whirled around and yanked it from his grip, but not before he got an eyeful. Then in a flash of bare skin and printed textile, she vanished through the bedroom door. Ski went after her, crossed the gallery in a run, and bolted down the stairs, hot on her heels. Chapter 1. When his cell phone's jingle pulled him from a deep sleep, Dodge figured the caller was Derek. Likely, his employer had had one of his famous middle-of-the-night brainstorms and wanted Dodge to act upon it immediately. Dodge couldn't think of what might be so crucial that it couldn't keep till daylight, but Derek paid him to be on 24-hour call, if for no other reason than to act as a sounding board. He fumbled for his phone in the dark and, without even opening his eyes, figuring he was about to be sent out on an errand he wasn't in the mood for, answered with an unfriendly and unenthusiastic, "Yeah." "Dodge?" Surprised to hear a woman's voice, he sat up and swung his feet to the floor. He reached through the darkness for the lamp switch and turned it on. Using his lips, he pulled a cigarette from the pack, then flicked on his lighter. As he took his first inhale, he wondered which woman, among the vast number with whom he was acquainted, he had pissed off this time. He didn't remember getting on anyone's fighting side recently, but maybe that was his transgression, disremembering. Since he hadn't yet responded to his name, his caller asked with uncertainty, "Have I reached Dodge Hanley?" He was reluctant to confirm it before he knew who was asking. He preferred keeping a low profile. He had a driver's license because it was a necessity. He carried a single credit card, but it had been issued in Derek's name. Dodge used it only when doing business for the law firm. Privately, he operated strictly on a cash basis, and not even Derek knew his home address. "Dodge, is that you?" He replied with a sound that was half word, half dry cough. "Yeah." "This is Caroline?" His lighter slid from his fingers and fell to the floor. "Caroline King?" As if she needed to specify which Caroline. As if she needed to jog his memory. After a long moment, she said, "Are you still there?" He sucked tobacco smoke into his lungs and exhaled as he said, "Yeah. Yeah." To prove to himself that the call wasn't part of a dream, he stood up and took a few steps away from the bed. But because his legs were so shaky, he backed up and sat down again on the sagging mattress. "Fair to say that you're surprised to hear from me?" "Yeah." That seemed to be the only word he was capable of uttering. How many yeahs did that make now? 4, 5? "I apologize for the hour," she said. "It's late here, and I realize it's an hour later in Atlanta. I assume you're still in Atlanta." "Yeah." 6. How are you? Are you well? Yeah. Shit. Had he forgotten the language? Find some other words, for Christ's sake. I'm okay, you know. Okay. He was okay except for a total brain shutdown, a heart rate that had shot off the charts, and a sudden inability to breathe. He groped for the ashtray among the clutter on his nightstand and laid the cigarette in it. That's good, she said. I'm glad to hear it. Then, neither of them said anything for so long that the silence began to hum. Finally, she said, Dodge, I never would have bothered you if not for... I would never ask you for anything. I imagine you know that. But this is vitally important. Urgent. Jesus. She was sick. She was dying. She needed a liver, a kidney, his heart. Plowing his fingers up through his hair, he cupped his forehead in his palm and, dreading the answer, asked, What's the matter? Are you sick? Sick? No, nothing like that. Relief made him weak. Then he got angry because, just like that, he'd become emotionally invested. To counter his stupid susceptibility, he asked impatiently, Then why are you calling me? I have a situation here that I don't know how to handle. Situation? Trouble. What kind of trouble? Can you come? To Houston? A place to which he swore he would never return. What for? It's complicated. What about your husband? Is it too complicated for him? Or is he the problem? A few seconds ticked by. Then, he passed away, Dodge, several years ago. This news filled his ears, his head with pressure. Her husband was dead. She was no longer married. He hadn't known, but then why would he? It wasn't like she would have sent him an announcement. While his ears thrummed, he waited for her to say more about her husband's demise. When she didn't, he said, You still haven't told me the nature of this trouble. The kind you specialize in. That covers a lot of ground. I don't want to go into it now, Dodge. Can I count on you to be here? When do you need me? As soon as you can get here. Will you come? Her stubborn refusal to be more specific pissed him off. Probably not. A hostile silence quivered between them. He picked up his cigarette again, inhaled deeply, blew it out. He wanted to hang up on her, wished he would, wished he could. Quietly, she said, I understand your reluctance to become involved. Truly I do. Well, what did you expect, Caroline? I don't know what I expected. I acted on impulse without thinking it through. You call me in the middle of the freaking night, you tell me shit, but I'm supposed to drop everything and come running to get you out of some kind of unspecified trouble. He paused for effect, then said, Wait. Why is this sounding familiar to me? Is this sounding familiar to you? She responded exactly as he'd expected her to, with pique. I'm not asking you to help me, Dodge. Well, good, because it's Barry who's in trouble. Looks like somebody actually cooks in here now. Dodge sat down at Derek and Julie's breakfast table in their organized but well-used kitchen. Didn't used to. Derek laughed. I don't recall ever turning on the oven before Julie and I got married. He lifted the coffee maker carafe with an implied offer of some. Sure, Dodge said. 2 sugars, the real stuff. Derek carried over the mug of coffee along with a sugar bowl, a spoon, and a cloth napkin. Dodge fingered the fringe on the napkin's hem and looked at his employer with raised brows. Julie insists on cloth. Dodge snuffled as he scooped sugar into his mug. She actually use all those gizmos? Derek followed Dodge's gaze to the ceramic jug that held some of Julie's cooking utensils. Yep, they got a gadget for everything. You wouldn't believe. Where is she? Upstairs, throwing up? Dodge blew on his coffee and took a sip. That sucks. No, she's actually glad about it. She enjoys puking. Morning sickness is a good sign. It means the embryo has latched on the lining of her uterus, which creates all kinds of hormonal chaos, which causes the nausea, which, thank you. Dodge grumbled into his coffee mug. I don't want to know anything about Julie's uterus. In fact, I'd just as soon keep the mysteries of human reproduction mysterious. I thought I heard your voice. Julie entered the kitchen and smiled at Dodge. She looked the picture of health despite her bout of nausea. It's awfully early for you to be up and about, isn't it? Especially on a Saturday. Sounds like you've had a rough morning. I don't mind so much. It'll pass soon. And the sickness is a good sign, the result of the embryo latching on. Derek laughed. We've been over that. Dodge doesn't want to hear any more. Fair enough. She asked if Derek had offered their guest something to eat to go with his coffee, and when he said no, she sliced him a piece of pound cake, which he accepted, knowing what a great cook she was. Through his second bite, he mumbled, If I'd married you, I'd have gained 20 pounds by now. Have you seen Derek naked lately? Hey! Her husband of 6 months smacked her on the fanny, then pulled her into his lap, bounced her on his knees and nuzzled her neck, saying, You're the one getting chubby. He splayed his hand on her abdomen, which as yet showed no signs of the pregnancy. She placed her hand over his, and they exchanged a warm, meaningful look. Dodge cleared his throat. Y'all need me to leave the room or what? Julie slipped off her husband's lap and took a chair across the table from Dodge. No, I'm glad you're here. Derek sees you nearly every day, but I don't get to. Dodge ribbed his boss about his honeymoon giddiness, but he was glad about the marital happiness these two had found with each other. Derek and Julie Mitchell were among the very few people on the planet that Dodge had even a limited tolerance for. He'd even go so far as to say he respected and liked them, although, as with everyone he knew, he kept them at arm's length, more for their sake than for his own. He wasn't good for people. Something in his makeup was destructive. What brings you by? Derek's question seemed innocuous enough, but Dodge knew better. Derek had razor-sharp instincts and uncanny intuition, which served him well in his chosen profession of defense attorney. Despite their easy chit-chat, his boss had sensed that something was out of joint. When was the last time Dodge had come calling early on a Saturday morning? Never. Dodge shrugged with feigned indifference and sipped his coffee, nursing a twinge of uneasiness about having to lie to this man who was the closest thing he had to a friend. How pissed would you be if I asked for some time off? He kept his eyes fixed on the contents of his coffee mug, but sensed the puzzled glance Derek exchanged with his wife. I wouldn't be pissed, Derek said. You've earned the vacation time. Think before you speak, counselor, because I don't want to get somewhere and have you phoning me in the middle of the night asking me to run down some lowlife that... Dodge. You won't get an argument from me. You're past due a vacation. If something comes up while you're away, it can wait till you get back. Like hell it can. Even if you say it's okay for me to go, those hotshots you got working for you would have a fit. They don't address me unless it's with Dodge when, as in, when can you get that background info for me? When can I expect the skinny on this guy? When can you track that down? Derek said, Everyone in the office depends on you. See, that's what I'm talking about. If I left for a few days, the whole damn firm would collapse. Dodge had been of considerable help solving the case in which Julie had been involved. The murder of Paul Wheeler had been a tragedy in every sense except that it had brought Julie and Derek together. Initially, Dodge had suspected Julie of being a liar, manipulator, and worse. She'd borne his hostility and suspicion with dignity, and now seemed to hold no grudge. He thought she might even like him a little. It was to her that he shifted his gaze now, but maybe that was a mistake, because she was regarding him with concern, which, in his present frame of mind, was almost more dangerous than her husband's incisiveness. "I hope your reason for needing the time away isn't health-related," she said softly. "Like what? Dying of lung cancer?" No, I'm not," he said, when her concern was replaced by alarm. "Not that I know of, not yet." He shifted in the seat of his chair and patted his shirt pocket, reassuring himself that the pack of cigarettes was there, even though he'd just as well pee on the Mona Lisa as light up in their kitchen. Back to Derek, he said, "Forget it. I knew better than to ask." Placing his hand over his heart, he said, "The firm needs me, and if I'm loyal to nothing else, I'm loyal to Mitchell and Associates." "Cut the crap. What's going on?" "Going on? Nothing. I got this notion to take some time off, and I said okay. Now you're arguing with me for saying yes. Fine, go. Why?" "No why to it. It was a dumb idea, that's all. I thought of slipping off somewhere for a few days, but—" "Did you have a destination in mind?" Derek grinned. "One of those tropical islands you're always talking about? National Geographic-type places where all the women go topless?" "I wish." "Then where?" "Butt-fuck Texas." Dodge could have kicked himself for blurting that out. He hadn't meant to. Derek stared at him for several seconds, then deadpanned, "Does that have a zip code?" Dodge rolled his shoulders. "Doesn't matter. I'm not going." No one said anything for several moments, and Dodge sensed another mystified look pass between Derek and Julie. She asked, "What's in Texas?" "Texans." His droll reply didn't have the jocular effect he'd hoped for. He looked at Julie again, and he didn't know what the hell it was that was drawing him to her this morning. Sure, she was and always had been easy on the eyes, but that hormonal ruckus taking place inside her was inspiring in Dodge all kinds of sentimentality that went against his nature. Typically, when someone asked him a personal question, even something as innocuous as, "What's in Texas?" he would tell them to stay out of his effing life. But he found himself answering Julie simply, "Business." Derek reacted with a start. "Business?" "Relax, counselor. I'm not looking into another job. This is business of a personal nature." "A personal nature?" "Jesus, is there an echo in here?" he asked crossly. "Why are you making a big deal of it anyway? Business of a personal nature could be constipation." "I've just never known you to have personal business of any kind, but especially not in Texas." "Well, that just goes to show that you don't know everything, doesn't it? Besides, why are we still talking about it? I'm not going. I'd get down there and this goddamn cell phone would start buzzing like a bandsaw. You'd be asking me how soon I could get back. Not worth it. Forget I asked." He tossed his fringed napkin on the table and stood up. "Look, thanks for the coffee. Taste the cake, Julie. I gotta be shoving off." "Sit down." "Excuse me?" The set of Derek's jaw was resolute. "You're not leaving this house until you tell us what the hell is going on." "I told you, I got this notion to—" "This isn't about vacation time. Sit down." Dodge dropped back into his chair, but with attitude. After several moments of hostile glaring, he raised his shoulders. "What?" "Do you remember when I told you about Julie and me?" Derek asked. "About the flight from Paris?" "Precisely. I admitted to you why I was compromised and couldn't represent Creighton Wheeler. I bared my soul to you because I knew I could trust you with my deepest, darkest secret, with my career. My life. Okay, so? So that trustworthiness works both ways, Dodge. You have our confidence. What's going on? Derek waited, and when Dodge didn't say anything, he added, Must be something really important, or you wouldn't have put on such a dog and pony show about vacation time. You're here because you wanted to tell us something and didn't know how to go about it. You're a shrink now, too. Being George's hottest trial lawyer isn't enough for you anymore. Derek didn't flinch. What's in Texas, Dodge? Julie asked again. Her softness of voice got to him as Derek's badgering never could have. His shoulders slumped in defeat. Not what. Who? Okay, who's in Texas? He avoided looking at both of them as he picked up his mug and walked it over to the sink where he poured the contents down the drain. My daughter. He felt their astonishment even before he turned around and saw their shocked expressions. Derek said, You don't have a daughter? Yeah, I do. Since when? Since 30 years ago, Dodge said. Derek shook his head to clear it. You specifically told me that you didn't have a daughter. No, I didn't. Dodge, I remember the conversation. You were checking into Creighton Wheeler's background. You told me that based on what you'd learned about him, you wouldn't want your daughter dating him, and I said, You don't have a daughter. And you said, If I did. See, you're the one who said I didn't, not me. But you implied it. Sue me. This quarreling isn't very constructive, is it? Julie divided her reproach between the two of them, landing on Dodge. We're just surprised, Dodge. You've mentioned a couple of ex-wives, but never children. Not children. Child. One. He looked down at his shoes, wondering when they'd last been shined, if they'd ever been shined. He really should have them buffed at least, maybe, if he had time at the airport. Airport? Airport. Hell. He wasn't going. When did you last see her? Julie asked. On her birthday. Her last birthday? He shook his head. Her actual one. The day she was born. Their stunned silence teemed with questions he didn't want to answer. But Derek had the tenacity of a bulldog. So why are you considering going to see her now? I'm not. For the sake of argument, let's assume you are. Dodge chewed on his inner cheek with annoyance and indecision, then heard himself telling them that his daughter had got herself into a jam. I don't know the details, but it's a police matter, and somebody thought that maybe with my background I could help out, but I don't think so, and anyway, why would I want to? Derek and Julie continued to look at him, their gazes admonishing him and speaking volumes. Lowering his head, he dug into his eye sockets with his thumb and middle finger, then dropped his hand and sighed. Shit. Shit and double shit. Chapter 2. For nearly half an hour, Barry and Caroline had been sitting on hard, unforgiving wood benches, like church pews, just inside the entrance of the Merritt County Courthouse. When Ski Nyland approached them, he looked like a man with a purpose for which he was running late. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I got a call. Caroline asked, Something positive? I'm afraid not, Miss King. Orrin Starks is still at large, and I've only got a few minutes before I need to get back to the hunt. He touched the cell phone attached to his belt as though to guarantee that his line of communication hadn't been cut. His gray gaze slid to Barry, acknowledging her for the first time since he'd joined them. Ready? I've been ready. After a beat, he said, I guess marketing adheres to a stricter timetable than law enforcement does. Touché, deputy, she thought. Her remark had been bitchy, and bitchiness was something she was striving to fix. However, given the stressful circumstances, she felt entitled to backslide Taking the edge off her tone, Barry said, "It's just that I thought you got everything you needed from me last night. I didn't expect to be summoned here again this morning. Sheriff Drummond asked for the meeting. Your lawyer is already up there." "Then we should join them without further delay," Caroline said with a graciousness that Barry envied. She'd never mastered that special trait that seemed to come naturally to her mother. Deputy Nyland gestured for them to precede him. As they crossed the lobby, Barry wondered why he wasn't in uniform. He hadn't been wearing one last night either, but she had figured he'd been off duty when her 911 had interrupted his Friday evening. Today, except for his sports coat, he was dressed for a rodeo. Jeans and boots, crisp, white, Western-cut T-shirt. He was also as laconic as any Western movie cowboy. She wondered if he envisioned himself as such. All he needed was a large white hat, a big tin star on his chest, and a six-shooter strapped to his thigh. She assumed he was carrying a weapon somewhere. He might remove it when he was in the courthouse, but more than likely he kept it on, concealed from view, as were the emergency lights behind the grill of his tricked-out SUV, in which he'd driven her last night to get her statement about what he'd referred to as the shooting incident. Now as they waited for an elevator, Barry noticed how dwarfed her mother was by his height. Even Barry, who'd been taller than every boy in her class in 7th grade and had graduated high school with only a few of them having outgrown her, felt diminutive next to him. They decided in favor of the stairs over waiting any longer for an elevator. As they walked up the one flight, Barry felt his stare like a physical pressure on the center of her spine. The courthouse structure dated back to 1898, but it had been well maintained. The sheriff's office had original paneling and hand-carved molding around the plaster ceiling. The window glass was wavy but lent the room character. The wide desk was flanked by matching flagpoles. Between Old Glory and the Texas state flag hung a painting depicting Santa Anna's surrender to Sam Houston. When they entered the office, the two men in it stood up. One was the lawyer her mother had summoned to the house last night. The other was Sheriff Tom Drummond. He stepped from behind his desk and met them halfway to embrace Caroline, taking her shoulders between his hands and kissing her cheek. "Always a pleasure to see you, but I hate the circumstances of this meeting." "So do I, Tom." She turned to indicate Barry. "I believe you met my daughter last year at the country club's Labor Day picnic?" "Of course. Ms. Malone?" "Barry, please." He took her hand and patted it warmly. "I assure you this case has the full attention of this office. Your mother's company has become important to this community by turning a stagnant real estate market active. Anything concerning her concerns me, especially your safety. We're going to catch his character. I give you my word." "Thank you. I have every confidence in you." The lawyer, his name was Carlisle Harris. Harris Carlisle? Barry couldn't remember which. Was roughly the sheriff's age. He was a nice-looking, pleasant gentleman, but she felt sure her mother had chosen him more for the evident shrewdness behind his bright black eyes than for his cordiality. He had shown up at the lake house last night as though Caroline had waved a magic wand to produce him. As soon as her mother had learned the nature of the emergency and Ski Nyland had begun posing questions about Barry's pistol, Caroline had politely asked him to hold off until she had called her attorney. The deputy hadn't liked it, but he had complied, and Barry hadn't uttered another word until the lawyer got there. He stepped forward now to shake hands with her and Caroline in turn. The sheriff must have sensed Ski Nyland's impatience, because he curtailed the pleasantries and suggested they all take seats. Barry and her mother sat side by side on a well-worn leather sofa. The men sat in armchairs that formed a semicircle facing them. The sheriff began. "Ski has given me a rundown of what happened out at the lake house last night, and I have a copy of your official statement, Barry. Harry, you got a copy?" "I did," said Harris Carlisle. "Thank you." "Is there anything you'd care to add to it, Barry?" the sheriff asked. Anything you've remembered between last night and now that could help us track this guy?" She shook her head. I was as comprehensive as I could be. To capsulize it, Oren Starks has been stalking me for months. Last night he came to the lake house, shot Ben, and threatened to kill me. You met Starks at your place of employment, is that correct? Delray Marketing in Houston. I understand that he was fired from the company? Some months ago. Do you know why? He wasn't a good fit, she replied. At least that was the water cooler speculation for why he was let go. Did you think he was a good fit? She turned to Deputy Nyland, who'd posed the question, and answered coolly. It isn't in my job description to evaluate coworkers. Candidly, did you think Oren Starks was a good fit? No, I didn't. Why not? Wasn't he any good at what he did? Barry gave a half-smile. Oren wasn't good at his job. He was exceptional. I don't follow, Barry, the sheriff said. Ski said you painted this guy as an oddball. His personality has no bearing on his skill, Barry said. Marketing is about creativity and strategy, and making dozens of components come together to form a harmonious whole. One wrong element throws the whole thing off. At Delray, Oren was our go-to guy when a campaign wasn't coming together the way it should. He had a knack for isolating the piece that didn't fit. Yet he was a misfit at the company, the sheriff said. Ironically, yes. He made people uncomfortable, women in particular. I wasn't the first he focused his unwanted attention on. Were sexual harassment complaints filed against him? She shook her head. None officially. Oren didn't do anything overt. No touching, no obscene emails or lewd texts. He's too intelligent, too sly to do something that could have trapped him. But he was very clever with innuendos implying an intimacy that didn't exist. As an afterthought, she added, if you took issue with one of his remarks, he could make you feel as though you'd mistaken his meaning. Was this your experience? The sheriff asked. Yes, at first. I began to think I was reading too much into the things he said and did. But after he was fired, he became more persistent and aggressive, to the point where I grew frightened of him. I thought that if I came here and stayed the summer in Mother's lake house, which she'd been trying to get me to do ever since she bought it, if I came here, essentially disappeared for a while, Oren would become discouraged or simply lose interest and leave me alone. When you say stalking, the sheriff leaned forward, inviting her to elaborate. Calling several times a day, constantly sending me text messages? Why didn't you change your phone number? Deputy Nyland asked. Too many people have that number. Clients, co-workers, people who need to reach me for a quick solution to a time-sensitive problem. It would have been very inconvenient to change it. More inconvenient than being stalked? You don't have to answer that, Barry, her lawyer said. She didn't answer. Instead, she redirected her attention to the sheriff. Oren would show up at my house uninvited. Sometimes he would be parked at the curb or even sitting on the porch, waiting for me when I returned home. He would appear at restaurants where I was having dinner and would send flowers with enclosure cards that suggested a romantic relationship. I assure you, there was none. He sent me small gifts that... Like what? Flustered by the deputy's constant and skeptical interruptions, she had to think for a moment. He once sent me a video game? A Dungeons and Dragons kind of game? Fantasy stuff with wizards, evil sorcerers, castles with mazes? You know the kind of thing. You're into that? Not at all, Deputy Nyland. But Oren is. He loves puzzles of any kind, and he's good at them. Which made him good at working out solutions to marketing campaigns with problems, the deputy said. Exactly. What else? What other gifts? A bestseller by an author he knows I like? He stood in line for hours, so he claimed, to have the book inscribed to me. He gave me a CD that he'd burned himself. The most personal gift was a silver charm bracelet. Thin chain, one charm. a heart. "Did you return these gifts?" Nyland asked. "At first I tried, but Orrin refused to take them back. Eventually I just kept them." "Why?" "Because attempting to return them involved seeing him or talking to him, and that's what I was trying to avoid." Harris Carlyle interceded. "I think we understand the concept of stalking, don't we, Tom? Ski, the man has pestered her beyond endurance, and last night his obsession turned violent." The sheriff nodded. "Please, Barry, continue." "I forgot where I was." "You moved here for the summer." "I hope to be rid of Orrin forever. I don't know how he discovered the location of Mother's lake house. The address isn't in the phone book, but he did," she said quietly. The reminder of what had taken place caused emotion to well up in her throat. Quietly, her mother had asked if she'd like some water. She shook her head. Caroline took her hand and gave it an encouraging squeeze. The deputy shifted positions in his chair, making the old wood squeak, and looked toward the door as though anxious to adjourn. Barry was tempted to ask if she was keeping him from something more important, but then realized that of course she was. He was coordinating the search for Orrin. The sooner he was done here, the sooner he could get back to it. Without further delay, she picked up the story. "Last night, Orrin came to the house. He scared me out of my wits. I was in the shower. Suddenly the curtain was flung open, and there he was, psycho-style, except instead of a knife, he was pointing a gun at me." The sheriff turned to Caroline. "You were out, I understand." "I'd been away all day. I'd intentionally made myself scarce because Barry had told me that she and Mr. Laughlin would be working on a very important project. I didn't want to be a distraction. After work, I went straight from the office to attend a dinner party hosted by former clients, sort of a housewarming. I had told Barry not to wait up because I wasn't sure how late I'd be. Apparently, I arrived shortly after Deputy Nyland got there. A deputy sheriff was standing guard at my front door. He forbade me to go inside. Barry had tried to call and alert me to the emergency, but my cell phone was in my handbag, and I'd silenced it during the party. I hadn't thought to check it before I left for home." The sheriff looked across at Nyland. "When she got there, you and Barry were still upstairs?" "We heard the argument between Andy and Miss King at the front door. Came down, Miss King called Mr. Carlyle." "Which was my right to do." The deputy conceded the point with a nod. "Soon as I got there, I continued interviewing Ms. Malone. First off, I asked if Starks had broken in. He hadn't." "That's correct, Sheriff," Barry said. "All the doors to the house were unlocked. Ben and I had been in the pool. We'd cooked steaks on the outdoor grill for dinner, so we'd been going in and out all evening. I hadn't yet locked up for the night." Orrin simply came through the front door. At least I assume he used the front door since that's the way he went out. The time between him yanking open the shower curtain and my placing the 911 call couldn't have been more than a few minutes. It all happened in a blur. "In your statement, you said the man was maniacal." "She said he was unhinged." Barry looked quickly at Deputy Nyland again, surprised that he recalled the exact word she used to describe Orrin's state of mind. "That's right. He was wild-eyed. He was sputtering, 'I must kill you. You realize that, don't you? I've got to kill you.'" Beside her, Caroline shuddered and gripped her hand tighter. "The instant I saw him and the pistol, I screamed. That seemed to rattle him even more. He was shushing me and repeating, 'I don't have a choice. I've got to do it. Don't you see? Don't you understand?' He spoke in a sort of chant. He was—" The four of them looked at her expectantly. As she searched for the word, she looked at each of them in turn, ending on the deputy, whose gray gaze remained unwavering. "Unhinged," she said with a helpless shrug. "That's the best word to describe him." "Well, he went there to kill you," the lawyer remarked. "One wouldn't expect him to be rational." "No." "Had you ever seen this side of him before?" the sheriff asked. "Only once, when he became extremely angry at me for rejecting him. But last night he was more upset than even then. She wished for a moment to ponder that, but when Nyland shot another look toward the door, she plowed on. Ben must have heard my screams and Orrin's raving. He came running from the guest bedroom. When he reached the bathroom door, Orrin heard him, spun round, and fired the gun. She paused, reliving that horrifying moment. The jarring sound, the unbelievable sight of Ben falling backward, the wild expression on Orrin's face when he turned back to her. Through it, she told herself that this couldn't be happening, that traumatic, violent events like this didn't happen to normal, nice people like her. But it had happened. She'd lived it. However, now she tried to describe the scene and her feelings about it. She knew her words would be inadequate to convey what she'd felt at the time. All I can say is that it was unreal, and yet it was reality taken to another dimension. Every sensation was overblown. After the gun blast, I remember experiencing a sense of timelessness, of suspended animation. But then Orrin suddenly turned and ran. That galvanized me. I climbed out of the tub. I paused only long enough to bend down and tell Ben that I would get help. Then I ran from the room to see what Orrin was doing, where he'd gone. You weren't afraid that he would shoot you also? She explained that to Ski last night. Calm down, Harry, the sheriff said, mildly rebuking the attorney. I only asked because I'm curious. Harris Carlyle signaled for her to continue. Honestly, I didn't think about it, or I probably wouldn't have done it, she said. I acted on instinct. I went after Orrin, and by the time I reached the gallery, he was rushing down the stairs. At the landing, he lost his footing and fell. He tumbled all the way to the ground floor and landed on his back. He saw me watching him from the gallery. He struggled to get up. He pointed the pistol at me, and that's when I thought for certain that I would soon be dead. I threw myself to the floor, trying to take cover behind the railing. He pulled the trigger until the pistol was empty. Her mother placed her hand over her mouth to contain a small, distressed sound. Miraculously, his shots missed, Barry continued. When he realized he had no more bullets, he struggled to stand up. He was yelling, "I'll kill you. You must die." Things like that over and over again. Then he turned and staggered through the front door. After a short silence, Nyland asked, "He didn't reload?" "No. He just ran away, vowing to kill you." "That's right." "Which is consistent with what she told you last night, Ski," the lawyer reminded him. "Yeah, I know." He held Barry's gaze, and she could see wheels spinning behind the gray eyes. "Laughlin was down. You were otherwise alone and defenseless." "Yes. Starks had you in the bathtub where he could have shot you at point-blank range. Instead, he made out like he was going to flee. Then you went after him, still defenseless, right?" "Right." "You didn't have your pistol yet?" "No." Starks emptied his pistol from a dicey angle and at a distance of, 30 feet? "I suppose. I don't know." The sheriff leaned forward. "What are you driving at, Ski?" He looked at his boss. If Starks was that intent on killing her, saying he must, saying she had to die and so on, why didn't he shoot her in the bathtub? Why sputter threats against her life, then turn and run when he could have popped her right then? Doesn't make sense to me. "People do crazy things," the sheriff said. "He chickened out. He saw God. Who knows? When push came to shove, the best he could do was threaten her life, not actually take it." "I guess," the deputy said, sounding unconvinced. "I can only recount what happened, Deputy Nyland," Barry said. "I can't explain Orrin's behavior. I don't know why he didn't seize his opportunity and shoot me dead, but I'm glad he didn't." "Goes without saying," he mumbled. "Please go on, Barry," the sheriff urged. "What happened next?" "Once Orrin was out of sight, I ran back into the bedroom and called 911 on Mother's landline. I hadn't heard a car engine, so I wasn't absolutely certain that Orrin had left the premises. Because I was afraid he would come back, I took a pistol from the drawer of the nightstand. I had put it there the day I moved into the lake house." Even after leaving Houston, she feared for her safety against this guy, the lawyer said. She bought the pistol as a precaution, Tom. It's registered to her, and she has a license to carry. I believe you, Harry, the sheriff said around an impatient sigh. My wife keeps a .22 in her nightstand drawer, except when the grandkids are visiting. He turned back to Barry. There's really nothing more, she said. I stayed there in the bedroom with Ben until the paramedics arrived. The sheriff expelled a long breath. We're lucky you're with us today. Caroline solemnly agreed. What's the latest on Ben Laughlin's condition? The sheriff asked. Fair, Nyland reported. He's in surgical recovery. His wife's with him. Barry knew he'd thrown in that last part just to embarrass her. She shot him a dirty look, but he was addressing the sheriff and didn't see it. Houston PD and Harris County SO are assisting us in trying to run down Starks. You got the arrest warrant? Right here, he said, patting his breast pocket. I stopped at the DA's office on my way here. He glanced at Barry. That's why I was late. Does Starks have any prior arrests? Nyland looked back at the sheriff and shook his head. No criminal record. Clean as a whistle. Not even an outstanding parking ticket. He's not at his house, although the car registered to him is in his garage. He would have rented a car, Barry said. No record of that. Okay then, he'd have stolen one, she said testily. Or borrowed one or roller skated. I don't know how he got here. I just know he's too smart to have used his own car if he came here with the intention of killing me. Caroline intervened. Deputy Nyland, we might feel better about the situation if you outline for us the efforts being made to capture him. His flinty eyes shifted to Caroline. Yes, ma'am. While I was interviewing Miss Malone last night, other deputies were notifying the sheriffs of surrounding counties. They dispatched their deputies immediately. But Merritt County alone has more than 900 square miles and a lot of its virgin territory. There are only 12 of us in this department, and that includes the court bailiff, a jailer, and a retired schoolteacher who comes in 3 days a week to help out with paperwork. He's right, the sheriff said, and neighboring counties are of similar size and makeup and have even fewer personnel in their departments than we do. Nyland said, what we're saying is, there are a lot of good hiding places in this part of the state, and peace officers are spread thin. Barry was certain her mother's intention hadn't been to question Deputy Nyland's competency, even by implication, but apparently Nyland was sensitive to criticism. No one said anything for a moment. Then Barry said, I'm almost positive that Orrin's leg was injured in his fall down the stairs. He was practically hopping on one foot when he left. I'm sure you've canvassed medical facilities in the area. Sheriff Drummond looked to his deputy for confirmation. Last night, sir, and it continues farther afield as we speak. DPS? Last night I sent out a blanket email. DPS, Texas Rangers, municipal police departments. I provided a description of Starks, but unfortunately, we don't know what he's driving. I'm sorry, Barry said. Maybe I should have followed Orrin when he left the house. But at that point I didn't know if Ben was dead or alive. My first priority was to get medical attention for him. Understandably, the sheriff said. Nyland turned to Barry. Do you have any photos of him? Of Orrin? No. None were found at his house when it was searched. Not a single photograph? That's odd, don't you think? Caroline asked them collectively. This whole thing is odd, the deputy said, almost under his breath. Then, I'll ask Houston PD to go to that marketing outfit, see if they have a photo of Starks in their employee files. It would help to circulate one. He came to his feet. Sorry, but I need to excuse myself and get back out there. Sir, you know how to reach me. I want to be kept up to speed, Ski. Don't go through the office lines. Call my cell. Yes, sir. He nodded in the attorney's direction. Mr. Carlyle. To Barry and her mother he doffed an imaginary hat. Ladies. Then he walked out. As soon as the door closed behind him, Sheriff Drummond said, "Skee's Manor could use some polish, but you couldn't ask for a better man to be conducting this manhunt. His background is—" He was interrupted by a soft beep. "Excuse me, Tom." Caroline took her cell phone from her handbag. As soon as she looked at the small screen, she shot to her feet. "I was expecting this call. I really should answer." Without another word, she left the office. Barry stared after her, puzzled by her mother's uncharacteristic rudeness. "Must be important," the sheriff observed out loud. Barry echoed, "Must be." Chapter 3. Dodge cursed the touchscreen keyboard on his cell phone, wondering who in the hell had fingers small enough to actually type something on it. "Damn computer geeks," he muttered. Of course, it would help if, at the same time he was trying to peck out his message, he wasn't also driving an unfamiliar car and lighting a cigarette. Finally, he gave up on getting the text typo-free and sent it with only a few misspellings. The important thing was Caroline would receive the message that he was on his way to Merritt. He still couldn't quite believe that, after 30 years and counting, Caroline had contacted him. She'd called with a desperate plea for help. For Barry, not for herself. "I'm not asking you to help me, Dodge," she had said. "Well, good," he'd said back. Because if she'd asked him for a personal favor, he would have hung up on her. He was certain he would have. Probably. Maybe. But Caroline was too clever to take that approach. Instead, she'd call him for their kid's sake. He would look like a real bastard if he didn't at least show up and check things out, wouldn't he? Derek and Julie had thought so, and they told him as much. Insisting on driving him to the airport, they'd packed him into their car without further ado. They'd even ushered him through the ticket purchasing process and seen him as far as the security checkpoint, mistrusting that he would follow through on his reluctant decision to go. Throughout the flight, he told himself that he could always hook a U-turn at the Houston airport and fly right back to Georgia. Or he could go someplace else for a few days. Mexico sounded good. Tequila and brown-eyed ladies. Or a Caribbean island. Many to choose from. All had girls in string bikinis that matched the potent pastel drinks. Yeah, sand, surf, and getting tanked sounded good. Instead, he had called Caroline as soon as he landed at Intercontinental, before the plane had even taxied to the gate. When she answered, she'd sounded breathless. Relieved? And told him it wasn't convenient for her to talk just then, but she would text him directions to their meeting place. With the text message, she'd added a postscript, asking that he text her when he was in his rental car and on his way. Which he'd done, and now he was 90 minutes away from seeing her. The thought of it filled him with a sick anxiety that made him mad at himself. He would make it clear to her from the get-go that he wasn't about to get sucked into any mess not of his making. He had come only to listen, provide some advice if he could, and then leave. If at any point he determined that she was crying wolf, he would tell her to go to hell, that she was on her own, which was the way she wanted it. Well, wasn't it? He should have told her that last night, the instant she identified herself. He should have hung up, finished his cigarette, then rolled over and gone back to sleep. Instead, he'd got up, showered, and dressed. He'd even packed a suitcase, on the outside chance he lost his senses and heeded her summons. While waiting for daylight to come so he could see Derek with the hope of being refused time off, he'd sat there in his shabby room, on his sad double bed, staring into the lonely darkness, wondering again if the call had been a dream. Because before that, he hadn't dreamt about Caroline in, at least 3-4 nights. He had never been to Merritt, wasn't even sure he'd ever heard of it before. He took the interstate north out of Houston, then exited onto a 4-lane divided highway that angled slightly east for about 70 miles, until he left it for a 2-lane highway that cut due east, cleaving a pine forest like the straight and narrow shaft of an arrow. It was beautiful country, the kind of forested terrain that most people didn't associate with Texas, which typically called to mind barren plains, tumbleweeds, and oil derricks silhouetted against an endless sky. There were plenty of oil and gas wells in East Texas, too, but the dense forests concealed them. In this part of the state, the sky looked smaller, closer. 20 miles outside of Merritt, he began seeing billboards advertising bait shops and taxidermy services, public piers, lake resort communities, cabins for rent, and RV campgrounds. A mile out, he spotted a pink and white sign for Mabel's Tea Room, and his stomach did a somersault. Mabel's Tea Room, on your left as you approach town, just inside the city limits sign, 2:30. That had been Caroline's reply to his text. He glanced at the dashboard clock and saw that he was just going to make it by the appointed time. Actually, he'd hoped to arrive early, so that he could already be there when she came in, and he would see her before she saw him. 30 years could do a lot of damage. He wondered how Caroline had withstood time. Her hair might have gone gray. She could be wrinkled, flabby, fat. If so, by comparison, he would look reasonably good. But what he feared was that his manner of living for the past 3 decades was going to be glaringly apparent. She would see lines in his face that had been etched by vices, hard living, and a total disregard for his health. Too late to worry about it, though. The damage had been done, and he was here. Maple's tea room had lacy curtains in the windows and pink geraniums in white wood planters on either side of the entrance. He wondered which of the 3 cars parked in front was Caroline's. He was glad he'd taken time at the airport to get his shoes shined. Maybe he should have got a haircut, too, and a professional shave, but then he wouldn't have made it here by 2:30. He'd love another cigarette. Just one puff might sustain him through the next few seconds, but he pushed open the door and walked in. Announcing his arrival, a little bell above the door jangled, sounding to him as loud and portentous as Big Ben. The place was a single room. 3 of the little tables were occupied, one by Caroline. When he spotted her, his turncoat heart stuttered and stalled. Jesus, she was beautiful. Absolutely, positively, as breathtakingly beautiful to him as the last time he'd seen her. Being the only person in the place with testicles, he felt about as agile and inconspicuous as a woolly mammoth as he walked toward her. She stood as he approached and stuck out her right hand. Well, that was one question answered. There would be no hug. Not even a long time no-see one. Dodge, thank you for coming. Even though he hadn't immediately recognized her voice on the telephone last night, probably because it would have been the last one he expected to hear, the years hadn't altered it. Though now it had a flutter, like maybe she was just as nervous to see him again as he was to see her. I was afraid you wouldn't, she said. I started not to. She released his hand immediately after giving it one firm shake, then resumed her seat. He pulled out the chair across from her and sat down. Then for a time, they just looked at each other. Her hair was lighter than he remembered. Maybe she was using blonde to cover up strands of gray. Whatever, he liked it. It was still that rich cinnamon color that he'd never seen on anyone before or since. Sherry-colored eyes. Once, when he'd waxed poetic for him, anyway, about her coloring, she'd laughed. Cinnamon and sherry? I think you read that in a recipe book. And he replied, maybe so, because you look good enough to eat. He'd bet he could still encircle her waist with his hands. A strong wind could blow her away. Upon closer inspection, he saw a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes, and there was a slight softening of the skin along her jaw. But her complexion was flawless and appeared as soft as ever, and looking at her made him ache all over. He sensed that his lengthy perusal was as painful for her as it was for him. Painful for him because he couldn't gobble up the sight of her fast enough, and painful for her because she was seeing in his face the corrosive effects of the life he'd lived since she'd last seen him. She cleared her throat. "How was your drive?" "Fine." "Traffic?" "Not too bad." "No problem with my directions?" "I got here." He tried to smile, but his lips felt stiff. "Welcome to Mabel's. What can I get y'all?" Dodge hadn't realized the waitress had approached. Feeling helpless, he looked across at Caroline for guidance. She said, "I'll have Darjeeling, please." He had no idea in hell what that was. Forcing his lips to move, he asked if they had a regular Coke, and when the lady said yes, he ordered one. "Anything to eat? Our apricot scones are worth the calories." "Nothing for me," Caroline said. "Me neither, thanks." She left to get their drinks. Dodge didn't know then, or remember later, what the server looked like, if she was young, old, tall, short, skinny, plump. If she was disappointed that they hadn't tried the apricot scones, or if she didn't give a flip and only wanted her shift to be over so she could get out of there. He was functioning in a vacuum. Caroline must have sensed his uneasiness. "I chose this place because I've never been here. I know a lot of people in town, and it's a friendly community. I thought our first meeting should be where it was unlikely we'd be interrupted." He wanted to ask what would have been wrong about meeting at her house, but he already knew the answer. She would want to meet in a public place, where a scene was less likely to occur. "This is fine. Just awfully." He glanced around. "Frilly." She smiled, and that made him relax a little. "I don't know where to start," she said. "I don't know anything about your life in Atlanta." "What do you want to know?" "Why there?" "That's where I ran out of gas. Thought it was as good a place as any." "You joined the police force?" "Fulton County Sheriff's Office. They had an immediate opening. I started as an investigator. Good job, good benefits. Stayed with it for 25 years. But the city grew, mostly in self-importance. The office got very buttoned down. I was getting sick of all the rules and regulations. Then I solved a case and had to testify at trial. That's where I met Derek Mitchell, attorney at law. He cross-examined me. We were on opposing sides, but we impressed each other. He asked if I would be interested in working for him as his firm's investigator. "Less buttoned down?" He shrugged. "It's been all right so far." "It was very generous of Mr. Mitchell to let you leave to come here on such short notice." "As bosses go, he's okay." She rearranged her legs beneath the table and took great care with smoothing the napkin in her lap, keeping her eyes down. "Do you have a family?" "No." She raised her head and looked across at him. "You never married?" He replied with a guffaw. "Don't I wish." She appeared on the verge of giving way to natural curiosity and asking about his marital status, but didn't. Wisely, he thought. Instead, she said, "You didn't know until last night that I was a widow." "Nope." "I'm still in real estate. Did you know that?" "Figured as much." "I thought you might have. You're being an investigator by trade. I thought you would have." "Kept track of you over the years?" "Frankly, yes." "Frankly, I did, for a while. Then I stopped." "Lost interest?" "Lost hope." He sounded pathetic, even to his own ears. Practically growling, he said, "I don't suppose smoking is allowed in here." Her head went back several inches. "You smoke?" That caused him to laugh. "I don't actually smoke, I just inhale. Smoking takes too long to get the nicotine into my bloodstream." "When did you start smoking?" 30 years ago. The significance of the time frame didn't escape her. She held his gaze for several beats, then said, "You should quit." "What for?" Their stare held until the waitress returned with her tea and his Coke, which was served in one of the vintage bottles accompanied by a slender glass of ice sitting on a little china plate with a white paper doily underneath it. They didn't have Coke in ordinary cans in Merritt, Texas? He didn't touch anything, afraid he'd break something. Caroline thanked the waitress, spooned sugar into her cup, then poured steaming tea out of a little white pot with pink flowers painted on it. "It's still weak. I didn't let it steep long enough," she remarked. "Okay, enough of this bullshit. You gonna talk to me or what?" She set her spoon in the saucer. It clinked against the cup as though her hand might not have been quite steady. She looked across at him. "Last night, in my house, a man was shot and seriously wounded. Barry was there." Dodge placed his elbow on the edge of the table and cupped his mouth with his hand. For the next quarter hour, Caroline talked, pausing only occasionally to emphasize a point or to organize her thoughts. He listened without interrupting her. He would gladly have sat there looking into her face and listening to her voice until his vices caught up with him and his heart stopped. But eventually, she paused and took a deep breath. "Around noon, we had a brief meeting with the sheriff," she said. "Tom Drummond, he's a nice man. We're social friends. He's held the office for as long as anyone can remember. Barry talked through last night's event with him, although I think that meeting was more of a courtesy to me than anything. Tom's duties are basically administrative. He relies on Deputy Nyland for investigative work." "Did you have a lawyer there during this meeting?" "Yes, last night and again today." "Good." "He wasn't really necessary. Barry's under no suspicion. She hasn't deviated from her first account to Deputy Nyland." "Do they believe her?" The question took her aback. Why wouldn't they? "Do they?" "They seem to." Dodge didn't comment. He asked, "So where do things stand now?" "The official word is that Orrin Starks is being sought for questioning, but Deputy Nyland secured a warrant for his arrest. As soon as I got the okay from him, I hired professionals to clean up the mess in the house. They're there now. I didn't want Barry to see those rooms again until everything was back to normal, so after our meeting at the courthouse, we went to lunch at the country club. Then I dropped her at the hospital. She wanted to check on her friend's condition. I came here to meet you." She took her first sip of tea. It was no longer steaming. He watched her graceful hands, the way they handled the delicate cup and saucer. Her fingers were almost as translucent as the china. "That's everything up to the present." Dodge waited for several seconds, then asked, "Does she know I'm here?" Caroline shook her head. "Does she know you called me?" Another negative shake. There were many unspoken questions on that subject hovering between them. For the moment, it was better to let them hover. "This deputy, Nyland, can he find his ass with both hands?" She smiled. "Your vernacular is still colorful, I see." "Sue me," he said, and she actually laughed. Music to his ears. Then her expression became serious again, as she thoughtfully considered the answer to his question. In concentration, her forehead wrinkled just as he remembered. The lines were a little deeper. "Tom speaks highly of him. He places a lot of trust in him." "He would. Nyland's his deputy." "From what I've seen of him, he appears competent." "What's he like?" Characteristically, you mean? Serious. All business. Watchful, a man of few words, even a bit brusque at times. I know a lot of button-up, by-the-book cops who've never solved a crime or found a fugitive, Dodge grumbled. So, back to my original question. I don't know the level of his competency, Dodge, she replied with a trace of impatience. That's partially why I called you. He wanted to know what the other part of partially was, but again he saved that conversation for later. If there was a later. That was still a big if. So far this seemed Mickey Mouse. A bullet, a loss of blood, but not the earth-shattering calamitous event he'd expected when he packed his suitcase last night. This whack job Starks, he said. What do you know about him? Only what Barry has told me. I'll need a lot more than that, Caroline. I need to know what she hasn't told you, or doesn't know herself. I figured that much. What I can tell you is that he's been pestering her for months. She was at her wit's end when I convinced her to get out of Houston for the summer. She agreed to, but it hasn't been easy for her. In what way has it been uneasy? She's very focused and ambitious. She works as hard as ever from the lake house, but it's not the same as being in the office. I know because I've done it. There are inherent problems to working out of a satellite location. She hasn't talked to me in any detail about the difficulties posed by being away from her office, but I can tell when she's worried or... You two are close. Very, Dodge, she replied earnestly. Very. It knifed his heart to know how important they'd been to each other and how dispensable he'd been to both. He hadn't done anything to make himself vital, though, had he? There were reasons for his being inessential to their lives. Guilt was a parasite that would eat you alive, but only if you let it. So he forced self-flagellating thoughts from his mind and focused on what Caroline was telling him about the daughter he didn't know. Orrin Starks had made her life hell, or she wouldn't have moved to Merritt, even temporarily. She would be in Houston, at Delray, working. She thrives on it. She lives for it. Last year, someone else got a promotion she was hoping for, and she was crushed. Admirably, she used her disappointment to propel her, so that the next time a promotion comes along, she'll get it. Her career at Delray has been the focus of her life. Her face became even more troubled. She would never have imposed this exile on herself unless she felt she had no choice, which would give you an indication of how much she'd come to fear this man. You called Orrin Starks a whack job, but I think he's more dangerous than that, Dodge. And I believe Barry fears he is too. Last night proves it. Yeah, let's talk some more about last night. Setting aside his timidity toward all things breakable, Dodge pushed away the glass of melting ice and took a drink of his Coke straight from the bottle. Specifically, what about this Ben Laughlin? He'll survive the wound. That's not what I meant. Caroline fiddled with her spoon, avoiding eye contact. He and Barry are friends? He's married. Happily, Barry says. His silence caused her to lift her gaze back to his. I believe her, Dodge. She's never lied to me. If she says their relationship is platonic, then that's what it is. He took another swig of Coke, but his eyes stayed fixed on hers. Okay, so the guy caught in his undershorts recovers from his wound and lives happily ever after with his oh-so-understanding wife. The competent veteran Sheriff Tom, who's your nice social friend, along with his trusty tight-ass deputy, catch the bad guy and lock him behind bars. Barry returns to her Houston office, then all's well and life goes on. He leaned forward. Why'd you call me here? Come up with something more dire than this, or back to Atlanta I go. What's more dire than Barry's life being threatened? That's exactly what I'm trying to get from you, he said in a tense whisper. The death threats of a guy who's unhinged, sputtering and chanting can't be taken as serious unless his motivation for being unhinged sputtering and chanting is. So either cough up what you haven't told me yet, or I'm out of here." Her eyes sparked. "You're still a bully, aren't you?" "Yeah. And I still want to fuck you, just like I did the first time I set eyes on you." Chapter 4. Houston, Texas, 1978. Dodge set 2 capped foam cups of coffee on the counter. The cashier smiled at him. "Is that it? How about throwing in those donuts gratis?" He gestured to the clear acrylic box, which in the morning was filled with fresh bakery goods. At this hour of night, all that remained were 1 glazed donut with sprinkles and 1 with chocolate icing. No way. "You won't sell 'em. They're dried out. See the cracks in that chocolate? The last time I gave you something for free, that Eskimo pie, remember? I got in serious trouble with the boss." "Come on, Doris," Dodge wheedled. "He's not here." He winked at her. "I'm not going to tell on you." "He's an Arab, you know," she said in an undertone. "He'll call it stealing and cut off my hand or something." "Pretty please, with sugar on it." "Oh, shoot." She glanced at the security camera. "At least pretend to pay me for him." "You're the best, Doris." "And you're full of shit. I haven't forgotten that you promised to take me dancing." Grinning, he said, "I'm taking lessons." "My ass." Out the corner of his eye, he caught the flash of headlights on the patrol car parked in front. "Gotta go. Don't bother sacking the donuts. Just set them on top of the coffees." She did as he asked, and as he backed out the door, balancing the cups and donuts, she said, "I'm holding you to that date." Dodge's partner had kept the engine running. He reached across the front seat and pushed the passenger door open. "We're on." Dodge tipped the donuts off the cups and onto the console. "You get the sprinkles, I get the chocolate." "You got the chocolate last time." "Sue me." Placing his coffee cup in the holder, he buckled his seatbelt. "I'm the one stealing from the Arab, and one of these days I may have to make good my promise to take Doris dancing. What do we got?" he asked as he fixed the plastic lid on the coffee cup so his partner could drink while he drove. He'd already sped from the 7-Eleven parking lot and turned on the emergency lights. "Domestic." "Damn." Dodge, like most cops, hated responding to domestic disturbances because the offenders often turned their rage onto them. Cops got killed that way. He bit off half the stale chocolate donut. "Who called it in?" "The alleged victim." "That's good. Means he hasn't killed her." "Not yet," Jimmy Gonzalez returned grimly. Gonzalez looked more Anglo than Dodge did. When they'd become partners, Dodge had asked where the Hispanic name had come from. Gonzalez had shrugged and said, "Dunno. Must have been a Spanish or Mexican gene in the deep end of the pool." "Did the caller say her name?" Dodge asked him now. "Nope. Disconnected after giving the address. No answer when the dispatcher called back. The house is a rental." Gonzalez was a good partner, reliable, always enjoyed a joke, but knew when it was time to shut up and focus on the job. As now, while they covered the short distance from the convenience store to a tidy house on a quiet street in a middle-class neighborhood. He pulled the squad car into the driveway and left the lights on. He and Dodge alerted the dispatcher of their arrival and got out. They were watchful and wary as they approached the house. Dodge was particularly skittish about the windows overlooking the front yard and the exterior lighting, which seemed to him as bright as spotlights on him and Gonzalez. They made it to the porch without being shot at or threatened, and he counted that a good sign. When they reached the door, Gonzalez stood aside, his hand on his holster. Dodge raised the brass knocker and tapped it loudly several times. "Police, is there a problem in there?" The door was pulled open immediately by a man who, Dodge would guess, was in his late 20s. His shirt tail was hanging out, but his clothes looked expensive. He was good-looking and clean-shaven, although his black hair looked like it had been recently groomed with a garden tool. His whole aspect was one of agitation. He divided a look of disgust between the two officers. "I can't believe she called the police." "Where is she?" Dodge growled. "She's all right. She upset." "Where is she?" Dodge asked with menace, emphasizing each word. The man hitched his thumb over his shoulder. "Bathroom, end of the hall, right-hand side. She's locked herself in. Can you turn off those damn lights on your car?" Dodge didn't deign to answer. He pushed past the man and crossed the neat living room, stepping into a dark hallway. He heard Gonzalez telling the son of a bitch that the emergency lights stayed on, and asking if an ambulance was needed. "Hell no," the guy exclaimed. "I didn't hurt her." "Maybe I'll call one anyway," Gonzalez said. "I'm telling you, she's fine. What's your name?" "Jesus." "Are you cursing or being a smartass?" That's all Dodge heard. He'd reached the end of the hall. He knocked on the bathroom door. "Ma'am, this is Police Officer Dodge Handley. Would you open the door, please?" He tried the knob. It was locked. "Ma'am, are you all right? Can you hear me?" He heard the snick of the lock. Then the door was opened. She was petite, reaching no higher than his collarbone. The guy who'd met them at the door was about Dodge's height, over 6 feet. Without even knowing the circumstances, Dodge already wanted to kill him. The overhead light shone on reddish hair. Her head was bowed, and she was holding a folded, wet washcloth against the side of her face like a compress. She was fully dressed, but her clothes and hair were in disarray, as though she'd struggled. "Ma'am, do you need an ambulance?" She shook her head, then lowered the compress and tilted her face up. When she did, Dodge felt his whole body expand and levitate, as though it had suddenly been inflated, like one of those Thanksgiving Day parade balloons. Then her eyes tethered him, and slowly he resettled, but he still didn't return to normal. He retained that sense of buoyancy. "I'm all right." Her eyes were the color of sherry, and if aged whiskey generated sound, it would be exactly like her voice. "I should have called back, told the operator there was no reason to dispatch the police, but Roger had taken the phone away from me, and I was afraid—" "To leave the bathroom," Dodge stated, finishing for her when she foundered. She lowered her head again and reapplied the compress. "What's your name?" "Caroline King." "Is he your husband?" "Boyfriend." "Whose house is this?" "Mine. I lease it." "He live here too?" "No." "Does he pay the rent?" Her head came up quickly, and Dodge could tell that his implication had affronted her. "No, I do." He was glad to know it and didn't apologize for asking. Instead, he gestured at her upper cheek. "Mind if I take a look?" She removed the washcloth. At the outside edge of her eye socket, the skin was red and beginning to swell. "We'll get you to the emergency room." "There's no need for that, really." "Okay, but let's get some ice on it." He stepped aside. She went past him, down the hall and into the living room, where her abuser was seated on a sofa, being questioned by Gonzalez. Upon seeing her, the guy shot to his feet. "Do you see, Caroline?" he shouted at her. "Are you enjoying my humiliation?" "Okay, Mr. Kempton, calm down." "Don't tell me what to do." He shoved Gonzalez with both hands. "Do you know who I am?" "I sure do." Before the offender could react, Gonzalez spun him around and pushed him face down on the sofa. In seconds, the man's hands were shackled behind him. "You're the guy on his way to jail." The cuffed man began screaming a litany of curses aimed at Gonzalez. Unfazed by the insults to himself and his lineage, he asked Dodge, "She okay? Do we need an ambulance?" "I don't think so. Just shut him up." Caroline King had hastened from the room. Dodge followed and found her in a compact kitchen, where she had planted her hands on the edge of the counter to brace herself against it. "Will he be arrested?" "Yes, ma'am." "Will he go to jail?" "Oh, yeah," Dodge said, relishing the thought. She turned. "There'll be trouble over it. His family has money, significant money, a battery of lawyers." Dodge didn't give a rat's ass. "Have you got some ice in here?" Without waiting for an answer, he opened the freezer above the fridge and removed an ice tray. He shook cubes into a cup towel he'd found folded on the counter. He twisted the towel to hold the cubes inside, then passed the makeshift ice pack to her. She took it and pressed it against her eye socket. "Thank you." "You're welcome." He pulled a chair out from under the dining table and remained standing beside it until she sat down. Then he took the second chair. He removed a small spiral notebook and pen from the pocket of his uniform shirt. He wrote down her name. "What's his name?" She hesitated, then said quietly, "Roger Campton." Dodge wrote down the name and put a question mark beside it, wondering why it sounded familiar. She seemed to read his mind. "He's part of the Campton Industries family." Holy shit. As she'd said, significant money. This kitchen, the house, the neighborhood itself were strictly middle class. Pridefully well-maintained, but hardly opulent. Again, his puzzled expression must have given away his thoughts. She said, "You're wondering how Roger and I met?" He gave his head a non-committal bob. "He introduced himself to me at a Christmas party at his parents' house last year." Dodge's eyebrows shot up. "You were a guest?" "Server. I was working the holiday season for a caterer. It was a moonlighting job." This told Dodge several things about her. She was a single working woman on a budget that required moonlighting to make ends meet. She paid her own way and wasn't too proud to admit it. Her slim prettiness had caught the rich boy's eye, which wasn't surprising. Nor was it surprising that she would want to hook up with a Campton heir, all that dough, and what it represented. Right now, it represented a black eye, which made Dodge's insides roil with anger. Why would a woman, who appeared to be self-sufficient otherwise, put up with that? "Has he done this before?" Dodge asked. "Never. Never to you or never to anybody." "Never to me. I don't know about anybody else." Dodge made himself a note to check on that. "What set him off?" She raised her shoulders, and again Dodge was struck by how delicate her frame was. "We were having an ordinary quarrel, a difference of opinion, and he flew into a rage. I've never seen him like that before." She wet her lips. "But he's been under a lot of pressure lately." "What kind of pressure?" "Business. He and his father have been having disagreements. Roger takes them to heart." "What did you do or say that caused him to slap you?" "I said something to the effect that his father had more experience, and that perhaps in this particular instance Roger should give him the benefit of doubt." "You took his old man's side against him." She lowered her head, addressing the tabletop. "I guess that's how it sounded to Roger." "Doesn't excuse him from slapping you." "No." "Are you going to stay with him?" She raised her head and looked at him with surprise. "Of course." Dodge watched her, said nothing. She licked her lips. "I'm sure this was an isolated incident, officer. Roger lost his temper, flew off the handle. It could happen to anybody who's under stress." He shook his head decisively. "Most people are stressed one way or another. They don't hit. Only somebody with a violent streak does that." She set the ice pack on the table. The cubes were melting, dripping through the cloth. She stood up. My cheek feels much better. The ice helped. I'll be all right. Don't let me keep you from your other duties. Reluctantly, Dodge replaced his pad and pen in his pocket and followed her back into the living room. Through the windows, they saw Gonzalez pushing down Campton's head, none too gently, and guiding him into the back seat of the patrol car. "Will he be charged with a crime?" she asked. "He'll be accused of assaulting a police officer," Dodge replied. "Whether or not the charge sticks isn't up to me or to Officer Gonzalez." He paused, then added, "You've got a better shot at him. You could file an assault charge. I urge you to." "I promise to think about it." Because she avoided his eyes when she said that, Dodge figured it was an empty promise. "Thank you for responding so quickly," she said. "No need to thank me. That's what we're for." "I know, but thank you anyway." She gave him a tremulous smile, and he knew that as soon as he left, she'd start crying. She was barely holding it back. "Good night, officer." She gave her head a small shake. "I'm sorry." "Hanley. Dodge Hanley. Good night, Miss King." He tilted his head toward the police car, where Roger Campton sat fuming in the back seat. "He won't be out before morning at the earliest. We'll be slow to get the paperwork done, but keep the doors locked anyway." "I will." He hesitated on the threshold and looked at her for several moments, but he couldn't think of anything to add to what had already been said. He didn't have a valid excuse for sticking around any longer, so he bobbed his head goodbye and turned toward the patrol car. "So what I was thinking," Gonzalez was saying, "is that we ought to volunteer." Dodge, who'd been wool gathering, brought his partner into focus. Their shift had ended a half-hour earlier. Now they were seated on opposite sides of a booth at Denny's, where they were having breakfast before going home. "What? You haven't been listening, have you?" Gonzalez used the handle of his fork to stir sugar into his coffee, then sucked it off before applying the tines to his huevos rancheros. "Your mind's still on that broad." "What broad?" His partner guffawed. "Don't play dumb. The little one. Red hair?" Angrily, Dodge speared a chunk of potato and put it in his mouth. "She wasn't a broad." Gonzalez grinned. "Sure are touchy about her." "Drop it." Gonzalez shrugged good-naturedly and picked up the subject where he'd left off. "I was saying we should volunteer for that task force they're pulling together to catch that bank robber." He plopped a strawberry into his mouth and chewed vigorously. "What do you think?" "You read my mind." "Yeah?" Dodge had been thinking about it for days, ever since he'd heard about the task force. For more than a year, an armed robber had been plaguing area banks. During the last robbery, a bank guard had been shot. He was still recovering from a serious wound. It was feared that if the culprit wasn't caught, someone would eventually be killed. The perp had grown bolder with each robbery, and now his holdups had taken on a taunting attitude, as though he was enjoying a celebrity, having a whale of a good time and thumbing his nose at the police in the process. Working with several law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, Houston PD was determined to catch him. They had a list of possible suspects comprised of felons convicted of similar robberies who had served their sentences or were out on parole, but there was no evidence connecting any of them to the current crimes. The robber could be one of them or a new and clever crook on his debut crime spree. Bottom line, the authorities really didn't have anything. Thus, the task force. With the ink on his sheepskin from Texas Tech barely dry, Dodge had joined the HPD. His goal was to make detective and ultimately homicide as soon as possible. He had the innate skills for crime solving. He just needed to pay his dues in the rank and file, get some seniority, and distinguish himself. He'd been thinking that this task force might provide him an opportunity to prove himself a notch above the rest. If he got one of the coveted spots on it and impressed his superiors, it would speed his way toward achieving his goal. I put my name on the sign-up sheet yesterday afternoon. Gonzalez looked crestfallen. You did? Oh. Dodge smiled at him. I put yours on there, too. Gonzalez beamed. Good. Great. We'll both look more handsome out of these uniforms. Whoa, a lot of cops want on the task force. We haven't been selected yet. We will be. You for sure. Why, me for sure. It's bound to involve undercover work. Gonzalez bobbed his eyebrows. That's your specialty, partner. Dodge cut into his rare steak. Rumor. Gonzalez gave him an I know better look. Dodge said, All that gossip about me, it's bullshit. Gonzalez pushed aside his empty plate and leaned across the table. That multiple murder at the strip club last month? What about it? There's nothing to the story that while the detectives were questioning the so-called eyewitnesses, you took the hostess of the club behind the building for a little one-on-one? I was off duty. I just happened by, got lucky. Lucky? Gonzalez scoffed. I'll say. Within 20 minutes she'd given up the shooter. You walked the detective straight to where she told you he'd be hiding. There's no truth to that story? Dodge reached for his coffee cup. I didn't take her behind the building. But you got her to give him up. Wasn't that hard to do? He grinned. Not once I'd convinced her that a guy like that was no good for her, that she could do a lot better. Gonzalez was laughing, shaking his head in admiration. Didn't you say that the solution to most mysteries could be found under a woman's skirt? I never said that. You're quoted. Locker room talk. But Dodge's sly grin gave away the lie. They finished their meal, divided the check, and paid out. As they separated outside the restaurant, Gonzalez said, Makes me feel a little better, knowing there's one woman you can't have. That redhead isn't going to give up a super-rich guy, even one who knocks her around now and then for a street cop. You'll have to live without that one, Dodge. Gonzalez was proven right. When Dodge reported for duty that evening, he learned that Roger Campton had been released from lockdown before noon. His lawyers, plural, threatened a countercharge of police harassment, and Miss Caroline King had declined to press charges. It was even said by the lawyers that she regretted having involved the police, that it was all an unfortunate misunderstanding, a mountain made of a molehill, etc. Dodge had figured that this was the way it would shake out, but he didn't like it, and couldn't leave it at that. After his shift, he told Gonzalez he didn't feel like breakfast and went instead to her house. He was parked at the curb in front of it when she came out to get her morning newspaper. He got out of his car and started up the walk. Miss King. She shaded her eyes against the sun and regarded him warily. It's Officer Hanley. She was dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, no shoes. Compared with his size 12s, her feet looked like a child's. Oh, hello. I didn't recognize you without the uniform. I just got off duty. Thought before I went home I'd come by, see how you're doing. I'm fine. You've got a bruise. She touched the edge of her eye. Not surprising. My skin is so fair I bruise if you look at me hard. He did more than look at you hard. The statement was out before he could stop it, and he'd sounded tougher and more dangerous than the guy who'd slapped her. But he didn't apologize for what he'd said. She seemed embarrassed, even apprehensive. I didn't press charges. I know. I checked. Roger was mortified by his behavior. He'd had a shouting match with his father and took his residual anger out on me. Both have apologized. Roger has sworn that it'll never happen again. I'm confident it won't. Dodge wasn't, but he didn't tell her that. Everything's okay then? Everything's fine. He stood there, feeling oafish, searching for something to say to prolong the conversation, but thinking of nothing. "I need to." She gestured behind her toward the front door, which she'd left standing open. "I'll be late for work." "Oh, sure, sorry. I just came by, to check on things." "I appreciate the follow-up, Officer Hanley. Truly. Thank you." "You're welcome." "Goodbye." "Bye." He stood there until she went inside and closed the door. Dodge and Gonzalez were interviewed separately for the task force. Dodge was appointed to it. Gonzalez wasn't. "Hey, Dodge, don't worry about it, man. My partner isn't good enough for their task force. They can fuck themselves." His language had been as raw as his mood ever since that morning he'd gone to Caroline King's house and heard from her own lips that everything was hunky-dory between her and Roger Campton. So rotten was his disposition, people had begun avoiding him. Even Doris, the night shift clerk at the 7-Eleven, had sensed he wasn't open to bantering about their dancing date. Their recent transactions at the cash register had been uncommonly stilted. Gonzalez, however, seemed immune to his temper. In response to Dodge's opinion of the task force, he said, "Look, partner, I appreciate the level of your loyalty, but don't mess it up for yourself. You wanted on this task force. You got on it. Do yourself and me proud." Dodge continued to grouse and protest, but Gonzalez wouldn't hear of him letting the opportunity pass. "You've got 2 years of service on me. I'll get my turn," the young officer said with confidence. "Show 'em what you've got. Kick butt." He slapped Dodge on the back and was about to walk away when he stopped, snapped his fingers, and turned. "Almost forgot. You see the Sunday paper? Your girlfriend and the rich boy made it official. They're engaged." Chapter 5. Patrons of the pink and white tea room probably didn't drop the F word that often. Dodge's saying it had shocked Caroline speechless. It didn't used to, but it had been 30 years since she'd been around him. Her ears had grown soft. He'd used the word specifically to shock her. He was tired of beating around the bush about their daughter's involvement in a shooting, and sometimes shock therapy was the only way to get people to give up information they'd rather not disclose. "Talk to me, Caroline." She cleared her throat. I'm afraid, that Orin Starks meant exactly what he said when he threatened to kill Barry." "He's not just a goof spouting off?" "On the contrary, Barry says he's brilliant." "Brilliant people go crackers all the time," he said. "Get mad, get jealous of competitors, say things they don't mean. I'm gonna kill you. They rarely follow through, Caroline. If all the people who said, I'm gonna—" "All right," she snapped. "I see your point." He waited. She said nothing. He glanced over his shoulder. They were the only 2 customers left in the tea room. The server hadn't reappeared since she'd brought their order. Coming back around, he said, "This is the last time I'm asking. What do you know that you haven't told me?" "Nothing. I swear." "Okay, then tell me what you suspect." Her back stiffened. "That's a policeman's word." "A word that got a defensive reaction from you, which indicates to me that I hit the nail on the head." "You're that smart?" He banged his fist on the table, softly, but with enough force to make the china rattle. "Apparently you think so, or you wouldn't have called me in the middle of the night, asking me to drop everything and haul ass down here, which I was stupid enough to do and am coming to regret." Her eyes sparked angrily again. He was gifted in ways to make her angry. In a tight voice, she said, "Barry is a lot like me in many ways." "Dandy. The world can be grateful for that. What's the problem?" "The problem is—" She hesitated, then said the one thing that she knew would make him stay. "She's even more like you." Barry was leaning against the wall of the hospital corridor, staring into near space, when out of the corner of her eye she saw Skene Island. He was consulting with a nurse at the central desk. The nurse inclined her head in Barry's direction. He turned and, holding Barry's gaze, absently thanked the nurse and started toward her. Every time he looked at her, she felt exposed and under scrutiny. What were those razor-sharp gray eyes looking at? Looking for? Defensively, she fired the first volley. When he was within earshot, she asked, "Any progress?" "Like what?" "Has Oren been spotted?" "No, ma'am. At least no spottings have been reported." She didn't miss his tongue-in-cheek tone, and it annoyed her. "Why do you do that?" "What?" "Patronize me." He didn't deny it. In fact, he seemed about to answer when he changed his mind and motioned at the hospital room's closed door instead. "I'd ask them to notify me as soon as Laughlin was moved from recovery into a regular room." "They just brought him in." She called his attention to the empty metal bracket on the door. "They haven't even had time to get his name card in place." "Have you talked to him?" "Not yet. A nurse is helping him to get settled." "Where's his wife?" "Her name is Amanda. She's in there too." "Let's have a chat." It wasn't a suggestion or an invitation, but an order. However, Barry figured it best not to make an issue of it. He ushered her halfway down the corridor to a small waiting room. As she entered it, she remarked on his familiarity with the hospital. "My mom was a patient here for a couple of weeks. I catnapped in this room the night she died." Barry stopped and turned to face him. "I'm sorry," she said, meaning it. "Thanks." She looked into his face, expecting elaboration. None was forthcoming. He indicated a love seat that turned out to be as unyielding and uncomfortable as it looked. But it was the largest piece of furniture in the room, and she wondered if it was what he'd napped on that night. He caught her looking at him, speculatively. "What?" "Nothing." "You were going to say something." "Just that I'm sad for you." "Sad?" "I can't imagine life without my mother in it." "Were you and yours close?" "Yeah, she was great. But she was suffering." He coughed into his fist, an unnecessary self-conscious gesture. For a moment his eyes lost some of their hard glint, leaving Barry to wonder if there wasn't a feeling human being behind them after all, if there was actually room for sentiment in their narrow gaze. Perhaps he wasn't as tough as he wanted everyone to believe. He dragged a chair across the low-pile carpeting and sat down facing her. When he did, he spread his knees wide to avoid touching hers, causing her to speculate further. Was he just being gentlemanly? Or did that purposeful avoidance signify a vulnerability, which, of course, was a silly thing to think? He held all the advantages here. Why would he be reluctant to touch her, even accidentally? He said, "Before I interview Laughlin, I want to ask you some questions about Oren Starks." The personal moment had passed, and he was down to business, as he should be. She said, "Mr. Carlyle would insist on being here." "Call him if you want, but it's unnecessary. What I have to ask you is really background stuff on Starks, his character, habits, stuff like that." Barry deliberated, then said, "All right, I'm happy to answer your questions if I can. I'm sure Ben will be equally cooperative when you talk to him." "He doesn't have a choice. He's a material witness. I need to hear his version of what happened." "His version? You think I'm lying?" He remained unflappable. "I think two people can see the same incident from entirely different perspectives." "Very diplomatically put, Deputy." He shrugged. "Laughlin may shed new light. Give me some ideas as to where Starks might have gone." "He could be miles from here by now." "He could. But if he's hurt, he may not be up to traveling. He could be lying low, somewhere in the area, someplace close, Someone could be sheltering him. Like friends? Family? You tell me, Ms. Malone. Do you know of any? Honestly, no. Well, we don't either, he said. Houston PD is helping with that angle, and nothing's turned up. He's not working anywhere. Since being fired from Delray, he's been drawing unemployment. His only known kin is his mother, who's elderly. She's in a facility for Alzheimer's patients, has been for several years, and she's in the final stages of the disease. For all practical purposes, she's gone. He made a gesture to indicate that all the woman's cognition had been wiped clean. Neighbors say Starks is a loner. He doesn't host parties. No one remembers friends visiting his house. Asked if he had any outside interests, like a gym membership, an obvious hobby like tennis or golf, church affiliation. Neighbors didn't know. Said he kept to himself. He gave Barry a lazy once-over, the kind of look a woman can't mistake. You seem to be his only passion. The suggestion underlying his tone was perturbing. That's not true. I told you earlier today about some of his passions. Right. Puzzles, games, problem-solving. According to the officers who searched his house, his home computer had bookmarked several websites relating to that kind of thing. He routinely visits message boards and blogs, but never posts on any. Again, his eyes flicked over her, suggestively. Anyway, I doubt intricate mazes could hold a candle to you. Maybe it's a matter of degree, she said coolly. Maybe. A second or two ticked past before he continued. He's now being sought all over southeast Texas and into Louisiana. We're checking hotels, but I doubt he'd go to one. Usually they require a credit card to check in. None of his has been used since last week. No ATM withdrawal since he took out $200 3 days ago at a branch bank in Houston. He would know better than to leave a trail that's so easily followed. What I figured, he said, nodding. But we checked anyway. We're canvassing motels, cabin rentals like that. What worries me, he said, pulling his eyebrows into a frown, is that there's a lot of territory around here to hide in. You mentioned that this morning. If he's holed up in the woods somewhere. The woods? Barry laughed. He'd have to be crazy. You said he was. I said he was unhinged. Isn't that the same thing? No. What's the difference? Constancy. Crazy is a state of being. Unhinged is a reaction. Catching you with Laughlin sent him over the edge. He didn't catch me with Ben. He caught me in the shower, alone. Right. When I got there, you were still wet. He kept his eyes fixed on hers for several beats before moving on. You told Sheriff Drummond you'd seen Starks rattled like that only once before. When was that? At the beginning of the summer, just before I moved to Merritt. Starks wigged out on you, and that was the final straw? Exactly. I got scared. Do you think he's sinking deeper into psychosis? I have no idea. I'm not a psychiatrist. What I can tell you is that, ordinarily, Orrin isn't a raving maniac. He propped one booted foot on his opposite knee and crossed his arms over his wide chest. Describe to me what he's like, ordinarily. Well, one thing he's not is an outdoorsman. I can't see him taking cover in a well-protected campground, much less the woods. You can chalk that off your list. Okay. Where do you think he ran to? She bent her head and rubbed her forehead. I don't know, Deputy Nyland. Call me Ski. She looked across at him but didn't address the topic of names. Orrin's persnickety, orderly. Obsessive-compulsive? Close, she said with an absent nod. I used to tease him about his desk being the cleanest of any at Delray. Everything in its place. His mind works in an orderly fashion, too. For instance? For instance, during a discussion over a project, I could jump around from point to point, but Orrin wouldn't move from point A to point B until point A had been reviewed, discussed, and approved 100%. He would go back to something a dozen times until it met with his satisfaction. What you're telling me is that he'll keep coming back until he gets it right. Yes, she said huskily, until I'm dead. I'll do my best to keep that from happening. Thank you. You don't have any idea where he might have fled. None. Okay. He lowered his foot to the floor and leaned forward. You've said that Starks made other women employees at Del Rey uncomfortable, not just you. That's right. Removing a pad and pen from the breast pocket of his sport jacket, he asked if she could name a few. He jotted down the names as she enumerated them. Sally Buckland in particular, she said. She resigned from Del Rey at the beginning of the year. Orrin factored largely into her decision. You know this for certain? Absolutely. He had a terrible crush on her. She wasn't interested and tried everything to avoid him, but he was persistent. On several occasions, she complained to me that he wouldn't take no for an answer. No to what? To anything. The situation got so bad, it was beginning to affect her work, so I interceded on her behalf. I told Orrin that Sally wasn't interested, that he was wasting his time on her. How'd he react? She smiled sadly. He turned his attention to me. Was there ever a time when you were interested in him? Romantically? Good Lord, no. He arched one sun-bleached eyebrow. Absolutely not, she chuckled. When you see him, you'll understand. He's not at all my type. What's your type? His question checked her amusement, because the first word that sprang to mind was, you. It startled her, rattled her right down to the soles of her feet, because were it not for the fact that he was investigating a crime involving her and seemed to harbor some mistrust of her that extended beyond a peace officer's instinctual mistrust of everybody, she would find the deputy sheriff attractive. His imposing bearing, his sheer physicality, even his damn gray eyes were appealing. But he seemed bent on trying to trip her up, to catch her in a lie, which made her dislike him intensely. Pulling herself up straight, she said, Orrin was my colleague. Bright. I'd even go so far as to say gifted. But he became a rejected suitor who stalked me and who last night vowed to kill me. He said he must. The deputy studied her for a moment longer, then replaced his notepad and pen in his pocket and stood up. Maybe Laughlin settled in by now. When Ski entered the hospital room, no one was happy to see him. Not the nurse, who told him the patient was still very weak and asked that Ski not take too long. Not Mrs. Laughlin, who when he introduced himself was polite, but only because she had to be. Not the patient, who seemed the least happy of all that Ski was there. Ben Laughlin, fresh from the surgical recovery room, was attached to various lines and tubes, and looked like warmed-over death. Orrin Stark's bullet had gone clean through him, creating entry and exit wounds, but, miraculously, doing only moderate damage to tissue on its passage. It had missed all his organs and the bowel. The worst of the injury had been the amount of blood lost. Either Laughlin was living right, or he had the devil's own luck. Ski was betting on the latter. His condition was far from critical, but he came across to Ski as a whiner. Once introductions were out of the way and the nurse had left the room, he said, I really don't feel up to this right now. I'll be brief, Ski said. Why do you need to talk to Ben? Hasn't she told you what happened? Ski turned to Amanda Laughlin, who'd placed hard emphasis on the she, making the pronoun sound like a word for something that smelled bad. Ms. Malone gave a detailed statement last night and again this morning, but it might help us catch Starks. You haven't caught him yet? Ski disliked the implication of incompetence that had underscored Laughlin's question. Miss Malone didn't see his vehicle. She was busy trying to keep you from bleeding out on her bedroom floor. Ski knew it was the mention of Barry Malone's bedroom and not pain that caused the guy to wince. Laughlin shot a worried look at his wife, who was hugging herself as though at any moment she might fly apart. Without further prompting from Ski, Laughlin said, "I heard Barry scream, heard their voices. I ran. Were you asleep?" Ski removed his notepad and pen from his pocket. "What?" "Did her scream wake you up?" No, I hadn't gone to sleep yet." He cast another look at his wife, who had moved to the window and was looking through the blinds at the ventilation chutes on the roof. "You were still awake," Ski stated. "Right. But you hadn't heard Starks come into the house?" "No." "Car engine? Boat motor?" "You think he came by boat?" "It's possible. We're checking it out." "I didn't hear a boat motor." "Anything?" "No." "Okay." Laughlin paused to see if Ski was going to ask something else, and when he didn't, Laughlin continued. "I ran along the gallery to the other side of the house." He gave his wife another glance, as though to ensure she'd heard how far away from each other the two bedrooms were. "When I got to Barry's room, I rushed over to the bathroom. That's where the voices were coming from. Orrin was standing in front of the bathtub, his back to me. He must have heard me. He turned around and shot me." "Did he say anything first?" "No." Laughlin grimaced with discomfort. "Can I have some water, please?" Amanda went to the bed. She poured water from a carafe into a plastic cup, then leaned over him and guided the bent straw to his mouth. When he'd drunk, he looked up at her and touched her hand. "Thanks, sweetheart." She gave him a lukewarm smile, returned the cup to the nightstand, and then resumed her study of the ventilation apparatus outside the window. "He just spun round, saw you in your undershorts, and pulled the trigger," Ski said. "Yes. He seemed completely unbalanced." "What do you think? Jealousy over the two of you being together in the lake house?" "I don't know the cause of Orrin's precarious mental state, Deputy." Ski disliked his tone. To keep himself from knocking the sanctimonious jerk out of the bed, he scanned several of the sheets in his notepad. "What happened after Stark shot you?" "I can't tell you. I blacked out." "Miss Malone says you were conscious right up till the paramedics got there." "I was? If so, I don't remember. I must have gone into shock. I don't even remember feeling any pain until I regained consciousness in the recovery room this morning. I didn't know where I was. I was so disoriented, I freaked out. The nurse told me I'd been shot and had undergone surgery. Things began coming back to me then. But between Orrin firing that pistol and my waking up in recovery, everything is blocked." "How well do you know Starks?" "Only as a co-worker." "You hadn't seen him since he got fired?" "No." "You two ever hang out? Go for a beer after work?" Laughlin was shaking his head. "I never saw him socially." "Mrs. Laughlin?" When Ski spoke her name, she jumped and came around quickly. "What are your impressions of Orrin Starks?" "I don't have any." "You never met him?" "Well, yes. Ben introduced us at a company function." "You only met him that once?" "Once or twice, I don't remember." "Nothing about him stood out to you?" "They were casual introductions, Deputy. Insignificant. If I had known that one day he would try to kill my husband, I would have paid more attention." In Ski's opinion, these two people deserved each other. One was as unlikable as the other. He returned his attention to Ben. "Did you and Starks get along okay in the office?" "He was off-putting to some people, but I never had any issues with him." "Did Miss Malone?" "Wouldn't you call stalking an issue?" Again, his smart aleck tone grated on Ski. He wanted to yank hard on the catheter draining Laughlin's bladder, see what effect that would have on his sarcasm, but he settled on glaring at him coldly. Laughlin got the message. His smirk dissolved. Barry told me Orrin was stalking her. When? When did she tell me? First I heard of it was when she decided to spend the summer here in Merritt. Naturally, I was surprised. Why? Barry's such a workaholic. Rarely even takes vacation days. First one in the office each morning, last one out in the evening. But Orrin had become a real pest, she said. She wanted to disappear for a month or two, hoping he'd lose interest. She's been working from the lake house. She calls it the annex. How'd that go? Not as well as when we're both in the office. We've been working as a team, almost exclusively, on a campaign for an important client. He gave his wife a quick look. 100 miles isn't as convenient as next-door offices, Ski observed. No, the distance created a few efficiency problems. Here in the boonies, the internet connection isn't 100% reliable, especially out toward the lake. But it's been okay. And if it helped her shake Orrin, I was willing to put up with a few inconveniences and delays. Ski pretended to think about that statement, give it importance. Then he said, You brought some materials up here to her yesterday. Amanda Laughlin's shoulders raised and lowered on a deep breath. Laughlin sought a more comfortable position on the hospital bed. How much more, Deputy? Not much. You brought work up here yesterday. We had to put some finishing touches on our proposal before presenting it to the client next week. The mock-ups weren't coming through very well on the PDFs. Barry asked if I could run them up here, let her see them exactly as the client would. She had to sign off on a couple of other elements that had been added, so a trip up here seemed called for. Who knew you were coming? Well, Amanda. Besides her, people at Delray? I had to let people in the office know that I'd be out for the entire day, so yeah, I told a few. 3, 4? With distinct impatience, he said, The receptionist who answers the phone for a department, my immediate supervisor and his assistant, I can give you their names. Besides them, no one else knew. Not unless one of them told somebody. Would they have told Orrin Starks that you were spending the day with Barry? I doubt that any of them kept in contact with Orrin, but if you want to know, you'll have to ask him. Ski smiled. I have. Before Laughlin could respond to that, Ski asked, What time did you arrive yesterday morning? 10:30-ish. We got right down to it and worked all day. Ski flipped through several more pages in his notepad, then said idly, You two get in the pool? Laughlin shot a quick glance toward his wife, where she still stood at the window, her back to the room. After we knocked off, we each swam some laps to cool off, work out some kinks. You brought your swimsuit? Ski's question caught him off guard. No, I had some gym shorts in my car. That was convenient. Laughlin said nothing. Ski continued. I guess the shorts are somewhere in the house. I left them hanging on a towel bar in the guest bathroom. Okay. Ski let that reverberate for several moments, as though weighing its significance, when actually he'd found the gym shorts in the guest bathroom exactly as Laughlin had described. He just wanted to rattle him in front of his wife, see what shook loose when he did. Unnecessarily, he referred to his notepad again. You and Miss Malone grilled steaks for dinner. We didn't take a lunch break. We were hungry. It got late. You decided to stay over. Only after consulting Amanda, Laughlin said hastily. By the time Barry and I had finished dinner and I'd helped with the cleanup, it was well after dark, and it doesn't get dark till 9:30 or better. That's when I called home. It was 11:03, Amanda said, keeping her back to them. Laughlin, looking sickly, said to Ski, I didn't realize it was that late. But since it was, Amanda said she'd rather I not head back to Houston. Ski nodded. Probably best. Right. It would have been 1 o'clock or so before I got home. And you shouldn't have been driving after drinking. Amanda turned suddenly and looked at her husband. His eyes moved from her back to Ski, looking both uneasy and resentful. Barry and I had some red wine with our steaks. And beer. Laughlin pulled his lower lip through his teeth. I had a couple while the steaks were cooking. And Miss Malone? She joined me for one. Huh. Ski looked over at Amanda Laughlin's rigid back before turning to her husband. You ate dinner in the living room? No, in the dining area. Ski shared a long look with the man, letting him know that he'd seen wine glasses on the living room coffee table in front of a very comfortable-looking sofa. He decided to let Laughlin explain the significance of that question to his wife. He closed his notepad and slid it and the pen back into his pocket. I think that's everything for now. Good, Laughlin said. I feel like crap and would like to sleep. Ski left them with the promise not to disturb his rest unless it was absolutely necessary, and to keep the two of them updated on the manhunt for Orrin Starks. As he left the room, he met a nurse going in with a phlebotomy kit. Ski held the door for her, then stepped into the corridor, where Barry Malone was still standing sentinel outside the room. They'll probably need a minute to draw blood, he said. She nodded. How is he? Better than dead, which he could be. That sparked her anger. You're doing it again. Pardon? You toss out these little editorial comments, most of them snide, when a simple statement would do. He slid his hands into the seat pockets of his jeans, but then realized that the position revealed the handgun holster attached to his belt, so he lowered his arms back to his sides. Your friend is no doubt uncomfortable, but the surgeon, I talked to him by phone on my way here, said the wound is clean and that he'll be fine. He'll have bragging rights in the locker room. The nurse emerged. There were several new vials of blood in her tray, so her mission had been accomplished, but still Barry seemed hesitant to go into the room. What's Ben's state of mind? He must hate me. Why would he hate you? For dragging him up here only to get shot. And poor Amanda. He says he called her. He did. She gave him permission to spend the night. It was late. That she knew. Gauging Barry's reaction, Ski added, she didn't know about the cocktail hour and wine. Barry raised her hands at her sides. Are you going to make something of us having a couple of drinks? No, I was just wondering. What? What kind of red wine goes with work? With exaggerated patience, she said, the wine didn't come out until dinner time, and Cabernet goes very well with filet mignon. When did you put the robe on? She looked at him for several seconds, then shook her head with puzzlement. Excuse me? Ski took a step to bring himself nearer to her. When I got there, all you had on was a robe. A robe made of soft, filmy stuff that had clung to her damp body, then seemed to dissolve within his grip. The imagery was strong, vivid, and way out of line, as was the irrational anger with which he asked, At what point did you put on that robe? When you took off your wet swimsuit? Is that all you were wearing during your dinner hour with Laughlin? He was leaning in close to her, unnecessarily close. Why? In order to intimidate a truthful answer out of her? Or for a reason totally unrelated to his investigation? Amanda Laughlin chose that moment to come out of her husband's room, and her displeasure upon seeing Barry there was glaringly obvious. Ski hastily stepped back, placing appropriate space between Barry and himself. Hello, Amanda, Barry said. Ski thought her apologetic, sympathetic tone sounded heartfelt. How is Ben? She asked. Sleeping. Amanda Laughlin's curtness was in keeping with the anger emanating from her. Ski noticed that her hands were fisted at her sides. "I can't tell you how sorry I am," Barry said. "I would rather Orrin have shot me than—" Amanda's bitter laugh cut her off. "Oh, I doubt that." "It's true," Barry's voice cracked. "I would never have thought Orrin capable of doing something like this." The other woman seemed not to have heard that. Her eyes were narrowed with hatred. "You had to prove it, didn't you?" "Prove what?" "That you could snap your fingers and Ben would come running." "What are you talking about?" "You can't stand the thought that he is happily married to me, so you lured him up here to—" "Amanda, what?" "I hated the idea of him spending a day here with you, but I pretended that it didn't bother me. It was for work, after all." "It was for work. Our deadline to deliver that campaign is Monday. We are committed to meeting it." "Exactly. So what kind of shrew would I have been to say, 'No, you can't go'? What kind of wife would I have been not to trust my husband?" "You can trust him. Ben adores you. He called you several times throughout the day. I heard him." "Oh, yes. He called periodically to assure me how hard the two of you were working." "We were. In between dips in the pool and bottles of wine." Barry groaned. "It wasn't like that. Please, Amanda, don't do this." She extended her hands toward the other woman, but Amanda Laughlin recoiled. "Do not touch me, and stay away from my husband." She sidestepped them and rushed past, blindly colliding with the couple who had been standing only a few yards away and had overheard everything. Ski hadn't noticed them until now. Caroline King was staring at her daughter with dismay. It was harder for Ski to define the expression of the tough-looking man with her, but his deeply shadowed eyes were also fixed on Barry. Chapter 6. It was just as well that Dodge wasn't immediately required to speak, because he couldn't have if his life had depended on it. He was world-wise and world-weary. Nothing much bothered him. He was hardened to the cruelty one person could inflict on another. Oh, if he saw pictures of starving babies in Africa or American fighting men torn to bits in the name of some fanatic's god, he was moved, but more toward rage than toward sorrow. Sorrow had little place in the heart of a card-carrying cynic. The same went for all the softer emotions. He thought he had prepared himself to see his daughter. After all, he didn't know her. It wasn't like he had once had her in his life, had formed a strong attachment, and then had had her wrenched away. He didn't have photographs of the two of them together. He hadn't made memories with her like he'd made with Caroline. He and his child had no common bond except for a shared bloodline. He figured that when he met her he might experience a few butterflies, maybe a slight dampening of his palms, but those would be the extent of his reactions, and they would be short-lived. So he was completely unprepared for the profound physical reaction he underwent when he and Caroline rounded the corner at the end of the hospital corridor, and Caroline said, "There she is." At first sight of the lanky, auburn-haired young woman, it was as though every cell in his body was slapped with an instinctual recognition factor, as though each stood at attention and declared, "I know her." His heart damn near stopped. He barely controlled the impulse to clutch his chest as he gasped for breath. The sound of rushing air filled his ears. He felt dizzy and uncoordinated to the point that he almost reached out to Caroline for support. Even more surprising than these physical reactions was the emotional one. A sharp tug deep in his gut, a constriction around his heart, a piercing of his soul, all painful in their intensity. This beautiful young woman with Caroline's coloring was his flesh and blood, his kid. The miracle of her being overwhelmed him, for the second time. But the first time, he'd been too young and stupid, too much in love with the mother to fully appreciate the miracle of the child. Along with these visceral and emotional reactions, another arose that was even more surprising but equally eruptive. Suddenly, he was Conan the Barbarian, proprietary and protective to a savage extent. God help anybody who laid a hand on his kid. He'd tear their throat out with his teeth. Yeah, with all these new and explosive impulses running amok through him, it was a good thing that he didn't have to say anything right then. But God, or whoever was in charge and running this show, extended some mercy and let him survive the next several moments without making a fool of himself. He managed to continue along the hallway at Carolyn's side, his gait reasonably normal for a man whose knees seemed to have dissolved, because he was overjoyed to be seeing Barry. But Caroline had admitted that even she couldn't predict how Barry would react when introduced to him. He imagined she might be as nervous as he, or she might spit in his face, or refuse to acknowledge him on any level, or fly into a histrionics and rant or scream and faint. Whatever she did, however she handled it, he'd have to live with it. He didn't expect the best. He deserved the worst, and he was braced for anything. But the anticipated introduction wasn't imminent after all, because Barry was otherwise occupied. Dodge and Caroline were close enough now to overhear the exchange taking place between her and a blonde woman, whose pretty features were distorted by anger. "Oh, yes," he called periodically to assure me how hard the two of you were working. "We were." "In between dips in the pool and bottles of wine." Barry groaned. "It wasn't like that. Please, Amanda, don't do this." Her placating gesture was rebuffed. After telling Barry not to touch her and to stay away from her husband, the blonde came barreling around a big dude in cowboy boots and ran flat into him and Caroline. She muttered an apology as she stumbled past. Dodge placed his hand beneath Caroline's elbow. "She nearly knocked you down. You okay?" She nodded absently and went quickly to their daughter. "Good Lord, Barry, what was that about?" "Oh, Mother, this situation just keeps getting worse." Caroline turned her aside, and the two began to speak in undertones. Having been shut out of the confidential conversation between mother and daughter, Dodge and the quasi-cowboy sized each other up. Finally, the cowboy said, "Skeet Island." Dodge shook the large hand extended to him. "The deputy sheriff." "That's right." He had cool gray eyes and the no-nonsense demeanor that Caroline had described. Dodge said, "I heard about you." "Okay." Then after a beat, "Who are you?" Under the strained circumstances, Dodge took no offense at his directness and answered in kind. "Friend of the family." He glanced over his shoulder in the direction the blonde had taken, but she had disappeared. Coming back around to Nyland, he asked, "Ben Laughlin's wife?" The deputy nodded. "And she's not a happy lady." His cell phone chirped. "Excuse me." He turned his back on Dodge to take the call. Barry and Caroline were still conferring in whispers, leaving Dodge to his own devices. He decided to go and look for Ben Laughlin's unhappy wife, who appeared to be in desperate need of someone to talk to. And just like that, he realized he was in. Committed. This was his kid, his problem, his fight. Half an hour later, Dodge's cell phone rang. He saw the caller was Caroline. As soon as he answered, she asked, "Where'd you go?" "Outside to smoke." "We're on our way out." "Have you told Barry?" "No." He digested that, then said, "I'll be in my car." They disconnected. Dodge made his way along the landscaped pathways of the hospital campus to the parking lot where he and Caroline had left their cars in side-by-side slots. He finished a cigarette, got into his car, and started the motor so he could turn on the air conditioner. Atlanta could have its humid days, but shit, this air felt like a wet blanket. It clung to hair, clothes, skin. Its density congested nasal passages and bronchial tubes. The unrelenting humidity was one reason he hadn't been sad to abandon the coastal plains of Texas 30 years ago. The only reason. He was watching the exit doors as the two women emerged. Barry was a full head taller than Caroline, but her limbs were as slender, and she moved as gracefully. When they reached the cars, Caroline bent down and spoke through his lowered passenger window. "Follow me." He nodded and looked past her toward Barry. She opened the passenger side door of Caroline's car, then tipped her sunglasses down and regarded him curiously across the roof of the car. After a long moment, during which Dodge's heart acted like a jackhammer, she replaced her glasses and got in. It was several minutes before his cardiac system settled down, but he continued to wonder how Caroline had identified him to Barry. What explanation had she given for his sudden presence in their lives? Well, whatever. It wouldn't be long before he found out. From the hospital parking lot, the drive to the lake house took 17 minutes. 3 of those minutes were spent at traffic lights on Bowie Street, which was the main drag through the center of Merritt. Just past the high school football stadium on the outskirts of town, Caroline turned onto Lake Road, which was aptly named because 5 miles beyond the turnoff, it ended at a 3-way stop with the lake lying directly ahead, separated from the road by a bait shop convenience store, a fishing pier, and a public boat ramp. The left and right extensions of the T were narrow roads lined on each side by forest, mostly pines. Caroline turned left. The road followed the curves of the lake shore. The occasional houses they passed were upscale and exclusive, judging from what Dodge could see of them behind extravagant landscaping and estate walls. A few of the houses and several waterfront lots were advertised for sale. Caroline King Realty, the signs read. Her name was written in cursive white letters on a deep green background. A little gold crown was perched on top of the capital K. Her house sat about 100 yards off the road in a clearing that had been carved out of the surrounding woods. Pines and oaks gave way to cypresses near the lake shore. The calm water reflected the sun like a mirror. A short pier jutted out of the water, but Dodge didn't see a boat. The house itself was surprisingly modest, not nearly as grandiose as some they'd passed. The clapboard exterior was painted dove gray, accented by white window shutters and columns along the porch. There was a patch of yard in both front and back, the St. Augustine grass surrendering gracefully to the forest floor at the perimeter of the clearing. Well-tended flower beds provided patches of brilliant color, the plants neatly tucked under blankets of pine straw. He pulled his rental car alongside Caroline's, cut the engine, and got out. Again, his knees felt unreliable. Caroline said brightly, "Let's go inside to make introductions. Get out of the sun. Barry and I tend to freckle." He was about to say, "I know." He'd spent one whole night trying to get around to kissing each one of her freckles. But still clueless as to what Caroline had told Barry about him, certainly not that. He said nothing as he followed the two women up a set of back steps and through a door that opened directly into the kitchen. As soon as they were inside, Caroline said, "I hope you don't mind coming in through the back, Mr. Hanley. We're informal around here and rarely use the front door." She sounded a bit breathless, like she had when she first shook hands with him at Mabel's tea room. "Barry, this is Dodge Hanley." Barry removed her sunglasses, setting them and her purse on the kitchen table, then reaching across it to shake hands with him. "Hello." He took her hand, touching her flesh for the first time. "Hi." For several seconds, that was all he could manage to articulate. Then he muttered, "Call me Dodge." Still using that overly chipper voice, Caroline said, "How about some iced tea?" Barry was still staring at him, taking his measure. Absently, she said, "Sounds good." He said, "Fine." Caroline suggested they go into the living room and make themselves comfortable while she got the tea ready. "This way," Barry said, disappearing through an open doorway. Dodge shot Caroline a perturbed glance. She whispered, "Go on. It's fine." He followed the younger woman from the kitchen, and when he reached the living area, she got directly to the point. "Mother tells me that you're a private investigator." So, to some extent, Caroline had decided to be truthful. Truth was always helpful when you had to lie. "That's right." "I've never actually met one before." "It's not like on TV." "How's it different?" "Well, I've never had to leap off a tall building to avoid being shot, or been trapped by a bad guy in a dark dead-end alley. Mostly I chase paper, not people." She smiled like she didn't know whether or not to believe him. "You're from Atlanta?" "I live there now. I work for an attorney, a defense lawyer. The best or worst," he added, "depending on which side you're on." "He's tough?" "The toughest." I overheard an assistant DA accuse Derek of sprinkling ground glass over his Cheerios every morning. She smiled again, but it quickly inverted into a frown. She went to a wall switch and turned on the overhead fan. "Mother had professional cleaners come in this morning. I can smell the solution they used. Can you?" "No. My sense of smell is shot. Too much smoking." "I tried it in high school. 1 cigarette, mind you, but Mother caught me. Those days, I was certain she had superpowers, eyes in the back of her head, amplified hearing. Anyway, she and Daddy had a fit, grounded me for 2 weeks, and worse, took away my phone for a month. I never lit up again." He smiled, but an arrow went through his heart at the mention of Daddy. "Good. That's good. It's a nasty habit." She held his gaze for a long time, then motioned him toward a rocking chair. "I'm sorry. I'm forgetting my manners today. Have a seat." She claimed a corner of the sofa just as Caroline came in with a tray bearing 3 tall glasses of iced tea. She set the tray on the coffee table. Barry looked at it and murmured, "Our wine glasses." Dodge took the glass of tea that Caroline passed him. Although there was a sugar bowl and spoons on the tray, Caroline didn't offer him any because she knew that, while he preferred his coffee with 2 spoonfuls, he drank his tea unsweetened. He wondered if Barry had noticed. She hadn't. She was still staring thoughtfully at the tray. "What was that, dear?" Caroline asked as she spooned sugar into a glass before handing it to Barry. Barry took the glass, sipped from it, then seemed to come out of her momentary trance. "Nothing." She looked across at Dodge, who was trying to sit still in the rocker, because each time he moved, the cane seat squeaked. More like groaned. She returned her glass of tea to the tray, rubbed her hands together to get rid of the condensation, cast a look in Caroline's direction, then addressed him again. "I'm not sure why Mother retained you." "I told you why," Caroline said. "Mr. Hanley comes highly recommended." "So you said, Mother. You learned of him through a friend of yours in Houston for whom he did some work." Looking back at him, she said, "But I don't know what you can do for me. For us." "I don't know what I can do either. But based on what your mother tells me and on what I saw that scene at the hospital, there's no question you're in a jam." Caroline said, "Mr. Hanley?" "Look, stop with the Mr. Hanley, okay?" Caroline was momentarily silenced by his harsh tone. If he'd sounded meaner than he'd intended, he was sorry, but her addressing him as Mr. Hanley was annoying the hell out of him. And wasn't it a little ridiculous that she wouldn't use his first name, especially when you took into account? No, better not take any of that into account. "I'm sorry," Caroline said. "If you prefer being called by your first name." "I insist on it, Caroline." "All right, Dodge. I guess that makes me Barry." Their daughter seemed amused and puzzled over the name debate. She divided a look between them, ending on Caroline. "You were saying, Mother?" "I was saying that Dodge has years of experience with criminal investigations. I thought it would be helpful to have someone with his insight and skills on our side." "To do what?" Barry asked. "For starters, to find this asshole who's threatened your life." He caught himself. "Sorry for the language." Barry made an impatient gesture that implied forget it. "I need to find this guy before he carries out his threat to kill you," he said. "Isn't that up to the authorities?" He made a scoffing sound. "Wild Bill Hickok?" She smothered a laugh. "Referring to Deputy Nyland?" "I like him," Caroline said staunchly. Barry looked at her with surprise. "I thought you only met him last night." "I did, but I like what I see." Dodge's pang of jealousy was misplaced, but undeniable. What was it that Caroline liked so well when she looked at the tall, rugged Deputy Nyland? His tanned face and sandy hair? His broad shoulders and flat belly? His stern mouth and cleft chin? "Nyland's probably a stand-up guy," he grumbled. "Competent enough, but I don't have the confidence in the authorities that you do, Barry. I found fugitives while the guys with badges were still trying to organize their search. I don't have to file paperwork. I don't have to get clearance from guys who are a lot dumber than me. I don't have to follow rules or fear demotion if the situation goes south." Barry looked over to Caroline, who took her daughter's hand and pressed it between her own. "Dodge can keep his ear to the ground, keep us informed. I don't want to be blindsided by anything, especially by the reappearance of Orrin Starks." "I'd rather avoid that, too." Addressing Dodge again, Barry asked, "Aren't you required to have a license in the state where you're working?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe. Probably." She laughed. "You don't care?" "Do you?" She looked at Caroline, who floundered. Dodge and I haven't had time to discuss all the particulars of his, inclusion." He jumped in. "I introduced myself to Nyland as a friend of the family. I'm not official." "Until your bill comes due," Barry said dryly. "What do you charge for keeping your ear to the ground?" "A fair rate. I won't fleece you, that I promise. And as long as I'm not on retainer, we can honestly say to Nyland or to anyone else who asks that I'm operating in an unofficial capacity." Obviously, Barry still had misgivings. "It's a strange setup, but these are strange circumstances, at least for Mother and me. I don't suppose it can hurt to have someone working for us behind the scenes." "I believe Dodge will be a tremendous help," Caroline said. "Does Mr. Carlyle know about him?" Barry asked. "I'll inform our attorney when the time is right." Barry withdrew her hand from her mother's clasp, stood up and began to roam restlessly around the room. "I don't understand the need for a lawyer. I haven't done anything wrong." "All the more reason to have an advocate," Dodge said. "Anytime Nyland wants to interview you, you don't say a word without a lawyer present." "I already have." Dodge cursed under his breath. Caroline asked, "When was this, Barry?" "At the hospital before you arrived. He and I talked." "About what?" "Orrin's characteristics. Anything that might give Deputy Nyland a lead to follow. It was harmless." Dodge had his doubts. "Don't do it again. Understood? My boss would advise the same thing." "Of course he would. That's how he makes his living." "True, and a damn good living, but I would trust him with my life. Lots of people have." "Guilty people." "Innocent people, too," he returned calmly, "including the woman he ultimately married." Caroline sat forward. "He married a client? I sense an interesting story." Dodge looked across at her. "Yeah, it's a story about a woman in trouble and the guy who came to her rescue. Very old-fashioned kind of story. Boy meets girl, and just like that, he's in over his head. Boy lost girl? Barry asked. No, Dodge said. Lucky for Derek and Julie, their story had a happy ending. His eyes remained locked with Caroline's, and for several seconds the atmosphere was fraught with tension. She was the first to look away. Dodge uncomfortably shifted his position in the squeaky chair and motioned down at the tray on the coffee table, calling Barry's attention to it. That seemed to spark a memory earlier. You mentioned wine glasses? She resumed her seat in the corner of the sofa and tucked her feet beneath her. After dinner, Ben and I decided to split what was left in the bottle of wine. So before going upstairs, we sat in here to drink it. Deputy Nyland must have seen the glasses on the coffee table and jumped to the wrong conclusion about what they implied. Wine-fueled hanky-panky, Dodge said. Something like that. A vertical frown line appeared between her eyebrows. I wonder if he pawed through the trash to count the beer and wine bottles we'd consumed. It was the happy hour that set Mrs. Laughlin off, Dodge remarked. Both women looked at him inquisitively. I talked to her. You talked to her? When? They asked the question simultaneously. Dodge explained. After that ugly scene outside her husband's room, the two of you put your heads together for a private conversation. Nyland got a phone call. I thought I'd find the lady, see what was on her mind. She was in the hospital cafeteria, sitting alone having a Coke. She was crying. I went up to her, told her I couldn't fail to notice that she was upset, asked if I could be of help. He recounted to them almost verbatim the conversation he'd had with Ben's wife. It had been explanatory, enlightening, and largely troubling. When he finished relating to them what had been said, neither Caroline nor Barry would look him in the eye. The thin bead chain dangling from the ceiling fan clinked against the metal casing. Dodge's breath soughed in and out of his overtaxed lungs. The cane seat of the rocking chair squeaked again, although he would have sworn he hadn't moved a muscle. Those sounds emphasized the silence of the two women. Finally, Dodge asked bluntly, Is it true, Barry? She nodded. He frowned and looked across at Caroline, who was staring at her hands, which she was clasping and unclasping where they lay in her lap. He cleared his throat and stood up. I'll need to smoke. He was almost out of the room when Barry, head lowered, said quietly, When you come back, I'll explain. That would be helpful. What I don't get? Yeah. She raised her head and looked at him. Had you ever met Amanda Laughlin? Never laid eyes on the woman till I heard her tell you to stay away from her husband. Yet in half an hour's time, she had poured out her heart to you. How did you gain her confidence that quickly? Softly, Caroline said, That's his specialty. Chapter 7. Houston, Texas, 1978. The task force was a dud. At least in Dodge's opinion it was. Serving on it wasn't nearly as challenging as he'd been led to expect, nor as exciting as his fantasies had spun. He was glad to be out of uniform and off the night shift, but so far his task force duties had amounted largely to attending mandatory meetings conducted by egotistical windbags, with nothing constructive or informative to say. The group of elite police officers and FBI agents convened daily in what was called headquarters. Even in euphemistic terms, that lofty name hardly described the space. The unlabeled office was on the ground floor of an obscure office building on the outskirts of downtown. In an area where all the buildings were derelict, this was the worst of the lot. The only thing it had going for it was the cheap rent. Here they met to review eyewitness accounts of the robberies, to watch the videos of the holdups from the bank security cameras, to update one another on individual progress in tracking down leads, and to discuss strategy on how to proceed. The premise that the group was elite was laughable. They'd reviewed the testimonies and watched the videos till they knew the contents by heart. They didn't have any leads, and as for how to proceed with the investigation, nobody, especially the men in charge, had the least friggin' idea. These so-called high-level meetings usually evolved into swap-fests of big fish stories. Dirty jokes made the rounds. Cars were debated at length. Sporting events were argued over and gambled on. They drank gallons of high-octane coffee and snacked on empty calories. Those who smoked kept the room cloudy. They insulted one another, also one another's clothes, cars, alma maters, wives, mothers, and dogs. They held farting contests. They talked about women endlessly, who they'd laid and who they'd like to. What they didn't do was capture the bank robber. By the end of the second month, even the dirty jokes had turned stale, not to mention the snacks. Tempers were getting short, especially those of the higher-ranking HPD officers, who were feeling the heat of criticism from their superiors and the disdain of the Phoebes. To address these issues, a meeting was called exclusively for HPD officers. Even the chief is catching hell from the mayor. He wants this guy caught before he comes up for re-election. The police captain presiding over this pep rally couldn't see his shoes for his overhanging gut. As he lectured on, Dodge's scorn increased. He wondered how many years it had been since this fat ass had covered a beat, tracked down a perp, made an arrest. He had his nerve to chew out subordinate officers when all Dodge had seen him do to distinguish himself was mooch coins for the cigarette vending machine and tell the stupidest jokes. Because they had nothing else cooking, the task force members were discussing the viability of the suspects they had, based solely on their criminal profiles, not because any of them could be placed at or near one of the banks during a robbery. One of the suspects had been arrested for drunk driving over the previous weekend. He's in jail for parole violation. So if he's our man, he won't be holding up a bank anytime soon, the captain said. I don't think he's our robber anyhow, one officer remarked. He's a punk, cocky, hot-headed, hasn't got the coolness required to plan and execute these jobs. Another cop said, last robbery, the guy flipped off the security camera. So, if this guy is cocky, doesn't that sound like something he would do? Our robber is a smart-ass. He struts his stuff. From behind a disguise. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. A debate ensued. Dodge, who agreed with the first officer, had nothing to contribute, so he tuned out the argument and tried in vain to stifle his yawns. Then, Hanley! Dodge roused himself and sat up straighter. Yes, sir. How far you got with Madison's girlfriend? Tommy Ray Madison, one of their suspects, was also on parole, having served his time for the armed robbery of a fast food restaurant. He also had one botched bank holdup on his record. He fit the general height and weight description of their unidentified culprit. Dodge replied, In the way you mean, sir, I haven't even gotten to first base. First base? Another officer chortled. Admit it, you struck out. Dodge confirmed it with a weary nod. I struck out, Captain. How come? You're supposed to be the department's Romeo. The chemistry's off. The lady is knocked up. Ah, hell, who by? Madison? Dodge made a thumbs-up gesture. She's 4 months along. She and Tommy Ray are in love. He's walking the straight and narrow, loves her, loves the baby to be, wants to get married. You said she was a sharp girl. That's how she strikes me. Madison is a goddamn felon, the captain shouted. She's fallen for that hearts and flowers crap. Dodge shrugged. That's love for you. Besides, she says Tommy Ray found Jesus in prison. Jesus was in Huntsville? Another officer quipped. Always the last place you look, said another. The captain squelched the responding laughter. He asked Dodge, "Who does she think you are?" "Nobody, except a regular customer who always orders the fajita combo. She brings me my Corona before I order it. 2 limes. I tip her well, and I'm a good listener." "You two talk a lot?" "As much as I can swing without making her suspicious. I hang around till near closing. When the dinner crowd thins out, she dawdles at my table. I think I won her confidence." "What story did you give her?" "I have nowhere else to go, and I hate spending my evenings in my empty apartment where I live alone on account of my wife taking up with another guy and moving him into our house." "I'm getting all choked up here." A cop pretended to be crying. "Sounds like a sad country song." The captain frowned over the interruptions and turned back to Dodge. "What's your take?" Dodge had been giving Tommy Ray Madison and his girlfriend a lot of thought. Although his honest assessment wasn't what anyone in the room wanted to hear, he gave it to them straight. "She's a nice girl. Too nice for Madison. But who can explain love? And maybe he did find Jesus and is now a changed man. On the other hand, if Tommy Ray was robbing banks, or even if she suspected him of parole violation, I think she'd dump him, baby or no baby. I think she'd turn him in for his own good. She's got this integrity thing going on, so I don't believe she'd harbor him if he was our perp. He's not our guy. That's what you're saying?" "I'm not positive of that, Captain, but he's not at the top of my list, no." The other members of the task force, none joking now, took a moment to assimilate that, and it flattered Dodge that they gave such weight to his opinion. The captain ran his hand down his face, rearranging the fat folds. "Keep doing what you're doing. Watch for signs of a change in their relationship." Dodge didn't need to be told that, but he nodded as though to say, "What a good idea, Captain. I certainly will." "What about the other one? Albright squeeze?" Franklin Albright was another parolee, but beyond that, he and Tommy Ray Madison had little in common. Albright was scarier, meaner, and Dodge was almost positive he had never even looked for Jesus, much less found him and signed on. Frowning, he replied to his captain's question. "The girl's name is Crystal, and this one's more difficult." "How come?" "Access. Albright is the jealous type. Watches her like a hawk. Drops her off at work every morning, picks her up at quitting time. She doesn't go out unless he's with her, not even on mundane errands. Supermarkets are usually good for accidentally on purpose bumping into someone and striking up a conversation, but Albright is always right there with her. He's alienated her from her friends and family. You see the problem? I haven't had an opportunity to get near the lady, much less become her confidant." The captain stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Where does she work?" "So now this fat jerk-off has got me working at her place of employment." Gonzalez laughed so abruptly he choked on his orange juice. After recovering his breath, he wheezed, "You're kidding." "Swear to God." He adjourned the meeting, made some calls. 12 hours later, I reported for my first shift in the janitorial department. Oh, man. I got a mop bucket, a push broom, a shirt with my name embroidered on the pocket. Can you believe it? But I have access to the whole place. I get to wander around, go everywhere, and nobody thinks anything about it. At least I'm not stuck in one spot all day. He could be working on the assembly line of the tire manufacturing plant, making steel-belted radials instead of replacing burnt-out fluorescent tubes and emptying trash cans. All in all, though, it sucked. A janitor, huh? Gonzalez could barely control his laughter. Who knows? You may decide on a career change. Screw that, and screw you. Dodge doused his eggs liberally with Tabasco. The two had made a date for breakfast between the time Gonzalez's night shift ended and when Dodge had to clock in at his new day job. You met your target yet? Gonzalez asked. We've made eye contact. She's a clerk in the payroll office. What'd she look like? Dodge grinned. Put it this way. It won't be hardship duty. Tits? 2, Dodge said, then laughed at Gonzalez's expression. C-cup, at least. Good legs, too. Gonzalez gazed at him with a mix of admiration and envy. And you're getting paid to put the moves on her? Dodge glanced around. That's not my official assignment, you understand. He pulled a somber expression. HPD wouldn't condone an officer using. Save it, Gonzalez said. Then, leaning across the table, he whispered, But we both know that's what they want you to do. He stuffed a 3-ply wedge of syrupy pancakes into his mouth. You live a charmed life, my friend. Don't forget that she's got a hard-case felon for a boyfriend. But I've heard of him. He'd probably slit my throat for taking a gander at her tits. Just for thinking about taking a gander at her tits. Bad one, huh? Real bad. Series of armed robberies, 2 assaults. 1 rape charge fell apart in pretrial, so he squeaked by there. He was suspected of a fatal stabbing in the prison shower, but the weapon didn't turn up. And if there were any witnesses, they were too scared to come forward. Nodding somberly, Dodge said, He's bad. Gonzalez frowned with concern. Get the information from his old lady? Get the robber, get a medal, get detective? But don't get killed in the process, okay? I'll do my best. More than that Dodge couldn't say about his undercover work, not even to his trusted former partner. Gonzalez understood that, of course, so when Dodge asked him about his new partner, he shifted subjects gracefully. He and I get along okay. Goes without saying, he's not you. Miss me? Dodge teased. No, hell no. When I said he wasn't you, I meant that he's better than you. But Dora said the 7-Eleven is pining. She's gone stingy with free donuts and ice cream bars. They finished their meal and paid their tab. When they reached the parking lot, Gonzalez paused and looked toward the freeway, where the rush-hour traffic was moving at a blistering 5 miles an hour. Then he studied the clouds scuttling in off the Gulf. He looked at just about everything except Dodge, who sensed Gonzalez was struggling with indecision. What's on your mind, partner? Nothing much. He glanced at Dodge, looked away again. Look, this is none of my business, okay? And it probably doesn't matter to you anyway. But? Finally, he looked at Dodge directly. Night before last, my partner and me responded to another call for help on Shadydale. He watched Dodge warily to see if the street name rang any bells. It did, of course. A couple of months had gone by since he'd come to Caroline King's rescue, but it seemed like yesterday. Dodge's whole system started humming with wrath, with dread. Did he hurt her? No, didn't amount to anything really. In fact, it was the neighbor next door who called. Said she heard loud noises, shouting, abusive language. Campton had split by the time we got there. I talked to Miss King. She was embarrassed, hated that her neighbor had been disturbed, but Campton hadn't hit her this time. Gonzalez hesitated before continuing. I didn't know if you still... You know. He bobbed his shoulders in a quick shrug. The only reason I mentioned it is because that night you and I were there, seemed to me you were especially interested in this lady's welfare. Dodge clenched his jaw and didn't say anything. They're still engaged, Gonzalez continued. I asked, and anyway, it was hard to miss the diamond on her hand. Dodge nodded. Gonzalez made a sound of regret. Hell, I'm out of line here. I shouldn't have said anything. No, I'm glad you did, Jimmy. Thanks for telling me. Then, worried for a different reason, Gonzalez asked, You're not going to do something stupid, are you? Dodge forced himself to smile. Me? Hell no, I gotta make detective. I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize my shot at that. Half an hour later, he reported for work at the tire plant. During his lunch break, he saw Crystal in the commissary and made a point of smiling at her. She smiled back, then shyly averted her head and didn't look at him again. When his shift ended, he clocked out, then went looking for Roger Campton, and when he found him, he beat the shit out of him. At least he tried his best. It was after dark, but Dodge would have done the same thing in broad daylight. He caught up with Campton in the parking lot of the exclusive health club where he was a member. His hair was damp from his recent shower, and he smelled of Irish Spring. Dodge came up behind him, caught him in a headlock, and punched him in the right kidney. Campton dropped his gym bag. Because of the pressure Dodge's forearm was applying to his larynx, the only sounds he made were guttural and unintelligible. After Dodge delivered several more hard blows, Campton's knees gave out beneath him. Dodge spun him around, hit him in the face with the heel of his hand, and felt his nose collapse with a crunching noise and a gush of blood and mucus. He backed Campton into his Mercedes and bent him backward over the shiny hood. Shoving his hand beneath Campton's chin in order to keep him upright, he repeatedly drove his fist into the millionaire's belly and ribs with the impetus of a pile driver. When he finally let him go and stepped back, Campton slid down the side of his sleek car and crumpled like a pile of dirty laundry onto the pavement. Dodge kicked him in the ribs and, out of sheer spite, in the testicles. The man screamed, then passed out. Dodge went down on one knee and grabbed a handful of his hair. He slapped his bloody face until he came to. "Can you hear me?" "Don't kill me," Campton whimpered. Because of his smashed nose, his mewling sounded almost comical. "Not tonight. But I want you to listen to me, you motherfucking turd. Because of your daddy's money, you might think you can do anything you damn well please and get away with it. So far you have. But I'm telling you now that if you hurt Caroline King again, even a little, you die. Do you understand me?" He relaxed his grip on Campton's hair to allow his head to wobble a nod of comprehension. "You're not going to forget what I'm telling you, are you, Roger?" Campton shook his head. "Because if you do, if you raise a hand to her tomorrow or next week or 10 years from now, I'll kill you. You got it?" Roger Campton had passed out again, and this time when Dodge released him, he left him where he lay, deeply regretting that he couldn't quite justify killing the son of a bitch right then and there. It was twilight, and the air was muggy. Sunset had done little to relieve Houston of the steamy heat. Dodge was seated on a shaded concrete bench in the outdoor courtyard of an office park formed by 4 square glass buildings, each 6 stories tall. He was waiting as requested, nervous as a whore in church, wondering why she'd asked for this meeting, hoping like hell it meant something good for him. She came through the revolving door of Building 2 5 minutes after the appointed time. By then the back of his shirt was stuck to his skin, and streams of sweat were trickling down his ribs. As she approached, he stood up, praying his deodorant wouldn't fail him, and wishing he'd chewed 1 extra breath mint. She was dressed in black slacks and a sleeveless top the color of cream. The rosy hues of dusk made her hair look like molten copper. Her arms were impossibly slender, and her flat-heeled sandals added no height. But her petiteness was incongruous with her combatant stride, and when she got close enough for him to read her expression, his hopes for this meeting turning out to be good for him were instantly dashed. Every red hair on her head was bristling when, without preamble, she demanded to know, "Did you do it?" Dodge didn't even pretend ignorance of what she was talking about, but he wasn't about to admit to an assault and battery either. He motioned her toward the bench. "No, thank you," she said stiffly. "I prefer to stand." and I insist on knowing if it was you who beat Roger to within an inch of his life. He'll be in the hospital for at least a week. He could have died." "So I heard from Jimmy Gonzalez." His former partner had called his pager number the evening before, but Dodge hadn't been able to call him back until this morning. Gonzalez had told him that Roger Campton had been hospitalized with serious injuries suffered in an attack by an unidentified assailant. A long silence had followed. Finally, Dodge had asked if it had been a mugging, and Gonzalez had told him that Campton's wallet was still on him when he was found, credit cards and several $100s intact. Gonzalez hadn't asked if Dodge was responsible, because he didn't want his suspicion confirmed. Gonzalez was as honest a cop as there was. Dodge could tell the guy was anguishing over his own complicity, which amounted only to his informing Dodge of the latest police summons to an address on Shadydale. But that would have been enough to eat at a man with Gonzalez's integrity. Dodge hated having put his partner and friend in such a compromising position, because he was also certain that Gonzalez would never rat him out for anything short of cold-blooded murder. Then Gonzalez had dropped a bombshell. "She wants to see you." He told Dodge where to be and what time to be there. So here he was, and here Caroline King was, glaring up at him with accusation. "You didn't need Officer Gonzalez to tell you about Roger, though, did you? You knew because you were Roger's attacker." "Why don't we sit down?" Dodge indicated the bench again, and this time she walked to it and sat down. He sat beside her, but kept as much distance as possible between them. He couldn't help but notice the diamond ring on her left hand. The stone was the size of a headlight. He supposed there were thousands of women who would put up with an occasional beating in exchange for a diamond like that. But he couldn't believe this one would. She seemed way too strong, way too smart. He wondered what hidden quality Roger Campton possessed that made him worth the carrots. Was his dick that magic? Or was it his trust fund that enticed Caroline King? Quelling his resentment of both, Dodge said, "Gonzalez told me that you were very upset when you called him." "Wouldn't you be upset if someone you cared for was beaten like that?" "Yeah," he returned quietly. "I would." She turned her head, and their eyes connected, and he could tell that his underlying message hadn't escaped her. Eventually she turned away and stared sightlessly at the building from which she'd exited. "You work in there?" he asked. She shook her head. "I work in the county tax assessor's office downtown. I attend classes here 3 nights a week." "What kind of classes?" "Real estate. I'm studying to get my license. We take a break at 7 o'clock. That's why I asked Officer Gonzalez if he could get a message to you to meet me here. He said he would try." "Why didn't you call me directly?" "I didn't know how to reach you. Officer Gonzalez had given me his number the other night when—" Her voice trailed off. Dodge picked up her sentence. "The other night when Gonzalez responded to another domestic disturbance at your house." "Nothing happened. My neighbor overreacted. It was a shouting match, that's all." "This time?" His right hand was resting on his right thigh. She looked down at it, at the incriminating swollen knuckles, the bruises. Then her gaze moved across his body to his left hand, where scratch marks were still visible. Before Campton had collapsed, he'd made futile attempts to dislodge Dodge's arm from around his neck. His scratches had broken the skin on Dodge's forearm and the back of his hand. He made no attempt to hide this evidence from her. He wanted her to know how vicious the fight had been. "You shouldn't have done it," she admonished softly. "You don't even know him, or me. You're a police officer." She raised her head, her eyes now searching his. "Why did you?" He said nothing for several moments, then turned the tables and asked a question of his own. "Why do you assume it was me?" "I don't assume, I know. From the moment I heard about the attack, I knew it was you." "Why would it even occur to you that it was me?" He asked because he knew she would find the answer to her question in the answer to his. She'd known immediately that he was the culprit because she'd seen the way he'd looked at her. Bad taste in fiancés notwithstanding, she wasn't stupid, or blind, or deaf. The night of the first incident, when they were alone together in her kitchen, she'd probably sensed that his care and concern went beyond those of a police officer. Any lingering doubts about the nature of his interest would have been dispelled the morning he showed up at her house again to check on her. And right now she probably knew that he was aching to touch her hair, kiss her mouth, enfold her tiny body in his arms and hold her so close against him that he could feel her heartbeat. He willed her to comprehend the intensity of his feelings, but he must have gone too far, because she stood up quickly. "You've overstepped your bounds, Mr. Hanley. You have nothing to do with my life. Your responsibility toward me ended when you performed your duties as a police officer that one night. I'm going to marry Roger." Dodge stood up with her. "You'll regret it. If you insinuate yourself into our lives again, I'll have to report you. As for this violent attack, promise me that you'll never do anything like it again." Dodge said nothing. He for sure as hell didn't make her a promise that would contradict the one he'd already made to Campton to kill him if he harmed her. "All right. You've been warned." She gave him one last fulminating look, then turned away and started walking toward the building. But after covering only a short distance, she stopped and came back around. "Officer Gonzalez told me you had been appointed to a special task force." "That's right." "Is it dangerous?" "Not as dangerous as what you're getting yourself into." She seemed on the verge of taking issue with that, but must have thought better of it. "Take care of yourself." Then she walked away from him. When he got back to his car, he checked his pager, drove to the nearest payphone, and placed a call to the task force hotline. It was answered brusquely. "This is Hanley. Somebody there paged me." "Where the hell have you been? Captain's about to stroke out. He's paged you at least 10 times. "I've got a stomach bug. Came on this afternoon. Been in the crapper ever since I knocked off at the tire plant." "Too bad. Get here. I'm talking sprout wings and fly." "What's up?" "Our guy waltzed into a bank just before closing, hit it for about 30 grand, and took out a guard." "Took out, as in a hostage?" "No. Took out, as in killed." Chapter 8. "Miss Buckland?" "Yes." The voice was so faint Ski could barely hear her on his cell phone. He plugged his other ear with his index finger. "Sally Buckland?" "Yes, I'm Sally Buckland." "My name's Ski Nyland. I'm a deputy sheriff in Merritt County." When she said nothing to that, he plowed on. "We had an incident here last night, Miss Buckland. Some people you know were involved." "Orrin and Barry. I heard about it on the news." Ski wasn't surprised that the Houston media had picked up on the story of the shooting. Probably dozens of similar incidents had occurred last night, but Caroline King had been a large player in the Houston area real estate market before moving to Merritt. Her name was newsworthy. He was glad of it. Because of the news coverage, millions of people would be on the lookout for Orrin Starks. He confirmed with Miss Buckland that Starks and Barry Malone had been co-workers at Delray Marketing, and that she was also acquainted with the shooting victim, Ben Laughlin. "They say Ben is in serious condition?" "That's been upgraded," Ski told her. "He's going to be fine." 2 deputies came into the squad room carrying Whataburger sacks. Others fell on the fast food like a pack of coyotes. Ski placed his hand over his phone and yelled at them to pipe down. His stomach rumbled, reminding him he hadn't had a proper meal today. Back into the phone, he said, "I was wondering if you could answer some questions for me, Miss Buckland." "No." Her abruptness took him aback. "I promise not to take up much of your time." "Why did you call me?" Because I'm conducting an investigation, and you know the three principals involved. Orrin Starks issued some serious threats, and he's still at large. Anything you can tell me would be greatly appreciated." She was silent for so long that Ski had to prod her. "Miss Buckland?" "I'm sorry, but I don't know anything." Another deputy approached Ski, proffering a burger oozing melting cheese, but despite how mouth-watering it looked, Ski waved him off. "Miss Malone has alleged that Orrin Starks shot Mr. Laughlin." Sally Buckland said nothing in response. "When you worked at Delray Marketing, were you aware of any hostility existing between Mr. Starks and Mr. Laughlin?" "No." "No ill will of any kind at any time?" "No." "Okay, what about, 'This really is none of my business'?" She sounded unreasonably upset. In Ski's experience, people, particularly people with nothing to hide, were flattered to have been contacted by the authorities. Typically, they puffed up with self-importance and welcomed the chance to unload information even when it didn't pertain to the case. "Please, Miss Buckland, just a few more questions." "But I don't know anything about this. I left Delray months ago and I haven't seen these people since." "Did you leave Delray on account of Orrin Starks?" "Who told you that?" "Did you?" "That's ridiculous." "Starks didn't factor into your decision to leave the company." "Of course not." Ski wanted to eliminate any confusion over this point. "Did Orrin Starks persistently pursue a romantic relationship with you?" "Heavens, no." "Did you quit your job in order to avoid his unwelcome advances?" She didn't respond, but he could hear her breathing. "Miss Buckland?" "None of that is true. If Barry led you to believe that Orrin is a stalker, she's lying. Now I really must go." She hung up before Ski could stop her. "Very well done, Sally. Considering the disquieting circumstances and how nervous you are, you spoke exceptionally well and said exactly what I wanted the deputy to hear. Thank you." Orrin Starks covered her hand where it still gripped the landline telephone. "Let go, Sally," he said, laughing unctuously. "It's as though you're holding on to that phone for dear life." She released the telephone and, without moving her head, cut her eyes far to the left so she could see him out of the corner of her eye, which had the barrel of a pistol pressed against it. "I did what you told me to, Orrin." "And I've said thank you." "So you'll leave now?" He smiled with feigned regret. "No, I'm afraid not." "But you said—" "What I said was that I would leave when you'd done what I asked you to." "Which I did." "But you're not finished yet, Sally." He stroked the pistol's barrel along her jawline, returning it to her temple. Her fearful whimper gave him enormous pleasure. "By throwing off that deputy sheriff, you made up for some of your meanness toward me, but not for all of it. You and I are still a long way from even." How did you know he would call me?" "You don't have to be a whiz kid to figure that out, Sally. It's Criminal Investigation 101. The first thing an investigator, in this case the deputy sheriff, would want to know is why I shot Ben Laughlin last night. Barry would have told him that I am a spurned suitor. He would have asked if anyone could corroborate that, and she would have named you." He tapped the pistol against her head to emphasize each word. On the last, he pressed the barrel of it hard against her cheekbone. "Naturally, the deputy would follow protocol and check out her story. What was his name again?" "Nyland?" Sally stammered. "I think that's what he said." He shrugged with indifference. "Doesn't matter, really. What does matter is that you disputed Barry's allegations, leaving her with a lot to answer for." "Despite what I said, This deputy might think she's telling the truth. Maybe I didn't throw him off track at all." "Oh, I believe you did. You sounded very convincing to me, Sally." "But law enforcement officers never take things at face value. He might have heard the nervousness in my voice. Even now, he could be—" "Sally, you're getting your hopes up." "My hopes up?" "That you'll be rescued." He gave another sad smile. "Believe me, the Merritt County SO has more to do today than follow up with little, insignificant you." Her lower lip began to tremble. He stroked it with the pad of his index finger. At his touch, she recoiled. "Stop that!" He flicked his finger hard against her lip. Even though he had the upper hand, her rejection angered him. How dare she flinch when he touched her? He was the one with the power now, which she realized the instant she entered her house with a shopping bag of groceries. When she saw him standing in her kitchen, she'd given a startled cry, dropped the bag to the floor, and stumbled over to it in her haste to escape. He'd caught her and held on. To keep her quiet, he'd assured her that he meant her no harm. But of course she'd heard about what happened in Merritt, so the implication of his ambush had been immediately clear. She'd struggled hysterically until he'd pressed the pistol to her head. That had made her considerably more cooperative, although she continued to blubber, asking what he wanted of her. He told her that they would wait for some peace officer or another, either to telephone or to appear at her door with questions about him. While waiting for that inevitability, he'd coached her on how to answer when those questions were put to her. He'd promised that, if she complied with his request, she would live. If not, he'd shoot her in the head. Apparently she had believed him because she'd answered the deputy's questions as though reading from a script written by Orrin himself. But now that the expected call had taken place, she seemed even more terrified of him than before. Probably because the deputy's questions had reminded her of how horribly she'd treated Orrin. She'd rejected his affections and, adding insult to injury, had contributed to his dismissal from the job he'd loved and had been so well suited for. No wonder, then, was it, that she was trembling with fright. He tapped the muzzle of the pistol against her temple, reminding her again that her fate lay entirely with him. What else do you want me to do, Orrin?" "I don't recall you stuttering like that before, Sally. You surely didn't stutter when you turned down my repeated invitations to dinner, or when you returned my Valentine roses. You were articulate enough when you told your co-workers how you couldn't stand to be around me." "I never—" He struck her hard on the side of her head with the barrel of the pistol. Her cry of shock and pain was better than whispered sweet nothings. "Don't compound your cruel rejection by lying about it, Sally. Don't insult my intelligence." She was crying in earnest now. Her face, which he'd always thought to be pretty, looked ugly, the features crumpled with pain and fear, snot dripping from her nose, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Please, Orrin." "Please what, Sally?" he asked silkily. "Please don't hurt me." "But you hurt me. You damaged me personally and professionally." "I never meant to hurt you." Her voice cracked on the last two words. She was shivering as though she had a palsy. "Now, Sally," he said in a soothing voice, "no need to fall apart on me. Didn't I tell you that you would come to no harm if you did everything I asked you to?" "Yes." "Didn't I promise not to hurt you if you discredited Barry?" "Yes." "Well then, so far I've kept my promises, haven't I?" She nodded. Holding the pistol hard against her temple, he wrapped his hand around her biceps and steered her about. "Unfortunately, one chat with a deputy sheriff doesn't reparation make. So, into the bedroom we go. Her footsteps faltered. What for? Use your imagination. She sobbed. Please, Oren. I'm sorry. For everything, I'm sorry. Don't hurt me. I'd do anything. He laughed. Oh, I'm counting on that. While Ski was redialing Sally Buckland, he heard his call waiting chirp. The incoming call took precedence. He clicked over. Nyland. It's Andy. What's up? The night attendant at the bait shop? At the three-way stop on Lake Road? Earlier that day, Ski had questioned the man, who claimed not to have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary last night. Impatiently, he asked, What about him? He watches a lot of TV during his long shift. Seen every episode of Law & Order, reruns on cable, too. You know how they play several episodes back-to-back every night. Okay. He doesn't miss. He pays attention to how the cops crack the case. So he's been doing some amateur sleuthing today. Oh, Christ. Ski ran his fingers through his hair and wished he hadn't turned down the cheeseburger. It felt like his stomach was gnawing on his spine. Andy was still talking. He got out last night's sales receipts. I went through those. None of the credit cards belonged to Starks, and he didn't fit the description of anyone paying with cash. Yeah, but this guy went back through his receipts to see if something might have been overlooked. It's a slow day, he said. Anyhow, he ran down a guy who charged some gas for his bass boat late last night near the time of the shooting. And that guy, the bass boat guy, remembers seeing another guy while he was filling his gas tank. Said he went to the men's room, and it looked to him like the guy had a busted leg. Chapter 9. Allow me. Dodge clicked on his disposable lighter. Thanks. The woman smiled around the cigarette held between her lips and leaned forward to touch the end of it to the flame. She took a few drags while Dodge was lighting his cigarette. She exhaled. Things have come to a sad pass when you can't smoke in a bar. Dodge sighed. I hear you. He'd been flirting with her through one beer, which he drunk slowly in order to give himself time to assess the place and its clientele. After gauging all the customers who'd come in for happy hour, he decided that the woman pouring the drinks was probably his best prospect. She was 40-something and looked every day of it. Her face had lived through some hard times and harsh disappointments, and in her eyes was a sad resignation. But she had a naturally warm smile, and she was generous with it. Everyone who came in, men and women alike, addressed her by name, and she seemed to know their preferred drinks and everything else about them. He'd overheard her asking about a new job, a fishing expedition, elderly parents, a child in crisis, and a lame horse. When she'd turned the bar over to a younger man so she could take a break, Dodge had followed her past the restrooms, down a short hallway, and out a back exit. Now that their cigarettes were smoldering, she lifted the hair off the back of her neck and held it up, creating a provocative pose and extending an open invitation for Dodge to enjoy the view, which wasn't bad. I'm Grace. Dodge. Hi, Dodge. Hi, Grace. They smiled at each other. She lowered her arm and let her hair fall back into place. If you lived in Merritt, I'd know it. Atlanta. Texas? Georgia. No fooling. You're a long way from home, then. What do you do there? A little of this, little of that. She gave him a smile that said, I've got your number. A man of mystery? Me, shucks, no, ma'am. She laughed at his BS. What brings you to Southeast Texas? He embroidered a story about possibly relocating to Houston. My brother is pressuring me to partner with him on a business deal. It's a good opportunity, and there's nothing keeping me in Atlanta, so I'm giving it serious consideration. But I can't take the city, or my brother for that matter, all the time. I figure if I make the move, I'll need a getaway. Nothing fancy. Just a place to escape to on the weekends. Get in some fishing, commune with nature. His smile would have melted butter. This town looks like a good place for kicking back. Well, you're right about that. The population triples just about every weekend, but particularly in the spring and summer. What's the second home market like? Is it favoring sellers or buyers? Hell if I'd know, she said around the smoker's laugh. She dropped her cigarette butt to the pavement and ground it out with the toe of her shoe. I can't afford a first house, much less a second. I've seen a lot of for sale signs around. Green, Little Crown. Caroline King. She's the big shot realtor around here. He held a light to her second cigarette. A big shot sounds too rich for my blood. She exhaled, shaking her head. She handles big, small, whatever. Nice lady, too. You done business with her? Maybe if I won the lottery. She guffawed. I know her to speak to, though. She comes into the bar occasionally, sometimes with clients to have a glass of wine while talking over a contract. A few weeks ago, she had a younger woman with her that she introduced as her daughter. I'd heard her daughter was staying with her for the summer, but that's the first time I'd seen her in town. Miss King's house is out at the lake. They had some trouble out there last night. Trouble? A shooting. He pretended to choke on his smoke. Shooting? Some guy the daughter works with, love triangle kind of thing is what people are saying. Wow, I thought this was a sleepy little town. We've got our scandals, believe me, she said, rolling her eyes. But you could have knocked me over with a feather when I heard about that business with Miss King. Neither she nor her daughter looks the type. What type is that? Man trouble type. But I guess it goes to show you never know what goes on behind closed doors. Isn't that a song? She grinned up at him, pleased. You like country? By the time Dodge had finished his first cigarette and lit another, they'd exhausted the subject of country music, at least to the extent that he knew something about it. Trying to steer the topic back to Caroline, he frowned. I guess this realtor would be too busy to take on any new clients, considering the mess her kid is in. I don't know. You can try. Miss King is a businesswoman right down the line. I heard she made a killing in residential real estate in Houston. She moved to Merritt to retire. When was this? Few years ago, 2 or 3. Her retirement didn't take. She laughed. Guess not. She no more had settled in than she linked up with a property developer and... Linked up? He bobbed his eyebrows. One of those closed-door things? Grace nudged his arm, and somehow in the process his elbow made contact with her full bosom. Miss King is at least 20 years older than the developer. That's in fashion, isn't it? Older woman, younger man? Maybe, but he's got a gorgeous wife and 3 perfect children. His partnership with Miss King was strictly business. He enlisted her to sell the houses in his development. She sold them all in record time. Grace shrugged and dropped her second cigarette butt to the asphalt. She decided retirement wasn't for her. Not yet, anyway. She's got even richer off all the development going on around here. She must have savvy. Grace nodded. And she works at it. She's got my respect and everybody else's. At least I've never heard a bad word said against her. Of course, the gossips will be all over what happened out at her place last night. She glanced at her wristwatch. They're going to think you kidnapped me. There was a trace of hopefulness in the smile she cast over her shoulder as she re-entered the bar. Dodge took one final drag on his cigarette, then dropped the butt and followed her inside. She'd been so unwittingly generous with information, he felt obliged to buy one more beer, but he didn't finish it before signaling her to tally up his tab. How long will you be in town, Dodge? He told her the unvarnished truth. I don't know. Drop back by. I will. Do you have a wife? Not lately. She laughed. Are you lying? No. She slid a small white card across the bar. While you're here, if you need anything, directions, restaurant recommendations, a place to smoke, give me a call. Before going into the bar, Dodge had parked parallel on Bowie Street, choosing a metered slot that had a shade tree growing beside it. The shade had helped. Nevertheless, the interior of the rental car felt like an oven when he got in. He cranked the motor so he could turn on the air conditioner. He lit a cigarette, then took from the pocket of his jacket a slender, pink cell telephone. Amanda Laughlin's cell telephone. The cell phone she'd been careless enough to leave on the table while they were deeply involved in their conversation. The cell phone Dodge had pilfered while she was blotting her tearful eyes with a soggy Kleenex. Most criminal investigators followed the money first. Dodge Hanley went after the scorned woman. He tapped the phone's icon that accessed the log of recent calls and scrolled through it. All her calls yesterday and last night had come from one number. He called it. It was answered with a cheerful, "Hi, this is Ben. Leave a message." So, the couple had stayed in close contact yesterday while Ben was with Barry, which came as somewhat of a disappointment, since it virtually disproved Dodge's theory of looking first at jealous females for possible suspects. Or maybe not. Maybe Laughlin had made all those calls to his wife as overcompensation for cheating on her, in his heart if not with his dick. In any case, Dodge still considered Amanda Laughlin worth looking at. Next, he scrolled through the cell phone's menu, landing on her directory of contacts. Sticking with protocol, Dodge entered the house through the back door. Caroline was at the stove stirring the contents of a pot. "Good. You're back," she said. "Dinner's almost ready." "What are we having?" "Spaghetti and meat sauce." "One of your specialties." She directed a worried glance toward the interior door that led to the rest of the house. "Be careful not to say things like that. How would you know it's one of my specialties?" "Like how would you know that I drank my tea unsweetened?" She thought for a moment, then said with chagrin, "This afternoon." Habits die hard. And get you into trouble." The white card with Grace's phone number on it suddenly felt like a live coal inside his breast pocket. "Need any help?" "No, thanks." "I could sit at the table. I think I remember which side the fork goes on." "Already done. Would you like something to drink?" He shook his head. "I had a beer in town." She was about to ask him about that, but before she could pose a question he might not want to answer, he asked, "Where's Barry?" "Still sleeping, last I checked." They still hadn't addressed what he'd learned from his conversation with Amanda Laughlin in the hospital cafeteria. After having recounted it to Caroline and Barry, he'd gone out for a cigarette. When he'd come back inside, Caroline had suggested that Barry walk him through the events of last night, showing him where everything had taken place. Actually, he'd been about to suggest that himself. For the next hour, they'd moved from room to room while Barry related chronologically and in detail exactly what had taken place. In the bathroom, the shower curtain had been reattached to the rod. The blood-soaked rug had been removed from the bedroom and replaced by another to cover the bloodstain that had seeped into the hardwood. Despite these concealing measures, the room retained the feel of a place where something traumatic had occurred. Dodge had knelt where Barry indicated Ben Laughlin had fallen. He'd flipped back the replacement rug to examine the bloodstain, then he'd gone into the bathroom. When he reached the tub, he'd turned back and estimated the distance to the bloodstain. "Starks was standing here when he fired?" Barry nodded. 5 feet, 6 at most. Laughlin's lucky to be alive. Orrin must be a lousy shot. Must be. Out on the gallery, Dodge had inspected the holes in the wall, left by the bullets that Nyland or someone from the SO had removed. Then Dodge had had Barry show him exactly where Starks had landed after his fall down the stairs, and the position from which he'd been wildly firing the pistol. He lay down on his back on the floor and acted it out, while she crouched behind the railing on the gallery above, as she'd done the night before. Caroline had stood by, watching all this, hugging her elbows and chafing her upper arms. "I can't believe how close you came to being killed," she'd said, tears in her voice. Dodge had been equally shaken by the thought of how narrowly Barry had escaped a bullet. If she hadn't, Caroline's call to him last night would have been altogether different. Or maybe she wouldn't have bothered to notify him. It didn't bear thinking about. After talking through it, Barry had told them she was exhausted and asked if they could postpone their conversation about her and Laughlin until after she'd rested. "It's the elephant in the room. I know it must be explained, but can it keep until I've had a nap?" He and Caroline had watched as she wearily climbed the stairs. When she reached the gallery, she'd gone into the guest room. Dodge supposed because being in her bedroom made the horrible memories too vivid for comfort. As soon as she was out of earshot, Caroline had turned to him, her posture defensive. "What Amanda Laughlin told you has no bearing on what happened here last night." "I didn't say it did." "You implied it." "I did no such thing." "I know how your mind works, Dodge. You're skeptical by nature. Why would you tend to believe Amanda Laughlin over your own flesh and blood?" Afraid that his angry voice might carry upstairs and through the guest room door, he'd propelled Caroline across the living area and into the kitchen. As soon as they'd reached it, and he'd shut the door, he leaned toward her. "You march out that flesh and blood connection whenever you want to make a point, or to remind me that I should have blind loyalty toward Barry now, but you weren't so keen on her being my flesh and blood the day she was born." "Do you blame me?" "No, Caroline, and I never did. You were in the right. I was wrong. I admitted I was." "It wasn't enough." "How well I know." She tried to stare him down but failed, and he derived some satisfaction from her being the first to turn away. After a moment, he'd said quietly, "I think you should prepare yourself." "For what?" "For just in case Barry hasn't been quite as up front with you as you think." When she would have spoken, he'd sliced the air with his hand. "That's what scares you too, isn't it, Caroline? You said as much at the tea room." "I said—" "I asked you what the problem was, and in reply you said that Barry is a lot like me. You knew that would be the one reason I'd stay on, because we both know that the genes she got from me might not be pretty when they manifest themselves. If she's got herself into a mess, I'll help her get out of it, but the process might be disagreeable, to say the least." With that, he'd headed for the door. "Where are you going?" "To town." "What for?" "I need a place to stay. Once I've got a room and dumped my stuff, I want to nose around, see if I can find a grapevine to tap into." "How long will you be gone?" "Can't say." "Back in time for dinner?" He'd stopped on his way through the door and looked at her. She'd looked anxious, as though afraid that, despite what he'd said, he might not return. He'd been tempted to ask her if she cared whether or not he came back, and if so, how much. All he'd said was, "Anything happens, you've got my cell number." Now he was back, and she hadn't called him during his absence, so he assumed that there had been nothing new to report. While he'd been gone, she changed into a pair of white pants cropped at her ankles and a yellow t-shirt through which he could see the outline of her bra. She'd always thought her breasts were too small. He'd thought they were downright perfect and perfectly sensitive. "Did you find a room?" He dragged his gaze off her chest and onto more neutral territory. Yeah, Cypress Lodge. There's better available. I know of some houses that owners rent out when not in use. I should have thought of reserving you one before now, although my mind's been scattered. But I could call the office and... The lodge is fine. My standards aren't that high. This room has all the comforts of home. In fact, it's several notches above my place in Atlanta. She dipped a wooden spoon into the spaghetti sauce, blew on it, sipped a sample, then laid the spoon in a ceramic holder near the burner and replaced the lid on the simmering pot. Going to the small breakfast table, she sat down and motioned Dodge into the chair across from her. He sat. Mr. Mitchell doesn't pay you well? Very well. A hell of a lot more than I'm worth. He paused, then added, but not nearly as much as you make selling houses. I've been fortunate. You work your butt off. She conceded the point with a small smile. I've put in some long days, but I love the work. It's made you rich in Houston, then here. She folded her arms across her middle and eyed him shrewdly. Who'd you talk to? No, wait. Where did you go for your beer? A place on Bowie Street. Chat and chill? He coughed behind his fist, saying evasively, I think that was it. Grace. You got your information from Grace. She held his gaze and asked softly, What did it cost you? 2 beers and 2 cigarettes. She smiled again, but this time it was a sad expression. Nothing's changed. Everything's changed, Caroline. 30 years ago we were making love while the spaghetti sauce simmered. He saw from her expression that she remembered it as well as he did. They decided to fool around and had forgotten all about what was on the stove until the smell of scorched tomatoes had alerted them to the potential hazard. He told her to hold on, and somehow had got them off the bed while still joined. Then he'd carried her into the kitchen, and as soon as he turned off the burner beneath the pot, they resumed right there. Her face became flushed, and she couldn't look him in the eye. We were young. And a little crazy. Crazy in love. Don't, Dodge. Her whisper had a desperately pleading undertone. Don't what? Don't talk about it? Don't remember? I can't help remembering. That day the spaghetti sauce burn was one of our more rollicking fucks. It had been a combination of laughter and lust. He got hard now just thinking about it. For Caroline's part, she set her elbows on the table and covered her face with her hands. She didn't know if she was hiding her shame or her delight. Tears, maybe. But when she finally lowered her hands, there were no tears in her eyes, and her expression was impassive, giving him no clue as to her emotions. She said, If this lawyer pays you so well, why do you live in a place less appealing than your room at the Cypress Lodge? Because a rat hole comes with no responsibilities, and because I've got expenses that keep me on a tight budget despite hefty paychecks and bonuses. She gave him a questioning look, and he felt his shirt pocket for his pack of cigarettes, wishing he dared light up. Alimony, ×2. You were married twice? The first time to prove to myself that I could. Could what? Forget you. The second divorce proved I couldn't. She held his gaze for a long moment, then got up quickly and crossed the room to the sink, where she turned on the faucet, then immediately turned it off. Stop saying things like that. Sue me. She spun around, anger flashing in her eyes. Don't be cute, Dodge. You can't flip off this crisis with one of your catchphrases. This situation sucks, he said, coming to his feet and advancing on her. That's what this situation does. Are you ashamed? Ashamed? Why haven't you told Barry who I am? Why haven't you? That stopped him in his tracks. For the life of him, he couldn't think of a comeback. Shit. A long, taut silence stretched between them. Eventually, she said quietly, "I shouldn't have called you. You should never have sent me your phone number." Several years ago, on a night when he was particularly drunk, lonely, remorseful, and maudlin, he'd written his cell phone number on a postcard along with 2 words. "Sue me." His catchphrase, she'd called it. He supposed it was, because he'd known that when she read those 2 words, she would know immediately whose phone number it was. The postcard had a picture of Margaret Mitchell's house on it, so she would also know that it had come from Atlanta. It did his old, thudding heart good to know that she hadn't fed the postcard into the office shredder or torn it into tiny bits and flung them to the 4 winds. "Nobody forced you to keep my phone number, Caroline. I didn't even know that you'd received it until you called last night. When I mailed you the card, I didn't know if you still worked at that company. I addressed it to Caroline King, but I didn't know if you went by your name or his." "I kept mine." "Why?" "Professional reasons." What did he think about that? He didn't object. Dodge's heart felt like it was in a goddamn vice, but he had to ask. Had to know. "Why'd you marry him?" "Dodge." "Tell me. Why?" "Because I wanted to." "To spite me?" "Don't flatter yourself." "Did you love him?" "Yes." "You loved him?" "Yes." "After me, after us, was it that easy?" He broke off when suddenly her eyes darted to a point behind him. He whipped around. Barry was standing in the open doorway, her gaze bouncing between them. "What's going on?" Caroline was the first to speak. "As it turns out, our guest is very opinionated about how long spaghetti should boil." She smiled at Dodge, who forced a similar expression. Or tried. Caroline continued the charade. "In any case, it won't be long now. If you'd like to wash up, Dodge, there's a powder room just—" She motioned, and he mumbled, "Yeah, sure, thanks," and excused himself as he moved past Barry out of the steamy kitchen. Through dinner, Caroline carried the conversation. He followed as well as he could, trying not to stumble, mindful that Barry was quiet but keenly observant. She watched him even when she was pretending not to. Physically, she looked like Caroline, thank God, but she was his kid too. If he'd inherited any of his deduction skills, this charade wasn't going to last long. He thought that he and Caroline were probably trying too hard to act normal, and that the effort was transparent. Or maybe he was just being paranoid. Caroline pressed him into talking about some of the interesting cases he had worked on. He gave them a more detailed account of Derek and Julie Mitchell's romance. "Wasn't conventional," he said. "Not by a long shot. The stakes were high for both of them, but they fell hard for each other, and that was all she wrote. Now, with the baby on the way, they're positively nauseating. Derek, a former man about town, has gone domestic. Uses fringed cloth and napkins, for God's sake. I'd accuse Julie of emasculating him, but I think she's rather partial to his balls." Barry blurted a laugh. Caroline blinked with shock, then she too laughed. The sound of their laughter made his throat grow tight with emotion. But the specter of his conversation with Amanda Laughlin served as a centerpiece on the dining table. It loomed large. He was glad when the meal finally came to an end and he could excuse himself to go outside and smoke. On his way out, he said to Barry, "One cigarette. Then we gotta talk about you and Laughlin." Chapter 10. Ski was almost upon the man when he spun around, pistol in hand, aimed straight at Ski's head. "Whoa! Son of a bitch!" Dodge dropped his gun hand and gave the deputy a baleful look. I almost shot you. That would have been bad for both of us. Worse for you. Dodge returned his revolver to his holster at the small of his back. Ski asked, Do you have a concealed handgun license? In Georgia. This is Texas. Dodge shrugged. Doesn't Georgia have reciprocity with the Lone Star State? Didn't you bother to check? No. Does it? Yes. Then what's the problem? Ski brushed past a sapling and closed the distance between himself and the tree stump where Dodge had been sitting when he came up behind him. The woods were noisy with the soprano choir of insects and the bass tones of bullfrogs on the lake shore, which had helped cover the sound of his approach through the woods. The night was hot. There was no breeze. The surrounding trees were stolid and still. Light spilling from the windows of Caroline King's house provided an ambient glow. The two men could see each other, but little else. Dodge returned to his seat on the stump and lit a cigarette. As he fanned out his match, he eyed Ski up and down. You an Indian or what? One of those Kushata from around here? Do I look like an Indian? I didn't hear you till you were only a few yards away from me. Barely had time to get my pistol. Ski crouched down at the base of a pine, sitting on the heels of his boots and putting his back to the rough bark. Army, Special Forces, Covert Missions. You're good. If I was good, I'd have slit your throat before you knew I was here. Did you think I might be Starks returning to the scene of the crime? Ski shook his head. I smelled your tobacco smoke. He isn't a smoker. The older man considered him for a moment. How come you left the army? I got wounded. Iraq? Afghanistan. Before it became the place to be, he said dryly. I got shot. Spent months recovering. By the time I was released from the hospital, my stint was almost over. I didn't re-up. Dodge kept smoking, saying nothing. For reasons Ski couldn't explain, he would like to win this man's approval. Short of that, he'd like to alleviate the contempt with which Dodge Hanley seemed to regard him. I already had my degree, but I went back to UT, took courses in criminology, then brought my advanced degree back here to my hometown. Why this pissant burg? Why not a metropolitan department? I like to ski. Dodge's expression went blank. I don't follow. Water ski, boat, fish, hike. Big cities don't allow for much of that. Dodge harumphed. Or could be you're lazy and lack ambition. That's been said. He stated it frankly, without apology or contradiction. Dodge kept his eyes on the deputy as he ground out his cigarette against the stump. You like to ski. Is that how you got your nickname? Ski picked a chunk of pine bark off the ground and bounced it in his palm. One summer night, I think between 9th and 10th grade, me and some buddies got a few bottles of rot gut whiskey, sneaked out a motorboat belonging to one of the guy's dads. I took a dare. Broke my arm, a few ribs, and my collarbone. From then on, I was called Ski. What was a dare? To slalom a half-mile barefoot and blindfolded? Dodge gurgled a laugh. Jesus. I might have been sober enough to pull it off, but the guy driving the boat was wasted. Pulled me right into the shallows in a grove of cypresses. He caught himself chuckling over the reckless stunt, then sobered and assumed his professional demeanor. Now, if I catch somebody driving a boat while drinking, I haul him to jail, no leniency, no excuses. Dodge lit another cigarette. After a time, Ski said, Who are you? And don't tell me a friend of the family because you've got cop written all over you. Former cop. Currently an investigator for a law firm in Atlanta. Okay. What? What are you doing here? Freelance work. You came to Miss King's aid on real short notice. I done some work for one of her friends in Houston years back. She recommended me. You just dropped everything and came flying down here? I was told Caroline King has lots of money, and I need the extra income. I've got 2 greedy, blood-sucking ex-wives. Ski wondered what he'd done to make Dodge Hanley think he was stupid enough to swallow that bullshit. He considered revealing what he'd learned after making some fact-finding calls today, but for the time being, he decided to play along and pretend to be as ignorant as the stump Dodge was sitting on. Ski said, "Besides smoking, what were you doing out here?" Angling the smoke away from Ski, Dodge exhaled and pointed toward the lake. "I thought maybe Starks came by boat, but I nosed around the dock and shoreline and didn't see any evidence of that." He came back to Ski with an arch look. "Nothing as solid as those fresh tire tracks you found." Ski smiled wryly. "Who'd you torture?" "No waterboarding necessary. You hang out at a county courthouse long enough, you hear things. Never knew one of 'em that didn't leak like a rusty pipe." Ski considered the older man for a long moment, then making a decision, stood up and angled his head back toward the woods. "Want to take a walk?" Dodge came to his feet. "Lead on." "Put out the cigarette. I don't want you burning down our forest." Dodge sucked in a lungful of smoke and muttered a string of grousing swear words as he exhaled. He ground out the cigarette, then fell in behind as Ski plowed through the underbrush, pushing aside tree limbs and adroitly sidestepping natural obstacles, retracing the way he'd come but without worrying about how much noise he was making. "I left my flashlight up here a ways. Can you see okay?" "Don't worry about me," Dodge grumbled. Ski ducked under a tree branch and hoped Dodge saw it in time to do the same. He hadn't planned to share any aspects of the case, but found himself inviting the former cop's input. "The three-way stop where Lake Road dead ends? The bait shop?" "Yeah." "I talked to a guy who was there about midnight last night, pumping gas." Pride prevented him from telling the veteran investigator that a civilian had actually tracked down the bass fisherman. "Kinda late to be pumping gas." He was getting his boat ready to take out first thing this morning. Wanted to have that chore done so he could get on the lake by daylight. That's one of the reasons I never fished. It starts too early. "So," Ski continued, "he's at the pump filling his gas can when this guy pulls a Toyota up to the side of the building? Time roughly coincides with Miss Malone's 911 call." "Did the vehicle come from this direction?" "It did." "The fisherman is sure it was a Toyota?" "Positive. His daughter has one like it. He said the driver got out and stumbled into the men's room." "Exterior entrance?" "Right." "Stumbled?" "He demonstrated it to me. Looked like limping. When the gas can is full, the fisherman thinks maybe he ought to check on the guy. So he moseys over to the men's room, knocks on the door, and says to the guy inside that he couldn't help but notice that he was limping, and asks if everything's all right. Does he need some help? The guy hollers through the door. He doesn't open it. No, he tells the fisherman that he's fine. He just came in to take a piss. Those words. The fisherman is a die-hard evangelical and wanted to hear no more of, I quote, that kind of filthy language. He sounds like a barrel of laughs. Ski stopped to retrieve his flashlight from the crotch of a tree where he'd left it. He clicked it on and turned to check on Dodge, who'd been keeping up, but barely. The older man was huffing. "Are you all right?" "I've got on city shoes." His shoes weren't to blame for his wheezing like a malfunctioning bagpipe. "You need to lose those cigarettes." "Walk." Ski directed the beam of light to the ground, which made the trekking much easier. The fisherman went on his way and didn't think any more about it. Not even when he'd heard there'd been a shooting in the vicinity around that time of night. He was out on the lake all day. Didn't learn about the incident until he got home this afternoon, and by then we were contacting him. Did he describe the guy? He got a fairly good look because there's a light above the restroom door. Orrin Stark's general height, weight, and age. Receding hairline. The guy was wearing khaki slacks and a dark golf shirt. Miss Malone said Starks had on khaki slacks and a navy golf shirt. No one coached the fisherman. He hadn't heard that description on TV or from his wife when he got home from his fishing trip. He says no, and I don't think this guy would lie. Dodge hawked up a wad of phlegm and spat. Fuck no. Not if he takes exception to the word piss. Ski chuckled. Plus, I showed him a faxed photo of Starks that I got from the marketing firm's employment records. Fishman said he was 95% sure that was the guy. Not 100? On account of it was dark and he was 20 or so yards away. Ski motioned forward. It's just ahead. The flashlight beam picked up the yellow tape that had been strung around a small area that appeared to be the cul-de-sac of an overgrown track. My guess, Ski said, is that when the house was being built, the construction crew pulled some of their vehicles off the road and parked them in here where it was shady, and to keep from cluttering up the area in front of the house. When the house was completed, the track and clearing became overgrown with disuse. He shone the light down on the tire tracks in the dirt. Fresh, and they weren't made by heavy equipment. I discovered them just after daylight this morning. Got a man out here pronto. He's no expert, mind you, but he made a pretty good cast. Lucky it didn't rain last night. Ski nodded. I'm rushing up the match, but I'm betting the tires will be standard-issue Toyota. Find anything besides the tracks? Scuffed footprints. Ski shone the light onto the ground. Unfortunately, nothing we could imprint. Candy wrapper or bottle cap piece of cloth? Nope. I've combed the area twice myself and had 2 other deputies do the same. Nothing. But, if you know what to look for, Starks left a clear trail to the house. He showed Dodge a skinny branch that had recently been broken and was hanging limply from the trunk of the tree, also a patch of grass that had been trampled on. Ms. Malone said he was no outdoorsman. Dodge studied several broken limbs that Ski spotlighted. He doesn't have your Pathfinder skills, that's for sure. The older man was thoughtfully gnawing the inside of his cheek, indicating to Ski there was more on his mind. He asked, "What are you thinking?" Why'd he stop at the bait shop and go to the men's room? Risk being seen. I hear you. Sounds too careless for the controlled individual Miss Malone described, doesn't it? But she also said that Starks was unhinged last night. He just shot somebody. He wasn't thinking straight. Or maybe he was being his orderly self and went into the restroom to assess the injury to his leg. In other words, Dodge said, you don't have a clue. Ski had the grace to smile. I'm open to ideas. Who the hell knows why anybody does anything? I don't. The fact is, Starks made the stop. He was seen. What does that give you, Deputy? Evidence that he was indeed here last night. Dodge's eyes narrowed. You doubted that? Ski gave a non-committal shrug. It confirms Miss Malone's and Laughlin's statements. It explains why neither heard the car either coming or going. Okay. Once we get a positive ID on these tire prints, we'll know the make and model of the car, and I can get an APB out on it. There's no Toyota registered to Orrin Starks, but Ms. Malone said he would be too smart to drive his own car. But dumb enough to leave fresh tire tracks. Dodge had been musing out loud, but when Ski gave him the high sign to continue his thought, he said, This guy's supposed to be a genius, right? Following his thought, Ski said, Being smart doesn't necessarily make someone a good criminal. No, but it helps. Dodge motioned down at the incriminating tire tracks. This is just plain stupid. Stupid like fleeing the scene of the crime and going directly to a place where he'd be exposed. Yeah, stupid like that, Dodge said. I don't suppose the pious fisherman got the license plate number on the Toyota? We're not that lucky. He wasn't definite on the color, either. Dark. That's all he could tell me. You're going to piss off a lot of innocent Toyota drivers who'll be stopped. Can't be helped. Ski waited a beat, then asked, "Have you seen enough?" "I may come back, take a look around, if it's okay." "You're asking permission?" "Not really." "What I thought." Ski followed the outlining tape to the other side of the clearing, and then walked along the overgrown track till they reached the road. His SUV was parked partially in the ditch. He opened the driver's door and reached in for a bottle of water. He passed it to Dodge, who thanked him, uncapped it, and took a drink. "Do you need a minute to catch your breath?" Ski asked. Dodge recapped the water bottle and tossed it back into the SUV. "Any day of the week, son, I could still whip your butt. Not in a fair fight. I'll never fight fair. Fair gets you killed. Didn't the Army teach you anything?" The two men sized each other up as they had the first time they'd laid eyes on each other in the hospital corridor. Finally, Dodge seemed to reach a decision. He dug into his pants pocket, withdrew something, and reaching for Ski's hand, slapped the object into his palm. "Amanda Laughlin's cell phone." Ski looked at the phone in his hand, then back into the private investigator's implacable eyes. "I found it," he said, "in the hospital cafeteria." "They don't have a lost and found at the hospital?" Ski asked. "I checked around, didn't see one. I was in a hurry." "So you had to turn on the phone in order to discover who it belonged to?" Dodge gave a half shrug, a very unapologetic half shrug. Ski said, "I'll see that Mrs. Laughlin gets it back. I'm sure she'll appreciate it." They exchanged another long, assessing stare. Then Ski motioned for Dodge to climb into the SUV. He went around the hood, and Ski heard him cursing as his city shoes sought purchase on the steep bank of the ditch. As they drove past the car parked at the end of the lane leading to the house, Dodge remarked on it. "I noticed him there this afternoon. Security guard?" "Reserve deputy. We've got a dozen men and women we can't afford to keep on the payroll, but we use them in emergencies. There's another one watching the dock." "Bumped into him earlier," Dodge said. "He looked me over good." Ski smiled, thinking, "I'll bet he did." He said, "I don't want to take any chances that Starks will come back and carry out his threat to kill Miss Malone." "I'm sure you don't. Her mama's a town big shot. If something happened to Caroline King's daughter, your boss would have your ass." Ski gave him a hard look. "That's a lousy thing to say." "Sue me." Then, Okay, that was a pot shot." After a moment, he asked, "What about the municipal police? Are they of any help to you?" 5-man operation. Mostly they break up fights at the high school football games and organize the 4th of July parade." "I figured. We of the sheriff's office are the main peace officers. It's up to us." "Up to you." Ski shrugged. "Up to me, to find Starks." "Well, he's not at the Cypress Lodge. I've already checked." "Thanks," Ski said dryly. "I'll mark it off my list." Then after a short pause, "I thought you might be bunking out here at Miss King's house." Dodge stayed stubbornly silent, ignoring Ski's bait and saying nothing as they approached the house. The headlights swept the front door just as Caroline came through it and stepped onto the porch. She looked relieved when she saw Dodge in the passenger seat. As he alighted, she said, "I was beginning to think you'd fallen into the lake, or that a gator got you." "You got gators?" She looked back and forth between Dodge and Ski, who came up the steps along with him. Obviously, she was wondering where and how they had joined up. "What's going on?" "I don't have Starks in custody yet," Ski said, "but there are a couple of things to report, and I've got a few more questions for Miss Malone." "She's inside." Caroline led the two men into the entryway, and motioned them toward the living area. "I'll get Barry." But before she was out of earshot, Ski's stomach rumbled noisily, bringing her up short. "Sorry, ma'am." She smiled at him. No apology necessary. Barry was just finishing the dinner cleanup when her mother came into the kitchen. "Have you already put the leftover spaghetti away?" "Just now." Caroline opened the refrigerator and took out the sealed container, handing it to Barry. "Would you please warm a plate of it for Deputy Nyland?" "Sorry?" Caroline took utensils from the flatware drawer. He and Dodge just came in together. Barry glanced through the kitchen window toward the back of the property, where the investigator had disappeared almost an hour ago, saying for her to be ready to discuss her relationship with Ben when he returned after having one cigarette. How'd that happen? I have no idea, but they're here, and Deputy Nyland admitted that he hasn't eaten all day. The least we can do is offer him some supper. The least we can do? Mother, he hates me. Don't be silly. And when you come, bring the tea pitcher, please. Her mother left the kitchen, taking the flatware, a placemat, and a napkin with her. Barry stared at the food container that had been thrust into her hand, and it felt as alien as all the other disruptive elements that had been thrust at her over the past 24 hours. A violent act, something totally beyond her realm of experience. A criminal investigation which was foreign to her. A deputy sheriff who was blatantly skeptical of every word out of her mouth. A private investigator whose presence in her life was inexplicable. She placed the food container in the microwave and set the timer. As she watched it count down, she puzzled over her mother's decision to retain the services of Dodge Hanley, a man who was rough around the edges, to say the least. He was the antithesis of Caroline's other acquaintances, who were generally prosperous businessmen, bankers, lawyers, doctors, cultured and refined men like Barry's dad had been. Moreover, Caroline, who was ever a lady, seemed to take no exception to Dodge's off-color comments. That, to Barry, signaled a worry. There was only one explanation for Caroline's tolerance of his coarseness. She felt he was necessary to them. He was the kind of man you wanted at your back during a fight, which meant that her mother expected one. Barry feared one too. Orrin wouldn't give up. That she knew. His obsession with her had caused her world to tilt. She had used the last 2 months to try to get it back on solid footing, but last night it had been overturned and was now completely out of control. Her control. She seemed incapable of reclaiming command. But she must. And in order for that to happen, she recognized that things would get worse before they got better. The microwave dinged. She dumped the spaghetti onto a plate, added 2 slices of garlic bread, then put the plate and the iced tea pitcher on a tray and carried it into the dining area, where the other 3 were gathered around the table. Her mother had laid a place setting in front of the deputy, who stood up when Barry approached the table. "I hope I didn't put you to any trouble." "No trouble." She served him the plate of food and set the tea pitcher on the table. He didn't sit down until she'd taken a chair. Then he didn't touch anything until her mother said, "Don't let it get cold." He put the napkin in his lap, picked up the fork, and dug in. He was such a presence. In the semicircular dining area, he seemed exceptionally large, and not only because of his physical size. He was overbearing in intrinsic ways, too. Barry was aware of every blink, every motion. He robbed her of air, but she seemed the only one to be affected. While he ate, Dodge, with Ski's permission, told them about Orrin's coming to the house on foot from a hidden parking space nearer the main road, and his apparent stop at the bait shop restroom. That makes me feel a little better about failing to get his license plate number. Barry said. You couldn't have if you wanted to, her mother said. Dodge asked her if Orrin had ever driven a Toyota. I don't know. I never paid attention to his car. You never went anywhere with him? Ski asked. She hesitated and looked across at Dodge. Should we wait until morning, when Mr. Carlyle can join us? Before Dodge could answer, Ski said, I'm only after information about Starks. You're not a suspect. Dodge's eyes narrowed on him as he forked spaghetti into his mouth. Okay, Deputy, go ahead. But watch it. Barry, if you're uncomfortable answering a question, don't. Ski looked at Barry and let his raised eyebrows repeat the question because his mouth was full. She said, I never wrote anywhere with Orrin. He held her gaze for several seconds, then blotted his mouth with his napkin. Thanks. That was delicious. There wasn't a morsel left on the plate. He'd used the bread to sop up the extra sauce. Since the thank you had been directed at her, Barry said, You're welcome, but all I did was warm it up. Mother actually made it. I'm a terrible cook. He smiled across at her mother. I'm glad my stomach growled in front of you. Warmly, she returned his smile. Dodge shifted in his seat, touched the pocket of his shirt where he kept his cigarettes, then folded his arms across his chest, looking surly and put out over something. Ski pushed his plate aside and rested his forearms on the edge of the table. He turned toward Barry. I talked to several of the female co-workers whose names you gave me. They told you about Orrin's inappropriate flirting? More like inept flirting. Teasing that fell flat, awkwardness in social situations, that sort of thing. They described more of a nuisance than a creep. He's a creep, she said stubbornly. Intelligent, even genius, but as a human being his ick factor is off the charts. He wasn't as persistent with the others as he was with me and Sally Buckland. Did you talk to her? Yes. And? He divided a look between Dodge and Caroline before coming back to her. Maybe we should wait on your lawyer after all. On the surface, his statement seemed meant for her benefit, but it also had the undertones of a dare, from which Barry wouldn't back down. Ask your questions. Barry. It's fine, Dodge. Not fine. It's damn foolish. Ignoring him, she held Skein Island's stare. Well? Sally Buckland told me in no uncertain terms that Starks had nothing whatsoever to do with her resignation from Delray, and that to suggest such a thing was ridiculous. She also said that if you had called him a stalker, you were lying. Barry's breath slowly leaked from between her lips, which were parted in astonishment. Why would Sally say that? Then, her voice rising, she demanded, Why would she say that? Barry. No, Mother, she said, cutting her off. Something is terribly wrong here. She scraped back her chair, got up and rounded it, then leaned against it as she faced the other three. I'm telling you that Orrin made Sally's work environment so miserable she resigned. He redirected his attention to me. I have no idea why Sally is denying it now, but I'm telling you the truth. I believe you, Barry, her mother said. In fact, no one here has disputed you, so please sit down and let's talk this out. Thank you. I prefer to stand, but I do want to talk this out. She shot a hard look at Ski, wishing that just once she could cause a disturbance in his steady gray gaze. Well, what else? Did you attend the office Christmas party with Starks? She dropped her head forward until her chin was resting on her chest. She sensed her mother's disbelief, Dodge's unspoken reproof, the deputy's condemnation. Then she brought her head up and shook back her hair in a small show of defiance. Yes, I agreed to be Orrin's date to the Christmas party. I thought that if I went out with him once, he would stop pestering me. The party seemed a safer alternative than being alone with him for an entire evening. We would be surrounded by people we knew. I accepted his invitation on the condition that we met there rather than his picking me up at home. I drove myself there and drove myself home. Alone. I told you the truth about being in Orrin's car, Deputy Nyland. I never rode with him, anywhere. What about the party? Orrin made certain that everyone knew we were paired for the evening. He didn't leave my side the entire night. He hovered. He treated me with familiarity, touching me constantly. The memory of it revolts me. I endured his manhandling, hoping that once he could boast of having had a date with me, he would be satisfied and go away. But it didn't turn out that way. She paused, stared into near space for a moment before focusing on the deputy again, and continuing. The last workday before the Christmas holiday, Orrin received his dismissal notice. He turned to me for consolation, as though I was his lover, friend, champion. She paused again and gave them each in turn a look. That's when the stalking began. Wanting to lance all the boils at once, she looked at Dodge. During your tete-a-tete with Amanda Laughlin this afternoon, she spilled the beans about Ben and me. Dodge nodded unhappily. Facing the deputy, she said, "There was a time when Ben and I had more than a working relationship." Noting his lack of reaction, she added, "But you don't seem surprised to learn that." He tipped his head slightly. "Miss Laughlin called me late this afternoon. Said maybe I ought to know that you'd attended the company Christmas party with Orrin Starks, and that you and her husband had been lovers." "He wasn't her husband then," Barry said with asperity. "And until today, I didn't know that Amanda was even aware of it. In any case, it's ancient history and has no bearing on anything, especially what happened here last night." She pried her tight grip from the back of the chair and began to pace. "Ben and I were working late one night. Went for drinks afterwards, felt like blowing off some steam, and one thing led to another. Being co-workers, seeing each other every day in the office, added a bit of spice to what would otherwise have been a rather bland attraction. Soon, even that naughty element wasn't enough to make it worthwhile. We didn't want to pretend romance to damage our solid working relationship, and we realized how silly it was to continue when neither of us was emotionally invested in the affair. So we agreed to return to what we'd been before, platonic friends and co-workers. It was a fling that lasted less than a month. He hadn't even met Amanda yet. When he did, I was one of the first people he told about this amazing woman. I was pleased for him, and when they got engaged, I threw them a party. Mother, you remember. You rented out the party room at the country club." Barry nodded and looked at Ski. "That's it. That's the big, bad secret. Until that ugly encounter in the hospital, Amanda has always been cordial toward me. Maybe today's meltdown happened because she's upset and worried about Ben's medical condition. Maybe her outburst was a delayed reaction to the trauma of hearing that he'd been shot." She raised her hands helplessly at her sides. "I don't know when Ben told her about us. Whether it was before or after they married, or this morning when he woke up in the recovery room and realized that he'd been shot while wearing only his undershorts in my house. I don't know. What I do know is that my time with Ben was short-lived and forgettable. Nothing romantic has happened between us since it ended. Certainly nothing adulterous happened here yesterday." Ski got up and rounded the table, coming to stand directly in front of her. "In the guest room last night when I looked, the bed was still made. I can't account for that. Maybe Ben was sitting in the chair reading. Maybe he was on the toilet. Maybe he was... I don't know what he was doing because I didn't see him after we went upstairs, said goodnight, and retired to our separate rooms. On your bed, the covers had been pulled back." "Nyland, what are you getting at?" Dodge asked. Neither she nor Ski responded. She didn't know why this was such a sticking point, but she wanted to eliminate it as an issue between her and the deputy. "I turned down the bed before I went into the bathroom to shower." Dodge said, "What's the deal with the beds? In fact, what difference does it make if she and Laughlin were screwing their brains out? The important thing is that this jerk-off Starks. I know what the important thing is. Ski angrily cut him off, but without shifting his gaze away from Barry's. Dodge fired back. Then why are you harping on the sleeping arrangements? Her relationship with Laughlin might relate to Stark's motive. She's told you what the relationship is, Dodge argued. Now can we move on? But Ski didn't look like he was prepared to move on, or to go anywhere until he was completely satisfied on this point. Ben and I had a meaningless affair years ago, she said. Nothing happened here yesterday or last night except what I've told you. Okay, fine, great. I'm glad that's cleared up, Dodge said. Nyland, you happy now? Ski didn't flinch. Barry took a deep breath. In answer to your question of earlier today, Barry. Dodge, sit down, Caroline said. She has rights. She doesn't have to say anything else. Maybe she wants to. Barry heard them, but only with half an ear. Ski's focus was riveted on her, and she couldn't escape it. In answer to your earlier question, I was fully clothed during dinner. I undressed only to get into the shower. It was that female EMT who suggested I might want to put something on. Before she called my attention to it, I hadn't realized that I was still naked. Chapter 11. This was Davis Coldare's lucky night. But not here where somebody might walk past and see us. Lisa Arnold removed his hand from between her thighs, pushed him off her, and sat up, pulling her tank top back into place. In fact, not in the back seat at all. That is so retro. Davis, his erection throbbing, his brain foggy with lust, couldn't immediately think of a suitable place other than his car in which to have carnal knowledge of Lisa Arnold. A motel? Primly, she readjusted her denim skirt to cover the area Davis had been exploring. It wasn't virgin territory. Motel? He echoed stupidly. The concept didn't click because of the sensory clutter inside his head. Lisa opened the car door and got out. Just drive. I'll tell you where to go. She had already switched to the passenger seat by the time Davis's cerebral synapses fired. Grimacing, he tucked himself back into his underwear, then, and holding up his jeans with his left hand, got out of the back seat and into the front behind the wheel. He started the car and navigated it through the lanes of the drive-in theater, which was open only during the summer months, and where tonight a double feature of slasher movies was playing. Like Lisa and him, most people in the parked cars hadn't come to watch the films. When the theater exit spilled them onto the highway, Lisa instructed that he turn left and reminded him to switch on his headlights. She reached across the console and slid her hand inside his jeans, squeezing him through his underwear. Don't lose this before we get there. Not a chance, he panted. She began stroking him, and his eyes crossed, making it difficult to keep the center yellow stripe of the two-lane highway in focus. Do you have condoms? She asked. If you don't, I do, but from now on it's your responsibility to bring them, okay? Okay. He agreed. He would have agreed to anything, when actually all he heard was, from now on, which implied a future of sexual encounters. Just up there on the right, she said. I don't know the name of it, but it's got a raccoon on the sign. He knew the place. The run-down motor court had been there for as long as he could remember, probably much longer than he'd been alive. He'd driven past it countless times without giving it a thought. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined he would be coming here with Lisa Arnold, the girl with the most promising put-out reputation in Merritt High School. He pulled up to the lighted office, where a red neon vacancy sign blinked off and on. Getting a room might cost him every penny he'd earned mowing lawns this week, but he shot one look across at Lisa and figured if it cost 2 weeks' income, it would be worth it to get on her. Guys who'd been with her said a blowjob was practically guaranteed. But since she had insisted on someplace other than the back seat, maybe she was planning on doing more than her standard BJ. Thinking of the possibilities made his mind reel. "Can you walk with this?" She tugged on him playfully, and he moaned. If she made him come too soon, he'd die of mortification, and then he'd kill her for spoiling it. Giggling at his obvious discomfort, she said, "Guess not. Give me $40. She released him. He raised his hips off the seat and braced his feet against the floorboard so he could wedge his hand into the pocket of his jeans to get his wallet. He pulled out 2 20s, which he plucked from his hand. Shooting him a cheeky grin over her shoulder, she got out. As she walked toward the office, he watched her ass, barely covered by her skirt, covered not at all by her thong, as he'd recently discovered. He groaned with desire. Working the check-in desk was a fat lady with stringy gray hair and a blue tattoo that covered the entirety of her flabby arm. Looking miffed for being drawn away from the magazine she'd been thumbing through, she grabbed Lisa's 20s and slapped a key onto the counter. The transaction took less than 15 seconds. Davis was glad Lisa hadn't been required to sign a register or anything. He was going to go through with this no matter what, but he'd just as soon his parents never found out about it. Lisa was the kind of girl his dad, his mom too, during one especially embarrassing conversation, had warned him to beware of. As Lisa got back into the car, her short skirt rode up her thighs, flashing him a glimpse of the heaven that awaited and obliterating from his mind parental lectures about common sense and morality. Banished by her wink were warnings about fatal diseases and unwanted pregnancies, either of which could destroy plans for a college baseball scholarship and, by extension, his life. "All set," she said. "Number 8, straight ahead on the end." He got the impression she'd been here before. He parked in front of room number 8. Lisa got out. As Davis alighted, he wondered if maybe he should pull his car around to the back of the building, where it couldn't be seen from the road. But his parents had gone to a card party at some friend's house tonight, and they lived on the opposite side of town. His parents wouldn't be driving past here on their way home. Still holding up his jeans with one hand, he stumbled toward the door, where Lisa was waiting. She handed him the room key. "Be a gentleman." "Yes, ma'am." He took the key from her and made several stabs at the doorknob, missing the keyhole each time. Lisa moved close and sandwiched his biceps between her fantasy-inducing breasts. She licked the rim of his ear and whispered, "I hope your aim improves once we get inside." He rammed the key into the slot and twisted it, unlocking the door. "Don't worry about my aim. I'll hit the target." "Ooh, are we talking G-spot?" He pushed the door open and stepped into the room. He felt along the wall for the light switch. When he flipped it up and the light came on, the last thing Davis Kildare expected to see was the startled, disheveled man standing at the side of the bed. Barry was lying on her back, staring at the ceiling of the guest bedroom, when Caroline tapped once on the door and asked permission to come in. As soon as she cleared the threshold, Barry asked, "Is he gone?" Caroline gave her daughter a wry smile. "He passed on dessert and coffee, but he couldn't have stayed even if he wanted to. He got a call on his cell phone and tore out of here. Dodge went with him." "They're a team now?" "Not exactly." Caroline folded a chenille throw and laid it across the arm of a chair, avoiding direct eye contact with Barry. Dodge wanted to know the nature of the call, and when Ski told him it was official, Dodge said, "Fine, don't tell me. It can be a surprise when I get there." Ski pointed out that Dodge didn't know where he was going, and Dodge said he would after he followed him. I suppose Ski saw the futility of arguing. Dodge climbed into his SUV along with him, and away they went. Barry sat up. Maybe the call was to tell him that Arn has been apprehended. Let's hope. Caroline sat down on the edge of the bed and reached for her daughter's hand. She placed it palm to palm with hers and linked their fingers. "You're not yourself, Barry." "Me?" she exclaimed. "I've been thinking the same about you." "Good try. But that tactic didn't work when you were in middle school, and it doesn't work now. You can't redirect this conversation." "You've been on to my manipulation?" "Since you were old enough to exercise it, but I'm not sure manipulation is a correct word. It denotes some mean purpose. You were never mean, just extremely clever." "Not that clever. You caught on. And here I thought I was being so smart." "Smart you are." Caroline's tone changed, became softer, more serious. "Also unshakable and in command of your emotions. It's unlike you to fly off the handle the way you did with Ski." "Ski? Dodge? I've never known you to get so chummy with men you've only just met, although—" "You're doing it again. This isn't about me, it's about you." "Although," Barry continued stubbornly, "I believe you knew Dodge Hanley before today. And I'm not trying to divert the conversation away from me and my problems. We'll get to them, I promise. But first, I insist on being brought into the loop because up to this point, I've been left out." She lay back down and stacked her hands behind her head. "I'm listening." "Who is this guy? You met him before today. I know you did. Otherwise you'd be put off by his manner and vocabulary." Caroline sighed. "All right. I confess. I met Dodge in Houston a few years ago." "How?" "Through my friend, when she retained him to do some private investigating for her. She was uncomfortable with the whole idea. It seemed sordid, sleazy, a B-movie type action to take. Dodge being Dodge made her even more apprehensive. So she wanted me to meet him and give her my honest opinion. Did he seem reputable, worth his fee, that sort of thing? I had no experience in those matters either, but she valued my judgment of people in general." "Which friend? Do I know her?" "Yes, but I can't tell you who it is." "How come?" "Because that would betray her confidence." "Did Daddy ever meet him? Dodge, I mean?" Caroline laughed. "Goodness, no. Can you imagine the two of them even being in the same room?" Barry smiled. Her dad had been a slender man, not very tall, but so dignified that his modest stature went unnoticed. He was tidy and compact, soft-spoken, cultured, and genteel, the polar opposite of Dodge Hanley. Caroline was saying, "I didn't tell anyone, even Jim, about the straits my friend was in. It was a messy, humiliating situation." "Cheating husband?" "All I'll say is that she was desperate, or she would never have sought the services of a private investigator." Barry mulled over her mother's wording, then asked softly, "Is that why you sought his services? Do you regard my current situation as desperate?" "Not yet. He'll help keep it from becoming so." "He's a street fighter." "I'm sure. Irreverent, disrespectful of authority, and beyond the pale. I doubt he lets rules get in his way." "He's unrefined. You should have seen him in Mabel's tea room." Barry laughed. "You took him to a tea room?" "I had to meet him somewhere." She thought for a moment, then added, "Actually, he handled it with more aplomb than one would expect." "He's kind of cute," Barry said, "if you're into scruffy." "I hadn't thought of him in that way." Barry gave her mother a playful nudge. "Come on, he's cute. Admit it." "Some women might find him attractive." Barry grinned at the evasion, mainly because her mother was working so hard at being evasive. Following an acceptable period of grieving for her dad, Barry had encouraged her mother to start dating, especially when Caroline moved to Merritt, where no one had known her and her dad as a couple. The town had a large retirement age population. There were a lot of unattached men of suitable age and means available. Caroline would hear none of it. "I'm done with that," she had said when Barry suggested she get back in circulation. "I had a good marriage. I had the love of my life. I will never have another." But Barry continued to hold out the hope that her mother would meet a man who would change her mind. She was beautiful and smart, lovely and fun. She had much to offer, and Barry hated the thought of her living the rest of her life as a single. "I like Dodge," Barry said now, almost expecting her mother to challenge the definitive statement. But she didn't. In fact, Caroline was quite earnest when she asked, "Do you?" "Yeah, I do, warts and all. What I like best is that he makes no excuses for his warts." "Then I'm glad I made the decision to retain him." Worriedly, Barry pulled her lower lip through her teeth. "His purpose is damage control, is that it?" "Partially. His investigative skills could also be useful to Ski. If he'll use them." Caroline nodded pensively. "Men are territorial, but Ski strikes me as someone too intelligent to decline help when and if he needs it." Barry took one hand from behind her head and laid her forearm across her eyes. After a moment, she said, "The affair with Ben. You're a grown woman, Barry. Well past having to account to me about your relationships." "Oh, no?" Barry peered up at her from beneath her arm. "Isn't it you who's been giving me none too subtle hints that you'd like to have grandchildren before you're too old and decrepit to play with them?" Caroline smiled. "I still wish for grandchildren, but," she added with emphasis, "I also understand how important your career is to you, because mine was to me. Simultaneously building a career and raising a family can cause conflicts." "I haven't ruled out having a husband and children, Mother. My biological clock gongs whenever I see women my age with a toddler or two, husbands smiling on with adoration. I'd like that very much. But let me assure you, Ben Laughlin wasn't a prospective life partner. He and I spent a few harmless nights together. Our affair was hardly worth the federal case that Deputy Nyland made of it." "He didn't make a federal case of it." "Close. There must be a reason for his preoccupation with it." "He told you the reason, Orrin's motive." Caroline settled an intuitive look on her, the kind that mothers specialize in. "What?" Barry demanded. "Nothing. Never mind." "What?" Caroline shook her head. "A wild thought, groundless probably. Pardon the interruption. What were you saying?" Exasperated, knowing there was more than her mother was willing to say at the moment, Barry tried to remember where she'd left off. "I refused to wear a hair shirt because of those sleepovers. The affair would have taken on less significance if you'd been up front about it." "I know," Barry admitted. "I should have come clean about it." "Why didn't you?" "Amanda. I didn't know if Ben had told her about us, but I was guessing that he hadn't. In which case, I didn't want to spring a past affair on her when she was having to cope with his getting shot, undergoing surgery, all that. I was afraid that if I told Ski, it would open a can of worms unnecessarily. I kept quiet to spare Amanda's feelings and to spare Ben trouble with the wife whom he loves and adores. So much for my good intentions. They blew up in my face." Caroline spoke quietly. "From here on, I advise you not to withhold anything from Ski." Barry lowered her arms and looked straight into her mother's eyes. "For instance, you think I should tell him about the phone call I placed to Orrin the day before yesterday?" Caroline looked at her aghast. "Phone call?" "Thursday afternoon. Orrin and I talked for several minutes." "I don't understand. You came here to escape him. Why on earth did you call him?" To make amends? For what, for heaven's sake? Barry worked her way to the other side of the bed and swung her feet to the floor. Moving to the window, she looked out toward the lake, although all she could really see was her own reflection in the window pane. In order to explain, I have to back up, she said. Do you remember? Of course you remember, she said ruefully. The day of my big blow-up? Caroline said nothing. Barry turned her head. Her mother was looking down at her hands. You were upset, Barry. Justifiably upset. You didn't mean what you said. Don't excuse the inexcusable, Mother. At the time I meant it. A co-worker had received a commendation from an account manager on the day the same manager had criticized some of Barry's work and had gone on to shoot down all her suggestions for correcting it. Stung and angry, she'd sought out her mother at her real estate office and for half an hour had vented her outrage. She'd cited how unfair the criticism of her work had been, how lackluster the praised campaign was. Which only goes to show how lousy this manager's taste is, she had exclaimed. And I have to answer to him. My position in the company is dependent upon this bozo's crummy opinion. Caroline had tried to placate her, but Barry had refused to hear the reason behind her mother's observations. She'd discounted Caroline's advice to carry on and not let this minor setback become a major self-fulfilling stall. You work harder than anyone I know, Caroline had told her. You're the most dedicated employee that company has. You're talented. Eventually the right people will notice, and your labor, as well as your patience, will be rewarded. The soft-spoken encouragement had only caused Barry to seethe. She'd gone to her mother for sympathy and got banalities instead. Seeing red, she'd sneered. Or, in order to get to the top of my profession, I could skip all that kowtowing and do what you did. I could marry the boss. Even as she spoke the words, she'd known them to be untrue. For years, Caroline had worked diligently, late into the evenings, on holidays and over long weekends. Her success was well-deserved, based on intuitiveness and hard work, not nepotism. Barry had also known how wounding the words were and had regretted them the moment they were spoken. But she hadn't apologized. Instead, she'd stormed out, leaving her mother reeling from the unexpected and unwarranted onslaught, the source of which was something deeper than anger and disappointment. With that outburst, Barry had revealed a long-harbored resentment of her mother's achievements. When I got home, she said now, Orrin was there waiting for me. She laughed dryly. I remember thinking that I probably deserved that for being so hateful to you. He'd brought me Chinese food. He admonished me for working too hard, too long, for not eating right and for not taking care of myself properly. I was in no mood for more gentle chiding, especially his. So I lost it. I yelled at him, told him to take his moo-goo guy pen and get the hell off my porch and out of my life. I told him that I had had it, that if he'd bothered me again, I'd sick the police on him. At first, he responded weepily. How could I be so cruel as to break his heart, crush his spirit, destroy his dreams? I listened to a few minutes of that, and then I cut him off. I told him that he was a joke to everyone who knew him, but particularly to women. I told him that he was boring, that he was a pest, just wrong, and that I wasn't the only one who thought so. I told him that he was creepy and pathetic, and that I couldn't stomach the sight of him. She rubbed her eyes, wishing she could rub out the memory, too. I must have struck a chord. Several, in fact, because he flipped out. Right before my eyes, he morphed into the Orrin Starks rendition of Mr. Hyde. Outside a movie theater, I'd never witnessed such a dramatic transformation. His face became congested and red with fury like I'd never seen before, Mother. He shouted, "You can't do this to me. I don't deserve this." He threw the carton of food against my front door. It split open, splattered. He called me horrible names. said awful, obscene things. He said it was no wonder that I didn't return his affection when Ben Laughlin was fucking me. She shuddered. I can't even bring myself to repeat all he said, and you don't want to hear it. He ended with a chilling vow to make me sorry for rejecting him, in language more elaborate than that, but that was the gist of it. I went inside and bolted the door behind me. I had my cell phone in my hand ready to call 911. That's how afraid I was. But he drove away. I went into the bathroom and threw up. When I was done and was washing my face, I looked into the mirror above the sink. She paused, then said slowly, "That's when I saw what I'd become. I barely recognized myself, Mother. I was as much a monster as Oren. I had been cruel. I'd said terrible things to him. I'd been horrible to you, the person I love and respect more than anyone in my life. And why? Because I was upset over a hand-slapping I'd received at work." She turned to face Caroline. I wanted to succeed at all costs. Ambition had consumed me. I'd lost all perspective. I was jeopardizing my relationships with coworkers, with friends, with you. Dashing tears off her cheeks, she continued. Oren made me fear for my life that day, but I was just as scared of the person I'd become. I stayed up that entire night with all the lights in the house on, afraid he would come back, also afraid that I would change my mind about doing what I had decided must be done. By morning I was packed. I came here, hoping that I would find some balance in my life, find the me that had somehow got lost. She returned to the side of the bed and sat down beside her mother, who placed her hand between Barry's shoulder blades and began to massage the spot. "I'm proud of you." Barry looked at her and sputtered a laugh. "Proud? After what I've just told you?" It's hard to be that brutally honest with oneself, and even harder to act on a self-realization. Caroline kissed her brow. "You called Orne on Thursday afternoon to apologize for the things you'd said to him that afternoon?" "More or less. I also told him that Ben and I were about to put the finishing touches on the campaign he'd been working on when he was dismissed. It had turned out well. He could be proud of it." "How did he react to all this?" "Neutrally. I was actually surprised. He didn't issue dire threats, but he didn't say, 'Let bygones be bygones,' either. When I finished, he said, 'Okay,' and hung up. I dusted my hands. I thought we were square. That is, until he ripped open the shower curtain." "Surely you didn't tell him that you and Ben would be working here on Friday?" "Of course not. But I'm almost certain he's been watching my house, the office. He's smart enough to have figured out that I've been working from another location. He must have followed Ben when he left his house Friday morning to come here. Maybe Orne was sitting all day in his car near the road where they found those tire tracks, biding his time, waiting until dark, waiting until he thought he would catch us in bed together." She raised her hands to her forehead and massaged it, pressing her fingertips hard against her scalp. "What haunts me, Mother, what I fear, is that by making restitution with Orren, I unwittingly set Ben up to get shot." "Barry? Sweetheart? Wake up." Barry turned onto her back, moaning for having been shaken out of a deep slumber. She pushed strands of hair off her face and opened her eyes. Her mother, wearing only a short cotton nightgown, was bending over her. "What time is it?" 5:15. Barry groaned. The lengthy self-castigating conversation with her mother had left her too restless to sleep. After hours of tossing and turning, she'd relented and taken a non-prescription sleeping aid. Now, after less than 3 hours' sleep, her head was muzzy from the medication, her eyes dry and gritty. but her mother's tone, her entire aspect, conveyed urgency. "Get up and get dressed. Dodge just called. He said we should come as soon as possible." Barry threw off the covers. "Come where?" "To the sheriff's office." "Have they arrested Orrin?" "Dodge said he would explain when we got there." Caroline was already on her way out of the bedroom. "I'll meet you downstairs." Barry put on a pair of old jeans and a t-shirt, brushed her teeth, pulled her hair into a ponytail, and in under 5 minutes met her mother at the back door. Caroline set the alarm as they left the house and told Barry that they would take her car and that she would drive. When they reached the courthouse, they were surprised to find a deputy sheriff obviously waiting for them. He waved Caroline into a reserved parking space and touched the brim of his uniform hat as they hurriedly alighted. "Ladies, I'm Deputy Stevens. Ski said for me to bring y'all right up." He led them to an entrance on the ground level that was reserved for personnel only. He punched in a security code on a keypad. The door unlocked with a loud metallic click. He shepherded them inside, then into an elevator, also designated for official use. It whisked them up to the 3rd floor. The elevator opened directly into a large squad room. The first person they saw was Dodge, who apparently had also been on the lookout for them. He wasted no time on greetings. "Hated to drag you out of bed, but Ski thought you should hear this. Thought you," he said, addressing Barry specifically, "might be able to help." "Help how? With what?" Dodge scowled. "Orrin Starks has killed a kid." Chapter 12. Before Barry and Caroline could absorb Dodge's shocking statement, their attention was drawn toward the sound of loud and uncontrollable sobbing. A middle-aged couple were seated on a bench against the wall. A younger man wearing a clerical collar was hunkered in front of them, speaking softly, his arms embracing their shoulders in a group hug. Out of respect, Dodge spoke softly, but his voice vibrated with barely contained fury. "Mr. and Mrs. Kildare, their 16-year-old son, their only child, was shot and killed a few hours ago by Orrin Starks." Dizziness and nausea swept over Barry. She swayed. Dodge caught her arm. "Hey, steady." "Sit down," her mother said. Barry, looking at the grieving couple, gave her head a hard shake. "I'll be all right. They lost their son tonight." Across the large room, Ski emerged from a smaller office. His and Barry's eyes connected immediately and held as he wove his way through the maze of desks. When he reached her, he said, "I owe you an apology." "What for?" "For not taking you seriously enough. I thought that too much was being made of Starks, his threats. I was wrong. I'm sorry." Barry tamped down a surge of emotion, which would have to be dealt with later, but not now. He continued, "Anyway, thank you for coming. I thought if you listened while the girl gave her..." "Girl?" "I haven't had time to fill in the details," Dodge informed him. Ski bobbed his head once. "Davis Kildare was with a friend when he was shot. She's okay, shaky but uninjured. She picked Starks out of a group of pictures, no question, she said." "He got away again?" "The boy fell dead at the girl's feet. She ran for her life, called 911 from the motel office." "Motel?" Caroline asked. "A hasty-tasty." Dodge compressed his lips with regret. "Couple of horny kids just looking for a mattress." Ski said, "By the time the first responders arrived, Orrin Starks was long gone." "What provoked the shooting?" Barry asked. "Not a damn thing." "He just shot this boy for no reason?" "Wrong place, wrong time for Davis Kildare." He spoke in a tight, angry tone similar to Dodge's. "My God," Caroline whispered. Barry couldn't bring herself to say anything. Ski said to her, "I thought if you listened to the girl, Lisa Arnold is her name, if you listened in while she gives us a recorded statement, you might pick up something about Starks. Hear something that might help us. I don't know. Worth a try?" "Of course. Whatever you think." Apparently he thought she needed assistance walking, because as they retraced his path through the squad room, he kept his hand on the small of her back. "Get her some coffee, Andy," he said as they passed the wide-eyed deputy that Barry recognized as the one who'd been at the lake house the night of the shooting. "Do you take anything in it?" Ski asked her. "Cream, milk, whatever." "Some of that half-and-half stuff," he told the younger deputy. "Miss King?" "I'll get hers. I gotta go smoke anyway." Dodge peeled off with the deputy. Ski escorted Caroline and Barry into a small room. She missed the warmth of his hand when it was withdrawn. He motioned them toward a rectangular table that had brown metal legs and a chipped particle board top. "Sit there, or you can watch through the window if you don't mind standing. The sound will be piped in, so you can hear her from anywhere in the room." Caroline sat down at the table. Barry moved to the window. In the adjoining room, seated at a table identical to the one in this room, was a girl who appeared to be in late adolescence. With her was a woman, older by perhaps 15 years. "Is that her mother?" "Stepmother." "Her father?" "Split last year, whereabouts unknown. Neither seems very happy over having to live together, but they don't have options." "Where's her real mother?" "Nobody knows that either." Lisa Arnold had a voluptuous figure, made obvious by her braless tank top and short skirt. She wasn't the all-American rosy-cheeked and wholesome type, but the kind of girl that was just as easily stereotyped. Despite her hardcore appearance, however, there was an incongruous vulnerability that touched Barry. Although her eye makeup had been heavily applied, tears had left muddy tracks of it on her cheeks all the way down to her chin. Fresh tracks were being formed now as Barry watched her blubber, her whole body shaking as she wept. The stepmother sat with her arms folded across her waist and stared into near space, looking bored, sleepy, or stoned, but definitely unmoved by her stepdaughter's distress. Their general appearance, mode of dress, and body language were vastly different from those of the shattered couple who'd been praying with their minister. Ski had come to stand beside Barry at the window. "You okay?" he asked in an undertone. She nodded. "How did the two teenagers clash with Aaron?" "I'll let you hear it straight from the girl." Dodge and the deputy came in bearing several foam cups of coffee, single servings of half and packets of various sweeteners. Dodge tossed a handful of stir sticks onto the table, then reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a stack of paper napkins, which he set in front of Caroline. She smiled up at him. "Thank you for remembering." He gave her a crooked grin and grunted an unintelligible reply. Ski went to the door and opened it. Looking back at Barry, he said, "This shouldn't take too long. I'll come back as soon as we're done to get your read on it." He left. Barry went to the table and fixed her coffee. By the time she had carried it to the window, Ski was already in the next room, along with the deputy who'd met Caroline and Barry upon their arrival. He was making adjustments to a tripod-mounted video camera. Ski said something to the girl, then patted her on the shoulder before rounding the table and sitting down across from her. Barry saw him slip his hand beneath the table, and an instant later she heard the hiss of speakers as they were engaged. "Whenever you're ready, Miss Arnold," he said, his voice amplified. "Tell me everything that happened in as much detail as you can remember. I won't interrupt you unless I need something clarified, all right?" "Okay." She blew her nose into a tissue, shifted in her seat, crossed her legs, then uncrossed them. "Do you want me looking at you or at the camera?" You can talk to me if that's more comfortable for you. Sure, I guess. Where do you want me to start? What was your relationship with Davis Kildare? I only met him this week. I'd seen him at school, but we didn't have classes together or anything. We never, talked or nothing. I went to the baseball game last Monday night. He played. Here she gave an emotional hiccup. I forget which position he played. Second base, I think. Anyway, after the game, a bunch of us sort of met up out at the lake. Me and Davis got together and, messed around a little. He was sweet. He asked could we go out tonight. You had a date to go to the drive-in movie. She bobbed her head. Start from when you left there. She sniffed. Well, things had got kind of hot, Ski nodded. So we decided to go to this motel where we could, be more comfortable. Ski nodded. When we got there, I went to the office and gave old lady what's-her-name the money, and she gave me a key to room number 8. We drove to it, got out, went up to the door. I gave Davis the key and said, be a gentleman, meaning, that he should open the door for me at least. Uh-huh. But he had trouble getting the key into the lock because he was holding up his jeans with one hand. They were, undone, see? Ski gave another nod. The stepmother made a snorting sound and rolled her eyes. The girl looked at her with loathing. Oh, like you're so pure and all. Before the stepmother could form a comeback, Ski said, Please continue, Miss Arnold. His voice was soft but carried a ring of authority that prevented an argument between the two women. The girl returned her attention to him. So Davis is having trouble getting the door unlocked, but then he does. He pushes it open and steps in and switches on the light. And there's this guy standing beside the bed, looking as surprised to see us as we were to see him. We expected the room to be vacant, Ski nodded. And then he just... Her lower lip began to tremble, and a new batch of tears flooded her eyes. Shoots the gun. Did he reach for the gun? She shook her head. He already had it. Did he say anything before he fired it? She shook her head again. Her throat was working with emotion. Ski leaned forward across the table. Do you need a moment, Miss Arnold? Jesus, the stepmother hissed. Just tell the man what happened so we can get out of here. Will you do that, please? Ignoring her, Ski kindly asked the girl again if she needed time to collect herself. She said no, that she was okay. He moved a box of Kleenex across the table closer to her. She pulled one out, blew her nose, and wiped her eyes. When she was more composed, Ski resumed. He didn't speak to you? No. Did you get a good look at him? Well, yeah, Davis turned on the light, and there he was, facing the door, not 6 feet from us. You told me earlier that he was fully dressed, in khaki pants and a dark blue shirt. We found a pair of men's shoes on the floor beside the bed. I didn't notice his feet, but his hair was all messed up. I noticed it was standing on end, and his eyes were sorta, bugged out, like maybe he'd been asleep, and we'd startled him awake, and he'd jumped off the bed suddenly. Then when Davis came in, he pulled the trigger. On impulse, a knee-jerk reaction? Yeah, like that. Don't let me put words in your mouth, Miss Arnold. I'm not. That's exactly what it was like. And you're sure it was this man? He opened a manila envelope he'd carried in with him and removed from it a blow-up of Oren's employee photo from Del Rey Marketing. The girl nodded vigorously. I'm positive. Ski replaced the picture in the folder. After he fired the shot at Davis, what happened? She began to cry in earnest again. I don't know, she wailed. I didn't even wait to see if Davis was okay. I just turned and ran. I ran to the office where that sow was still looking through her stupid magazine. I yelled at her to call 911. I told her that Davis had been shot. The fat bitch says, I don't want no trouble. Lisa Arnold spoke in a voice that was obviously an imitation of the motel owner. I told her to get her fucking fat. She cut her eyes toward the video camera, then back to Ski. Sorry. It's okay. Go ahead. Well, I told her to get her ass on the phone, but she just folded her fat arms over her big belly, so I grabbed the desk phone and called myself. I didn't even realize it then, but I dropped my purse when the gun went off. I didn't have my cell. The time between your 911 call and the first responder's arrival was less than 5 minutes, Ski told her. 5 minutes? She exclaimed. Are you sure? It seemed like forever. What were you doing during that time? Her chin began to quiver. Then her entire face collapsed. She sobbed into the tissue. I should have gone back and checked on Davis, but I was too scared. I didn't know where that maniac was or what he was doing. I was afraid he'd come after me next. So I crouched behind the counter there in the motel office. That old bitch kept telling me that if her place got shut down on account of me, she was going to kill me herself. I was screaming at her to shut up, to just shut up. But she kept cussing at me till that cop got there. You didn't see the man again? No. His car, which direction he went? No. She wiped her face and took an uneven breath to steady herself. I think you probably know everything else. Can we go now? The stepmother asked. Ski shot her a look that would have curdled milk. Then to Lisa he said, Thank you, Miss Arnold. Don't thank me. I feel awful for leaving Davis there. We'll have to wait for the medical examiner's official ruling, but I've seen a lot of gunshot wounds. It appeared to me that the bullet was fired directly into his heart. If so, he died instantly. Gently, he added, there was nothing you could have done for him. Ski attended to the business of seeing Miss Arnold and her stepmother out. He assigned a deputy to escort them home and to stay there on watch until further notice. He was afraid Orrin Starks might decide to come after the eyewitness to Davis Colbert's slaying. He'd already told everyone within the sheriff's office that Lisa Arnold's name was not to be released. Since the Merritt County SO didn't have a crime scene unit, they used that of the nearest office of the Texas Rangers. Ski called the ranger sent to investigate the motel room and asked for an update. He reported that he had finished his work there and was packing up his gear. Ski said, I'm having a man stay out there to guard that room. I don't trust the owner not to ignore the tape and go inside. She's got a rap sheet as long as my arm. I've arrested her twice for drug trafficking. She's partial to prescription drugs. The ranger chuckled. Yeah, she had some choice words about me messing up her swell place here. Let me know what you get. Sure will, Ski. When he was finally able to return to the group in the interrogation room, their mood was somber. The coffee cups were empty. Caroline and Dodge glumly acknowledged him. Barry was sitting at the table, staring at the stir stick she was mechanically turning end over end. Ski pulled out a chair and sat down across from her. That boy died because of me, she said quietly. He died because Orrin Starks shot him in the heart. She let go of the stir stick, propped her elbows on the edge of the table, and buried her face in her hands. I'll never forget the sound of his parents weeping, and it's my fault. My fault. How is it your fault? She said nothing. Caroline was staring at her, offering silent compassion and support. Finally, Dodge cleared his throat of a terrible rattle and said, She thinks it's her fault because... I called him. Ski turned toward her. Excuse me? She took a shuddering breath and squared her shoulders. I called Orrin. Chapter 13. Ski stared at her for several moments, then looked at Caroline, who purposefully avoided looking back. He settled on Dodge, who mumbled unintelligibly and patted his pocket in search of a cigarette. Ski asked him, What's she talking about? She called Starks? They told me about it, while you were... He gestured to indicate Ski's business outside the small room. Then, using his former cop's verbal shorthand, explained the nature of the telephone conversation as Caroline and Barry had described it to him. Ski assimilated it, searched for the logic behind it, and came up dry. He wanted to ask Barry what the hell she'd been thinking, but figured he should contain his incredulity and soften the language a bit. This call, was it to his house or a cell phone? House phone, she replied. Why? We hoped we might locate him using GPS to track his cell phone signal, but the phone has to be on. Each time we've called his number, we get a recording saying it isn't in use. He would know better than to leave his cell phone on. Right. He paused for a moment, then asked the question he really wanted the answer to. Why did you feel an apology was necessary? Dodge just told you. I want to hear it from you. I'd said horrible things to him. I'd told him he was pathetic. I'd called him a creep. He is a creep, Ski said. I know, but maybe if I hadn't been so cruel to him that day, he wouldn't... You are not responsible for his actions. She didn't refute him, but nor was she convinced. I wanted to make amends. I was trying to be nice. Again, Ski looked toward Caroline to gauge her reaction, but she averted her eyes. Dodge's opinion, however, was plain. He raised his shoulders and gave Ski a look that said, Women, what can you do? When Ski came back to Barry, she was staring vacantly at a point in the center of his chest. I never would have guessed that an apology could have such awful consequences. Her gaze moved up and connected with his. The guilt and misery he read in her eyes twisted something deep inside him. He felt her pain, wished he could alleviate it, wished he didn't know what it felt like. If Orrin was out for revenge, she continued, why didn't he shoot me? Why not me instead of Ben? Why kill that innocent boy? She looked so haunted. Ski didn't have the heart to say what he was thinking. That she should have thought twice about being nice to a man who'd stalked her relentlessly. He imagined she now realized that better than anyone in the room. It would be needlessly cruel to underscore it. Changing the subject, he asked, Did you pick up on anything Miss Arnold told us? Nothing that would help. I agree that it sounds as though Orrin was sleeping, probably with the pistol in his hand. They startled him awake. He fired the gun reflexively. His shot has improved a hell of a lot since he plugged Laughlin, Dodge remarked. Why couldn't he have missed that boy? Barry asked miserably, rhetorically. Everyone would be asking that for a long time, and there would never be a satisfactory answer. After a thoughtful silence, Ski continued. Tire tracks matching those we found near the lake house were discovered behind the motel. He'd parked in a dense grove. The car wasn't visible from the highway or from the road behind the motel. After this, he'll ditch the car as soon as he can, Dodge said. Ski nodded in agreement. In the meantime, every peace officer in the state is on the lookout for a Toyota of that make and model. But still no definite color, no tag number. You heard me tell Lisa Arnold that we found a pair of shoes in the room? Apparently Starks left them when he fled. We've got shoe prints going toward the place, footprints going out. He used a towel, bar of soap, so we can get DNA and match it if he's ever caught. We can put him in that room, which is good if it comes to trial. But we've got to catch him first, and he's leaving us few clues. He didn't take anything into the room with him. He took the pistol, Dodge said. He took the pistol, Ski repeated grimly. But no food wrappers, no empty drink cans, no extra clothing. Nothing was left in the trash cans. No sales receipts, no maps or brochures, nothing that would point us in a direction. He hesitated, then added, "The bullet's still in the body. Once it's removed, we'll match it to those we retrieved from the lake house in Ben Laughlin. We must assume he still has the weapon." No one spoke for a time. Then Caroline said, "I thought all the motels and lodges had been canvassed. Was that one overlooked?" Ski shook his head. "Checked but eliminated. Starks hadn't registered. He busted the bathroom window at the back of the building and crawled inside." "How long had he been there?" Barry asked. "No way of knowing," he said. "The room was cleaned, or so the owner says, 3 days ago. Hasn't been rented out since. Starks could have gone there straight from the bait shop Friday night and been there all day yesterday. Maybe he didn't get there till after dark last night. Anybody's guess. He needed shelter, a place to rest. He's got a bum leg." Ski explained the footprints bore that out. One's deeper than the other. He's favoring his right leg. He needed a place to crash and took his chances on the room remaining vacant at least for last night. But it didn't. Barry's voice was almost inaudible. She hugged her elbows, and Ski noted goosebumps on her arms. She murmured, "I can't bear to think of what that boy's parents are going through." "They're going through bloody hell. And you're right, Barry. It doesn't bear thinking about." Caroline stood up and retrieved her handbag. "What happened to their son could still happen to you. Orrin Starks is aware that if he's caught, he can be tried and convicted of killing Davis Kildare based on that girl's eyewitness testimony. He'll lay the blame for that mishap on you, and that makes him an even greater threat than he was before." Dodge also came to his feet. "I agree." "Then we're all on the same page," Ski said. "I'm going to double the number of men watching the lake house." Dodge said, "I'm moving out there." Caroline looked at him sharply. To her, he said, "I'll stay in the room where Laughlin was shot. Nobody else wants to sleep in it." He turned back to Ski. "Better swear me in as one of your reserve deputies." "There's required training." "Consider me trained." "Can't do it, Dodge. I'm trusting you to—" "Don't trust me to do a damn thing except kill that fucker if he shows up. He's upped his ante tonight. If I see him, his ass is fried." Officially, Ski wouldn't sanction vigilante law, but he'd been the one who'd had to break the news to the Kildares that their son was dead. He'd personally escorted them to the morgue to ID their boy's body. Friday night's crime at the lake house had been a grudge shooting, an act of jealousy, a personal vendetta that he had originally thought petty. But now Orrin Starks had killed an innocent kid in cold blood. Starks would receive his rights as guaranteed by law, but Ski would extend the man no mercy. Secretly, he hoped, as Dodge did, that he was presented with an opportunity to take the killer out. As Dodge and Caroline prepared to leave, she reminded him that his car was at the lake house. "You'll have to ride back with Barry and me. We'll stop at the Cypress Lodge on the way to pick up your things." Ski said, "You two take care of that. I'll drive Barry home." Once they were in his SUV and underway, Ski said, I wanted to talk to you about Sally Buckland." Barry sat stiffly in the passenger seat, staring forward, wondering if he realized that he had started using her first name. Another formality had also been dropped. It seemed to have been tacitly agreed that Harris Carlyle was no longer necessary. As they left the courthouse and went their separate ways, Dodge hadn't cautioned Barry against talking to Ski alone. With the fatal shooting of Davis Coldair, it was clear who the culprit was. When she didn't respond to Ski's statement, he asked if the AC was all right. "It's fine." "What about Sally?" "What's she like, as a person?" "Attractive, but in a modest, bookish sort of way. The librarian with distinct possibilities." "I'm getting a mental image. What are her traits?" "Character traits?" Hoping to relieve her dull headache, she pulled the elastic band from her ponytail and shook out her hair. In addition to having the headache, she was exhausted. As a result of not sleeping long enough after taking the medication, she felt hungover and lethargic. Her eyes stung from an inadequate amount of sleep and the recent threat of tears. The sun was coming up, but it didn't lift her spirits. Rather, sunrise seemed like a mockery. Ski was saying, "Is Miss Buckland outgoing and talkative? Shy? What?" "More toward an introvert, but not especially shy. She's conscientious, anxious to please. That's why it was such a conflict for her to disappoint Orrin." "Is she a gossip?" "I never knew her to be." "A liar?" "Again." "Jealous, malicious?" "Not in my experience." "Then why would she insist to me that you were lying about Orrin Starks?" "There's no question now that everything you said about him is true. In fact, you underestimated him." "Unfortunately," she whispered. "Don't beat yourself up." "I can't help it. I shouldn't have called him." He let that go for the moment, and she was glad. He had every right to rub in what an ill-advised move that had been. Returning to the subject, he said, "If Sally Buckland's experience with Starks was similar to yours, why would she tell me the direct opposite? And this is what really puzzles me. She said you were lying before I'd even spoken the word stalker. She disputed the accusation before I made it." "I'm sorry," Barry said, meaning it. "I can't fathom why Sally would lie, because it does seem entirely out of character. Perhaps to avoid involvement? I don't know. What I do know with certainty is that she left Delray because of Orrin. Which brings me back to why she would lie about it." Looking frustrated, he ran his hand through his hair. "The whole conversation with her was—" "What?" "Off. But don't ask me how, because I don't know. It just was. I asked a Harris County deputy sheriff to go by her place, ask her some questions and get a read on her, but she wasn't at home. I've tried calling her again several times, no answer. Do you know where she's working now?" "Last I heard she was freelancing from her house." "Well, I want to talk to her again first chance I get." "You've been busy." "I've been chasing my tail with nothing to show for it but a dead kid who was the light of his parents' life." Urging him to let go of his guilt was pointless. She felt the same way. As Dodge said, Orrin upped his ante tonight. He has to be feeling the additional pressure. I hope. Stressed-out crooks get careless, make mistakes. My guess, he'll abandon that car soon if he hasn't already. Unless he's got a backup, he'll have to steal another. I'll be watching for reports of stolen vehicles, also public transportation, or, he said with a grim smile, we might get lucky, and that Toyota will be stopped by a state trooper within the next 5 minutes, and Starks will come out with his hands in the air. I wouldn't bet on it. Me either. She studied his profile for a moment and saw the fatigue in his face. You're putting in long hours on this case. That's the job. What does your wife think of the overtime? He turned his head and looked at her. Quickly, she said, I only asked because you seem to have been on the job since my 911 call. I won't go home except to shower and shave until we've got Orrin Starks in custody. Where do you live? On the lake. I've got a boat. Is your place near Mother's? He chuckled. Hardly. That's the high-rent district. My house is half that size, maybe less. The lot is only 3/4 of an acre. It's nice, private, but nothing like your spread. It isn't mine. It's my mother's. Same as. He waved to the reserve deputy as they turned into the private lane. When they reached the house, he pulled around to the back. Barry opened the passenger side door. Thanks for the ride. She could just as easily have ridden with her mother in Dodge. She hadn't answered many questions. Ski hadn't asked many, and what he'd asked, he could have done by telephone. He got out when she did. She said, You don't have to see me in. I'll feel better leaving you alone if I check the house. I won't be alone for long. Mother and Dodge are right behind us. She glanced toward the lake, where another deputy was stationed near the pier. And with the 2 guards, I'll feel better if I check. Why argue? She turned and walked toward the back steps, retrieving the door key from beneath a pot of pink caladiums. That's not very safe. The alarm is set. She climbed the steps, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. The beeper went off. See? She punched in the code to disengage the alarm. He reached beyond her and depressed the status button on the keypad. The LED showed that no interruptions had been made to the system since the alarm had been set. Do all the doors and windows have contacts? I think so. Glass breakage and motion detectors? I assume. Mother is usually here by herself, so she's always cautious. Okay. Barry set her handbag on the kitchen table. Would you like some coffee? Thanks, but I don't have time for it. I gotta shove off. You should get some sleep. You've had 2 short nights. I'd like to take a nap. Later I plan to go to the hospital to see Ben. Ski's eyes narrowed fractionally. Immediately she went on the defensive. I haven't seen him since he was carried out of here on a gurney. Yesterday I stayed out of his room because of the ugly scene with Amanda, but I'm entitled to go and see about my friend. I'm sure your friend will appreciate a visit. His wife won't. The emphasis he'd placed on the word friend didn't escape her. No, she probably won't, because she, like you, can't get past the fact that I was naked when Ben was shot. In light of everything else, isn't it rather juvenile and ridiculous to be hung up on that? She stepped around him and headed for the door that led into the rest of the house. Over her shoulder, she said, You can see yourself out. Before she'd taken 2 steps, he caught her shoulder with one hand and brought her around, pulling her against him. I don't have a wife, he said in a low voice, and the reason I can't get past you being naked is because I saw you naked. Then he kissed her, hard and thoroughly, planting his tongue firmly inside her mouth. However, the kiss lasted for no more than a few seconds before it ended, and he set her away from him abruptly and decisively. His chest inflated around a deep breath that he then expelled in a gust. His eyes skittered around the kitchen, stopping at random points before connecting with hers. Roughly, he said, You could have the book thrown at me for that. Barry's own breath was coming in short, insufficient gasps. She stared at him for several seconds, then reached up and linked her fingers behind his head. To hell with the book. She drew his head down as forcibly as he'd pulled hers to him moments earlier. She pressed her mouth against his, and after the briefest hesitation on his part, the kiss resumed, hotter and hungrier than before. This is what they'd been moving toward. The mutual hostility had been a defense mechanism used by both in an unsuccessful attempt to deceive themselves. It had been about this from the start. One of his arms curved around her waist while his other hand cupped her butt, and using both, he pulled her high against him until she was on tiptoe, and he was fitted into the notch of her thighs, and oh my God, he was hard and solid, and it felt so good. Immediately her body grew warm and wanting, and when she inclined her hips to make the contact even more evocative, a growl vibrated from his throat. The kiss intensified. It was that kiss you're lucky to experience once in a lifetime. That kiss that defies the rules, that banishes conscience, that is purely sexual. That kiss that makes you feel vibrantly alive and positively doomed. That I'm going to die if I don't fuck you kiss. She thought he might. She thought she might. And they might have, if they hadn't heard the car approach. The engine died, doors closed. She and Ski released each other and sprang apart. She thought she probably should tug down her blouse, smooth down his hair, but there was no time because Caroline and Dodge were coming in through the back door. Whatever Caroline was saying died on her lips as she cleared the doorway and drew up short, her eyes seesawing between Barry and Ski. She had stopped so suddenly the Dodge ran into her back, crushing a grocery sack between them. Apparently sensing the electrically charged atmosphere, he took his turn looking back and forth between them. Always the diplomat, her mother ignored the awkwardness of the moment. Pleasantly, she said, "We stopped at the supermarket and got some things so I could cook breakfast. I hope you'll join us, Ski." "Thanks, but I can't." Without another word or a backward glance, he squeezed past them and left. Caroline and Dodge turned to watch his hasty retreat, then came back around to Barry. If they'd had question marks painted on their faces, they couldn't have looked more curious. She backed away from them and through the connecting doorway. "I'm not hungry." Chapter 14. Houston, Texas, 1978. The murder of the bank guard was the lead news story for several days, and the media milked it. The victim had been only 24 years old. It had been a case of overkill. He was down, bleeding, already mortally wounded, when the robber paused long enough to shoot him in the head before exiting the bank with his booty tucked under his arm. The guard had been weeks away from marrying his high school sweetheart. He was buried in the suit that was to have been his wedding suit. His fiancée and parents were inconsolable. On camera, their testimonials were heart-wrenching. The young man was extolled by former teachers as the most outstanding student they'd ever had the privilege to teach. His scoutmaster praised his commitment and thoughtfulness toward others. His church conducted a worship service in his honor, not a dry eye in the overflow crowd. The competence of those trying to nab the robber-turned-killer was called into question by the press, as well as by city officials who wanted to keep their elected positions, and by provocateurs who crawled out of the woodwork whenever given an opportunity to take potshots at the HPD. The negative media coverage put everyone in the task force in a bad mood. Rather than strengthen their resolve and make them a more determined band of brothers, the public spanking eroded confidence and morale. It unraveled the fabric of their camaraderie. Their criticism of one another became vitriolic, causing friction between individuals, between cliques, between supervisors and subordinates. To a man, they wanted to catch the culprit by means of a spectacular police maneuver that would force their critics to eat crow till they choked on it. But each officer also had his own agenda, a self-serving purpose, a do-or-die reason for wanting to shine. On neither of these levels was failure an option, so naturally egos clashed. Things got so bad, tension rose to such a level during their jam sessions, that Dodge began looking forward to a shift at the tire manufacturing plant. At least there, he got a little relief from the constant pressure, bitching and bickering. As long as he emptied all the trash cans within a reasonable amount of time, no one at the plant hassled him. But he was still required to attend the task force briefings, which had turned into shouting matches. At the most recent one, he'd been reminded of his assignment by the screaming, red-faced captain who'd just come from an ass-chewing in which his sizable behind had been the main course. He'd stamped and sputtered and banged his fist on the table for 5 full minutes, citing all Dodge's failed attempts to establish a relationship with Franklin Albright's girlfriend, Crystal. He ended his tirade with a direct order. "Now get back to that fucking factory. Get in her face, get in her pants, I don't care, Hanley. Just get something so we can either go after this bastard or chalk him off our list of suspects." Having been duly charged, Dodge doubled his efforts to make headway with Crystal. Gradually, they began to yield results, providing incremental victories to report to his supervisor. "I went to the payroll office yesterday, pretending to have a question about the taxes being withheld from my check. Crystal and I had locked eyeballs a few times before, but now we've actually chatted, and she knows my name. I timed my lunch break to coincide with hers. On Monday, she was out of change, so I offered to buy her a pack of Fritos from the vending machine, and after a lot of hemming and hawing and eyelash fluttering, she let me. On Tuesday, she paid me back. No, I didn't make a pass," he said, shooting a disparaging look toward the cop who'd asked. "I don't want to come across as a sleazeball and send her running in the opposite direction, geez. But that stupid question explains why you can't get a date." When Crystal went on her afternoon break, I loitered in the hall outside the ladies' room, fiddling with an electrical outlet. When she left the restroom, she stopped to chat, asked if I had any more questions about my check, and said if I did to be sure to come by the payroll office and she'd help me out, which I took as an invitation. I'll drop by there tomorrow. Crystal's girlfriend, the one she usually eats lunch with, quit to have a baby, so I insinuated myself into her place at the table where they always sat, and Crystal didn't object. I tried moving the conversation toward personal matters by remarking on her friend's pregnancy and asking if Crystal has kids of her own, and she said no, but she'd like to someday. Only she had to get married first, and that didn't seem likely any time soon. And I asked her why not, and she said because her boyfriend wasn't the marrying kind. First mention of Franklin. Today, Crystal told me that Franklin is a great guy. "Really?" she said, stressing it. "Except that he can get moody. In the past, he's been in trouble with the law, so her parents distrust and dislike him and told her that, as long as she was with him, they want nothing to do with her. Which sort of hurts her feelings, but she loves Franklin, so there you go." She and Franklin had a fight last night. He accused her of flirting with a sales clerk at Radio Shack, which she swears she wasn't. Can she help it if the guy was ogling her? I said the poor guy probably couldn't help himself. She laughed and swatted my hand. Well, yeah, that classifies as flirting. But at this stage, a little flirting is okay. Don't you know anything about women? She wishes Franklin wasn't so jealous. For instance, if he knew we were eating lunch together every day, he wouldn't like it. Not at all. He'd never understand that we're just friends, she said. And I said, "Is that all we are? Just friends?" And she got all flustered, blushed a little. Did the bit with the eyelashes again. Swear to God they're stiff and black like the legs of a dead cockroach. Where was I? Oh, right. I definitely think I'm making progress. One sure sign, her skirts are getting shorter and her blouse is lower cut. Yeah, I gotta admit, the view would make you assholes drool. She put her hand on my thigh today. No, I'm not lying, jerk face. She only did it to make a point of what she was saying, but still, it counts. How high up? Use your imagination. High enough to set my balls a tingle. No, nothing about Franklin today, except that she Said it probably wouldn't be a good idea if he saw us walking out of the plant together after our shift. This could be a major breakthrough, so everybody listen up. No, I didn't get to second base. Jesus, what are you, 4th grade? Are you listening now? Okay, then. Crystal told me that Franklin goes fishing periodically at Falcon Lake. He meets his cousin there. Any of you ignoramuses know the geography of Texas? Falcon Lake is right on the border with Mexico, where his cousin, has taken up residence. So what I'm thinking is, bingo, Captain. Franklin robs a bank, then drives on down to Falcon Lake, gets in a boat probably, and hands the loot over to his cousin in Old Mexico, where the cash is laundered. It re-enters the U.S. of A. as squeaky clean legal tender. All I gotta do is get out of Crystal when Franklin's most recent fishing trip was and see if it corresponds with the date of the last robbery. If it does, Franklin moves up several notches on the suspect list. How am I gonna get the info out of Crystal? Don't you wish you knew? Caroline was trying hard to stay awake. She'd already been here 2.5 hours, but with only 30 minutes to go, she was afraid she wouldn't make it without falling asleep from boredom. She was on the verge of nodding off when a car pulled up at the curb and parked. A man got out and walked toward the house. Through the glass in the storm door, his silhouette showed up large, and she experienced a twinge of apprehension, as she always did when showing a house to a man alone. He opened the door and stepped into the foyer. When she recognized Dodge Hanley, her heart gave a bump of a different sort. The reaction startled and confused her. It had been 2 months since she told him not to interfere with her life and had warned him of serious consequences if he did. She thought she would never see him again, but here he was, and her involuntary excitement was unsettling. She stood up. He said, "Hi." "Hi." She'd been seated in a folding chair at a card table. Draped in a gold cloth, it served as a reception desk. Scattered across it were leaflets describing the house for sale and a goodly number of her business cards. She was unreasonably glad that the table was between her and the policeman, who was out of uniform, wearing a sport coat and slacks instead. "What are you doing here?" He raised the folded sheet of newspaper he'd carried in with him and pointed to an ad in the real estate section. "Open house, Sunday, 2 till 5. It's got a picture of this house. It gives the street address and it's listed under your name as an agent for Jim Malone Realty." I know what the ad says. I proofread it before submitting it to the classifieds. That doesn't explain what you're doing here. "It's an open house." His obtuseness was irrationally disarming and made her want to smile. Instead, she folded her arms across her middle, where she was still experiencing a flutter, and asked loftily, "Are you in the market for a home, Mr. Hanley?" "Maybe." He gave the foyer a slow survey. "What's to recommend this house? Please don't tell me this wallpaper is its best feature." She managed to keep her smile in check, but barely. "It's got a nice backyard. Fenced." "Wood fence?" "Cyclone." He frowned. "Large native trees," she continued. "Very shady, and with a little repair, the patio—" "Repair?" "Minimal repair would return it to being, usable." "Huh." He glanced into the adjacent living room at the turquoise brocade divan. "Ugly furniture." "The furniture isn't included in the sale." "Lucky us." With new paint, wallpaper, and furniture, the house would look entirely different. You have to have an imagination. A wild imagination. Knowing it was a game, she continued playing along. "It has 3 bedrooms, 1 down, 2 up, 2 fireplaces, 1 in the formal living area and 1 in the den, which used to be the garage. The owners converted it into a room when the house underwent a total renovation." He looked up at the crack in the ceiling. "When was that?" 1952. He raised his eyebrows, and she could no longer contain her self-deprecating laughter. "This place is a disaster, but it's my first listing." "Congratulations." "Thank you." They shared a grin. Then he said, "Jim Malone Realty. He's a big wig, right? His signs are all over Houston." "I'm very fortunate to have been hired by his agency." "He's fortunate to get you." She accepted the compliment with a humble nod. "His company is very well established. I'm a newcomer. I've got a lot to learn." "Is that why you pulled this detail?" "I volunteered." "You've got ambition, Miss King." "I don't want to go back to the tax assessor's office." "Can't say I blame you for that." He smiled again and glanced down at the brochures on the table. "Have you had many people come by?" "You're the third in nearly 3 hours." "You've had to sit here for all that time by yourself." "Well, there's the cat, but he hissed at the first couple who came in, so I locked him in the pantry." "Can you stick it out for—" He consulted his watch. 22 more minutes?" "I've been counting them down and trying to stay awake." They exchanged another smile. Then neither said anything, and the silence of the house pressed in and around them. This man made her uneasy, and she couldn't account for it. Even when she was interviewed by Jim Malone himself, persuading him that she would be an asset to his agency despite her inexperience, she hadn't been as nervous as she was now. Around Dodge Hanley, she became self-conscious, unsure, and at a loss for what to say and where to look. Maybe it was a natural reaction to being in the company of a police officer. Drivers automatically tapped their brakes when they spotted a radar trap, even when they weren't speeding. Perhaps it was Dodge's implied authority that intimidated her. Or maybe she was still embarrassed over how he'd first seen her, with the effects of Roger's slap evident, the mark on her cheek fresh, the emotional impact of it equally raw. She'd been unable to hide her mortification then, and she couldn't now. Perhaps her discomfiture had something to do not with her, but with him. His strong features, tough bearing and unmitigated masculinity hinted at the latent violent streak that she knew could be ferocious. After all, she'd seen the result of it. Roger had been hospitalized for 10 days following the beating he took. She didn't fear for her own safety, however. Dodge Hanley posed no threat to her, even by implication. In fact, his demeanor was protective, almost quaintly chivalrous. She felt a gravitational pull toward it that was entirely feminine. It was that instinctual response to him that gave her butterflies. Being near him made her feel as if she was balancing on tiptoe at the end of a high diving board. By turns, it was exhilarating and terrifying. All the time these thoughts were going through her mind, they'd been staring at each other. Needing to fill the dense silence, she asked, "Are you still on the task force?" "They haven't kicked me off yet." "So the crime remains unsolved?" "We're working on it." "Is it dangerous work?" "Piece of cake." "I doubt that." Another silence descended while she stared at the cobweb in the corner just beyond his head, and he stared at her face. She could practically feel his eyes as they touched on each separate feature. "How's your partner?" "Gonzalez?" "Right, Officer Gonzalez. Is he doing okay?" "Yeah, he's good. I think he likes his new partner better than me, which kind of hurts my feelings." "I doubt that, too." "What? That he likes his new partner better, or that I can have my feelings hurt?" "That he likes his new partner better." He shrugged. "Maybe Gonzalez is just trying to make me jealous." They smiled together. His faded first. "But I do have feelings, and they can get hurt." "You wouldn't be human otherwise." "Oh, I'm human. Real human. Very human." He looked down at her left hand, where in the last few seconds her engagement ring had taken on the weight of an anchor. "How are the wedding plans coming?" The smile she flashed him felt artificial. "Great. Moving right along. Lots of details to see to." "Parties to attend?" "Yes, there have been a few." "A couple of weeks ago I saw your picture in the society section of the Chronicle." "You read the society section?" "Didn't used to. I started scanning it a few months ago. Never read the Sunday real estate section either. Now I never miss." He let those statements resonate for several seconds before continuing. "Anyway, this picture showed you and Campton standing together under those—" He waggled his finger above his head. "Those, whatchamacallits hanging from the trees." "Japanese lanterns?" "Yeah. Looked like a swell shindig. The article said the governor was there." "Roger's parents are friends with him and his wife." "Huh. Will they be at the wedding?" "They're on the guest list." "Who'll be there on your side? Your family?" "I don't have a family. No brothers or sisters. My parents are deceased." "Oh, sorry." "Don't be. I was a late-in-life child. They'd given up ever having a baby. I was a menopausal surprise." "A good one, I bet." She smiled wistfully. "Mom and Dad were very happy to have me, and I was fortunate to have them. They were middle-class wage earners and proud to be. My mother was a lady, my father a gentleman. Both had a strong work ethic. They loved God and country and me. They lived their life expectancy, but I was relatively young when I lost them. Being an orphan is no fun." "It has its perks." She looked at him with surprised puzzlement. He rolled his shoulders as though his jacket had suddenly become too tight. "My mom was okay. She died when I was in 7th grade. My dad and I didn't get along that well, so we just tried to stay out of each other's way till I was old enough to leave home." "How old were you?" 17. 2 days after my high school graduation, I split. Didn't even wait till the fall semester. Enrolled at Texas Tech that summer." "That must have made your father proud." "Not really. When I told him I wanted to be a cop, he laughed. Said I'd make a better criminal." "I'm sure he changed his mind once you became an officer." He didn't live to see it. He died still thinking I wouldn't amount to much. She could think of nothing to say that wouldn't sound banal, so she said nothing. So who's going to walk you down the aisle? He asked. Roger's best man? That's handy. Uh-huh. Got your dress? The final fitting was last week. Pretty? I think so. I'm sure you'll be a vision. I hope my groom thinks so. He'd have to be blind. The conversation ended there, leaving Caroline to wonder how the entryway seemed to have shrunk over the course of their conversation. The air was thicker, the old house smelled mustier, and even though neither of them had moved, he seemed to be closer. She was even more grateful for the card table standing between her and this man who made her nervous. She glanced at her wristwatch. Nearly time. I can begin closing up shop. I'm sorry you didn't have any takers. Me too. I'm going to urge the sellers to get more aggressive. More aggressive? Lower their price. He snuffled a laugh. She expected him to tell her goodbye and good luck and leave, but he just stood there. She made a hand gesture and said, Well? I'll wait and walk you out. That cat might be really pissed off by now. She freed the cat from the pantry. He was sulky for having been confined, but not vicious. She turned out all the lights. She removed the cloth from the card table. Dodge insisted on folding up the chair and table and carrying them out to her car, where he stowed them in the trunk. He pocketed one of her business cards. Then they stood there at the curb facing each other. Feeling awkward, she worried her car keys. Thanks for stopping by. You're welcome. It helped to have company. Talking made that last half hour go faster. I kept you from falling asleep at least. And if you change your mind about the house, I'll let you know. She smiled. He waited a beat, then said, You want to go get a cup of coffee or something? Thank you, but I can't. Roger's expecting me. Oh, you don't want to keep Roger waiting. The bitterness behind his words was unmistakable and prompted her to declare, He's being very sweet. Good. That's good. When you and Officer Gonzalez came to the house, that was an isolated incident. So you said. A bunch of times. Well, it's true. Roger regrets that night. Deeply. He's sworn never to raise a hand to me again. A groom shouldn't have to swear to something like that, though, should he? His contrition is sincere. Dodge's expression remained skeptical, which compelled her to convince him. Roger thinks the beating outside his gym was a random, aborted mugging, and I've never told him differently. Dodge didn't really give a damn if Campton knew he'd been the one to attack him, although he'd just as soon the department not get wind of it. But he figured Campton himself protected him from anybody in authority finding out. Even if the woman-beating asshole guessed, or learned through some other means, the identity of the man who jumped him, he wouldn't file a legal complaint against Dodge, knowing that if he did, his ill treatment of Caroline then would be made public. Nor was the millionaire likely to challenge him in private, because men who hit women were usually cowards. It suited both men to leave it alone, but in a perverse way, Dodge wished he could rub the son of a bitch's nose in it. He remembers the mugger whispering something to him, Caroline continued, but he was on the brink of unconsciousness and can't recall what the mugger said. Dodge looked even more skeptical. He considers himself lucky to be alive. He is, Dodge said bluntly. Since the beating and his painful recovery, he's been extremely sweet. I think the scare caused him to rearrange his priorities. In any event, he's gone back to being the Roger I first met. He can't do enough for me. He's charming and thoughtful. I've fallen in love with him all over again. He said nothing, but his eyes turned stony. You're basing your low opinion of him on that one incident, she said with heat. You've never seen the real Roger. The night he slapped me, he wasn't himself. No. No. If you could see him now, Compare the two, you'd realize that. I'd never seen him act that way before, and certainly not since you beat him up. So he changed his spots because of my attack, his brush with death, that's what you think. Yes. Bullshit. A leopard never changes his spots. My old man was right about me. I'm a cop and a damn good one, mostly because I think like a criminal. I have criminal impulses. My daddy knew it way back, and I own up to it now. People adjust their behavior to fit the society they live in. They integrate because they have to, but what they are on the inside doesn't change. So if Kempton has gone back to being nice and sweet, it's not because he's seen the light and had a Pentecostal conversion. He's lying when he says he doesn't remember what his mugger said to him that night. If he's acting all lovey-dovey, it's because he's afraid I'll follow through on my promise to kill him if he ever hurts you again. Her cheeks had grown hot with anger. I'm marrying him. Because you love him? Yes, very much. He took a step closer, forcing her to tilt her head back farther in order to look into his face. You know what I think. I don't care what you think. I think you're going through with the wedding not because you're so wildly in love, but because you're stubborn. You don't want Caroline King's judgment questioned. You don't want to be proved wrong. You know nothing about me. I know one thing. He came nearer still. I know you're all I goddamn think about. She felt his words like a punch to a place low and deep inside her. They made her breath catch. They caused her heart to thump. They made her want to take that leap off the high board. She was afraid he was going to kiss her. She was afraid he wasn't. He didn't. After countless tense moments, she turned and went to the driver's door of their car, opened it, and got in. He didn't try to stop her as she drove away. For the third time, she left him staring after her. The first time she had retreated into her house, touched by the policeman's concern. The second time, she had returned to her real estate class inside the office building, upset over the beating he'd given Roger, but acknowledging that Dodge's concern wasn't strictly professional. This time was not so much a retreat as a full-fledged escape. From him, yes, but also from herself, and the colossal mistake she was likely to make if she stayed. Dodge arrived at the tire plant the following morning in a surly mood, cursing the rush-hour traffic, cursing the floors he'd have to mop today, cursing himself for making a mess of his visit with Caroline. Things had been going real good. He would even go so far as to believe that she'd been glad to see him, and not just because she'd wasted a Sunday afternoon sitting alone in an ugly, empty house, and anybody's company was better than none at all. But then he'd gone and shot off his mouth about her fiancé. She had jumped to Campton's defense, as she should if she was bent on marrying the guy. But, damn it, Dodge knew he was right. Petite as she was, Caroline King had a steel eye-beam for a spine. He'd sensed it the moment he met her, when she'd been smarting inside and out but was too proud and obstinate to cry in front of him. Losing her parents at a relatively young age had no doubt forced her to be self-assertive. Or maybe she'd been born with that stiff backbone, and circumstances had only reinforced it. Whatever, the upshot of it was that she was mule-headed, and in large part that was why she was going through with her marriage to Roger Campton. Dodge refused to accept that she loved the rich, handsome son of a bitch. Once again, she'd been mad as a hornet when she left him. He cursed himself for being a goddamn idiot. Why was it that he could talk any other woman out of her clothes, out of information, but he couldn't communicate with the one woman he wanted most to communicate with? Around her, his glibness deserted him. He'd gone home and drunk a six-pack, slept badly for having to get up to pee every hour on the hour because of the beer, and arrived at the tire plant in a truculent mood, which is probably why, when he spotted Crystal beside a souped-up truck with oversized tires and semi-obscene mud flaps, engaged in deep conversation with her felonious boyfriend, he wended his way through the parking lot toward them. Practically issuing an engraved invitation for a confrontation, he moved up close behind her and said, "Hey, Crystal." She spun around, looking like a terrified rabbit caught in headlights, except that her eyes were swollen and red from crying. Her eyelashes weren't so spiky when wet with tears. "Oh, hi," she said nervously. This is Franklin, my boyfriend." Albright looked him up and down. "Nice uniform." He leaned forward and read the make-believe name stitched in red lettering on Dodge's left breast pocket. "Marvin," he added, smirking when he said it. Dodge ignored him and addressed Crystal. "How come you're crying? Can I help?" Franklin Albright gave Dodge's shoulder a hard shove. "You can help by minding your own fucking business." Dodge, who'd been spoiling for a fight when he arrived, wanted to dive into the ex-con, but he settled for shaking off the hand on his shoulder. "Watch your language in front of the lady." "It's okay," Crystal said quickly. "I wasn't crying. I've got allergies. A Sudafed should fix me up." She gave her boyfriend a worried glance, then nodded Dodge toward the plant's entrance gate. "Don't be late for work on my account." "Do you have Sudafed? Because I'd be happy to go get some for you." "I've got a box in my desk drawer, thanks. If you're late, they'll dock you." "Well, you would know, Miss Payroll," he said in a teasing voice. She gave him a tremulous smile. Franklin Albright was all but snarling. Dodge stared him down, trying to look like a geek trying to look tough, then ambled off in the direction of the gate, shooting one final glance at them over his shoulder before entering the plant and thinking, "Hee." Sure enough, he told the other members of the task force during their meeting that evening, old Franklin was waiting for me when my shift ended. He accosted me just outside the gate. "Define accosted," the captain said. "Grabbed me by the shoulders and backed me into the fence. I made a stand, but not too much of one. I didn't want to let him know that I could have laid him out flat if I had wanted to." "What did he say?" "He told me to stay away from Crystal." "What did you say?" "I said I'd do what I damn well please." "Then what did he say?" "He said I could do that, sure, if I wanted my head ripped off and used as a urinal." "Franklin's got a real way with words, doesn't he?" one of the other officers quipped. "Did you find out why she was crying?" "Over lunch, she told me that she'd brought up the subject of matrimony again, and Franklin had said, no way, Jose." I lent her a sympathetic ear, told her he wasn't just ugly, he was stupid. "How'd she react?" "She laughed. She thinks I'm funny and sweet and brave for standing up to him, but she warned me against waving a red cape. She said he has a temper as well as a knife. I told her I wasn't afraid of him." He shrugged complacently. "I'm her hero." "But your cover's blown." "By playing Sir Galahad? Hardly." "But now you're in Albright's sights." "As a complete schmuck who has designs on Crystal. If he gets wind of my prying now, he'll figure I'm just trying to move in on his girl. If I was prying for no apparent reason, that would have bleeped on his radar and caused him to be suspicious." "So where'd you leave it?" the captain asked. "Yeah, you haven't explained how your face got messed up," another officer observed. Franklin thought we'd reached an understanding. He poked his finger in my chest and said, "You're not going to talk to Crystal anymore, right, Marvin?" And I said, "Sure, okay, because I can screw her without talking." "Holy... You didn't." "Dodge, I swear." "You asked for it." "Of course I asked for it," Dodge told the group. He would have grinned, but his split lip hurt when he did. His eye was the color of an eggplant and swollen nearly shut. "I'll show up at work tomorrow with Franklin's handiwork on my face, and Krista will be full of remorse and apology, but underneath her big tits, her little heart is going to be pitter-patting at the thought of me standing up to big bad Franklin on her behalf. I'll have won her heart and her loyalty. But he'll tell her what you said about screwing her, and I'll deny it. I'll pretend to be crushed and offended that she could even think I'd say such a thing. My feelings toward her are honorable and pure. I'm gonna puke, one of the group said drolly. What makes you think she'll believe you over Franklin? The captain asked. Despite his busted lip, Dodge spread his grin around the room. Because she wants to. And then Caroline King crossed his mind, and his grin dissolved. Almost to himself, he said, even when the bad is staring a woman in the face, she wants to believe her man is good. Chapter 15. What were the chances? That was the question Orrin had been asking himself for most of his life. Whenever fate pulled a nasty practical joke on him, which was with unfair frequency, he had asked himself what were the odds of that happening, whatever that was, in any given situation. Obviously, the odds of shit happening to Orrin Starks were very good because the bad luck just kept coming. Friday night had been a fiasco. The Lake House incident, as it was being referred to by the media, had been a disastrous personal failure, but to an outside observer, its absurd outcome must appear almost laughable. It had been like a bad farce, with the villain making his exit by falling down the stairs, no less. Given its comic elements, the shooting of Ben Laughlin possibly could have been written off as a squabble among former co-workers. No one had died. Laughlin's condition wasn't even all that serious. There would have been some unpleasant legal ramifications to plow through, but after all was said and done, the incident would soon have been forgotten. But now, Orrin Starks was wanted for the fatal shooting of a 16-year-old boy, which was another kettle of fish altogether. What were the chances? Sneaking into a room in a disreputable motel had seemed like a good idea at the time. After all, there was a 1 in 8 chance that room number 8 would remain vacant. There had been 7 others to choose from, for crying out loud. But no, that particular room had been given to Davis Coldair and his female companion. What were the chances that the Coldair kid would turn out to be an honor student, an all-star baseball player, a beloved son, friend, and student? If someone had to walk through that motel room door, why couldn't it have been a drug addict, a thief, a pedophile? Had that been the case, Orrin Starks might have been hailed a hero for ridding the community of a menace. Instead, the citizenry and every law enforcement officer in the state were on the lookout for the heartless killer of a golden boy. What were the chances that the unnamed young woman who'd witnessed the shooting would remain level-headed enough to later identify the shooter? It had been reported that she had picked out, unequivocally, Orrin Stark's photo from a group. To add insult to injury, it had been that damn Delray marketing employee photo that he'd always hated. The photograph on his driver's license was more flattering than that one. In it, his forehead looked too high, his eyes too closely set, his chin undefined and weak. What were the chances that he would be forced to deal with a disaster that had been totally unforeseen and for which he had no contingency plan? The odds of all that happening were as slim as the odds for Mike Reeder's neck to snap when Orrin pushed him off the merry-go-round. The summer Orrin turned 9 years old had been a hot one in Beaumont, Texas. The wilting, record-breaking temperatures were keeping most kids indoors during midday. That's why Orrin and Mike Reeder were alone at the playground that fateful afternoon. When Orrin parked his bike, he approached the other boy with caution and awe. Mike was a bully who outweighed Orrin by 30 pounds and was a head taller. But for all his wariness, Orrin welcomed this chance encounter. seeing it as an opportunity to make a good impression on a popular classmate. If Mike and Orrin forged a friendship during the summer break, then in the fall, when school reconvened, Orrin would be accepted into Mike's wide group of friends. But Mike was happy to see Orrin there in the park only because he then had someone to torment. He invited Orrin to join him on the merry-go-round. Orrin cheerfully climbed on, but immediately Mike hopped off, gripped one of the metal bars, and running full out in the beaten-down track of the circumference, pushed the merry-go-round faster and faster until the landscape was a blur to Orrin, who was holding on for dear life and whimpering in terror. Mike jumped back on and began mocking him. He made fun of him for not having a daddy, and when Orrin yelled to him that his daddy had died, the boy laughed and jeered and said he was a mama's boy. He called him a queer, a weirdo, a wimp, a sissy who probably peed like a girl, like his mother, sitting down. Orrin blubbered denials, but Mike Reeder persisted and began chanting the taunt. He made a little song of it. The crude ditty was silenced when Orrin mustered all his strength and, letting go of the bar he'd been clinging to, gave Mike Reeder's chest a mighty push with both palms. Mike, caught off guard by Orrin's courageous defiance, toppled backward off the spinning merry-go-round and landed in the hard-packed dirt. Orrin heard the sound, like that of a stick being broken over someone's knee. Catching intermittent glimpses of Mike Reeder, Orrin stayed on the merry-go-round as it spun round and round until it came to a full stop. Only then did he get off and walk over to the boy lying lifeless on the ground. His bladder and bowel had emptied the instant he died, which Orrin saw as poetic justice, considering the nature of his recent jeers. Orrin wanted to linger over the boy's still body and gloat, but he quickly removed his shirt and used it to rub off any fingerprints his hands might have left on the merry-go-round. He brushed it over the imprints that the soles of his sneakers had made in the dirt. Satisfied that he'd eliminated all evidence of his having been there, he got on his bicycle and pedaled home as fast as he could before anyone saw him, keeping to the pavement so as not to leave tread tracks. To this day, it was believed that Mike Reeder's death had been a tragic childhood accident. Ever since that summer afternoon, Orrin had wanted to kill all the other people in his life who treated him cruelly. He'd longed to give anyone who persecuted him the just deserts that Mike Reeder had got. But he'd always talked himself out of it because most offenders weren't worth the risk of getting caught. But Barry Malone's treachery was in a league of its own. Therefore, his reprisal must be. He had vowed to see her dead, and he would. But his original plan had gone awry, and now, if he wasn't very clever, he'd be arrested for shooting that Kildare kid, and Barry would go on living with impunity, which was untenable and unacceptable. There was one fortunate aspect to this catastrophe. Orrin Starks was accustomed to coping with bad luck because he'd had so much practice at it. For instance, he knew to avoid panic. Hand-wringing over something gone wrong was a surefire way to expose one's guilt. The day Mike Reeder died, Orrin had returned home, watched TV, ate his dinner of fish sticks and mac and cheese, had his bath, behaved normally, and no one, not even his own mother, had ever guessed that he'd been the cause of the tragedy that had taken place only 2 blocks from his house. When he'd heard the sirens of a police car and an ambulance screaming through his neighborhood, his only reaction had been to adjust the volume on the TV. The Kildare kid was dead, and he would remain dead. Orrin had no choice but to accept it and handle it. He must remain calm. He must not act rashly. Problem-solving was his forte. The more complicated a puzzle was, the better he liked it. It took patience and ingenuity to work oneself out of an intricate maze. There was a way out of this muddle. He simply had to find it. Of course, if the worst-case scenario came about, he had a fail-safe escape hatch already in place. But for the present, he was facing an unexpected wall. His only recourse was to backtrack. Bitterly, he accepted that to ensure success, sacrifices must be made. To that end, it wasn't absolutely necessary that Ben Laughlin die. The man had had the bejesus scared out of him and had been made to look like a fool for being caught with his pants down, literally. While this wasn't the severe punishment Laughlin deserved, Oren resolved that it was satisfaction enough. Barry, however, must die. There was no other option. He'd be satisfied with nothing less than death for her. But how to bring it about? Everyone near her was on high alert. Oren's name and face had been widely broadcast. Any man even remotely resembling him would be arrested on sight if not shot outright by a trigger-happy vigilante, in which case hiding was an acceptable course of action. But hiding was unproductive and, frankly, boring. And the worst effect of hiding and taking no action whatsoever was that Barry remained alive. On the other hand, if he was seen... And with that thought, the solution came to him suddenly. Create confusion. Yes, yes. He would confound them. With cleverness, good timing, and a little luck. And wasn't he due some? Barry and those protecting her would soon be scratching their heads, trying to make sense of the impossible. The prospect of that filled Oren with glee.